All right, all right, all right.
Okay.
I'll keep an eye on the comment section throughout this.
Joe Biden took the lead in Florida.
Lead in Florida. How much is in?
In Florida, there is
22%.
they count fast. Florida counts fast.
Pinellas County. Look at that. That came fast. He's up 8. He's up 7.5 in Pinellas right now, with 77% of reporting, and he's up 7 points.
Wow, 43% reporting in Florida.
Yeah, no, it comes in really fast.
That's insane.
7,000 right now.
That's insane.
That came in really fast, right as we started the live too.
I can't see my computer from here.
100%. The biggest thing I'm looking at right now is Pinellas County. He's up 7 points with 77% in. So unless we see unless this is majority early and absentee vote, and the Republican surge hasn't been factored in, that's like extremely telling. I know that most experts are saying that on Twitter, at least, that the Republicans jumped out to an early surge this morning, but then that kind of started to dwindle as the night went on, or as the day went on. So thank you, Yamuna. I hope I spelled your name right. I appreciate that.
You can, if you have a comment you wanna whatever, you can hit you can go to the comments in the right, and then you can hover over it and you can add it, and it will go up on the screen, and then it'll pop up on the screen.
Like with the pin message or what?
No, it's you can you go over to comments, and you hover over. Say someone commented update on Georgia, you could hover over it, and then it would add to screen, and then you hit that, and then it will pop up on the bottom of the screen.
That's right. So you mean on the actual? Sorry, I'm such a complete amateur with this. Delaware for Trump. Yeah, I actually, you know what? I forgot to tell you guys, but I had this dream a week ago that was extremely vivid about election night, and the first call that was made was that Delaware went to Trump, and it was the most shocking thing to me.
I had a couple where Biden won in landslides, but that was with 400 plus. It was crazy. He won Nebraska and Nebraska's second, and I think, can we get a call in?
Biden's up 50 points in New Hampshire right now. Okay. Moving out of Florida right now.
I had a dream just last night that there was a post-election apocalypse, pretty much. It was just insane. MSNBC is calling Vermont for Biden just now.
Well, Vermont, I think, was already called. Biden leads by nearly 100,000 votes in Florida, 35% of estimated voting. We might get a Florida call really early tonight.
We're definitely going to get a Florida call early. A lot earlier than any other swing state. But the number one thing I'm looking at, again, I've said this over and over again, is Pinellas County and then obviously Duval County. And right
now, Georgia has 2% in, Biden's leading by double digits. New Hampshire 1% in, Biden leading by around 60 points or 50 points. Sorry.
But anyways, as you guys can see, Biden's up 7 points in Pinellas County. Trump won here by I think 1.7 or 1.8 points in 2016.
It is not. I know it's early, but it is not looking good for the Trump campaign in Florida right now.
Not at all.
No, if I were a part of the Trump campaign, I'd be scared. Trump is ahead though by about 40 points, 49, 50 points in Virginia. He is ahead by around 35 points in South Carolina. In Kentucky, he's leading by 10 points with 15% of the vote in.
Florida is coming in fast. Jeez, it's really close to Miami-Dade.
I don't think...
That is incredible.
What's it at right now?
Miami-Dade. It's a 9-point gap right now with 84% reporting.
What?
Jesus.
Wait, really?
Insane. That is
Is that from
insane.
Associated Press?
No,
Or-
New York Times. I mean,
New York Times.
It was expected the Miami-Dade would tighten based off the Latino vote.
Yeah,
but,
they were saying that earlier. Is it not tightening?
I mean, it's a 9-point gap right now. I think Hillary won there by what, 20 something. But Biden's up in Pinellas and Duval. Each county is reporting over 75% of the vote.
48%. Associated Press has 48% reporting in Florida. Joe Biden up with 51.3. Donald Trump 47.9. Joe Jorgensen. Is it Jorgensen or Jorgensen?
I say Jorgensen.
Okay, I see. I've heard some people say Jorgensen, but Joe Jorgensen 0.5, Howie Hawkins 0.1, Roque de la Fuente 0.1, and then the rest are just 0.1.
What kind of nationality is Joe Jorgensen? Because Jorgensen is a pretty Nordic last name.
I would say German, but
no, it's definitely not German. I'm German.
Yeah.
Jorgensen is like Danish or Swedish. If somebody knows in the comment section, please let us know.
In the Georgia special and Georgia regular, Ossoff and Warnock are leading. They have not yet called any other Senate races, but in New Hampshire, Jean Shaheen is down to... they don't even have it on here because it's not even going to be a close race. That might just be because of the early votes, but Jean Shaheen is down in New Hampshire. McConnell up in Kentucky. Graham up in South Carolina. Mark Warner has won this in Virginia.
They still haven't called Indiana for Trump on New York Times, even though that was, I think, CNN's first projection.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Which is weird because
Associated
CNN
Press
hasn't.
still doesn't have Indiana.
Yeah, CNN still has not called Kentucky for Trump, but New York Times has.
There are more House races called. Spanberger's leading in Virginia.
Okay. I mean, I anticipate that.
And I think everyone
being
kind of
Compass
did.
Factor in that race is just too much. If you guys have any questions in the chat overall, instead of just spamming with Trump 2020 or Biden 2020, go for it.
I can't see anything from back here. I'm trying to fill in this map as best as possible.
I'm using New York Times. Or at least that's the one that's being shared on your screen right now. But I recommend Politico too. Politico's usually pretty fast. What's going on in Florida now?
The House is updated 5-1 for the Republicans.
Trump leads in Florida with 41% in. Geez, I hate not knowing what to make of any of this because of how wacky everything is going to be with absentee early in person.
53% in Florida from Associated Press. Biden still leading 51.3, Trump 48. He's tightened the gap a little bit, but not notably.
When do I think Pennsylvania will be called? It's going to be a few days, honestly. Okay, I think we have a...
I don't think Pennsylvania will be called anytime. It definitely won't be called tonight.
I think they're counting mail ballots on Friday.
I heard that it was tomorrow morning that they first
New York
voting, but I don't know.
New York's not calling mail-in, or they're not counting really any ballots until Friday.
Drew, look at Florida 27.
Look at Florida's 27th district. Florida 27. Where is that in Florida? I have no idea. Well, it's not called yet. Florida 27. Florida 27. I'll just look it up online. I think that's the Florida Keys, I think.
Is it?
No, it's not. It's not. I think it's Miami area. No, it's down at the Florida's 27th Congressional District from the 115th Congress. It's Miami. So it's down there, but not much. I don't think they really have anything down there. It's kind of blurry. But it looks like the Democrats leading in Florida's 27th. Another call for a Democrat. I don't know for in the House. Oh, here I
Biden's
found it. I found
underperforming in
a way to do it.
Osceola County too. Strange.
Florida 27. There is no results so far in Florida's 27th district. District 20. Alcee Hastings won. Who's that? But this is the Democrat one in that district. Bill Posey, the Republican in District 8 in Florida, won. Byron Donalds in District 19 won.
I honestly have no idea what to make of these Florida results because
These
Biden's- yeah,
Oh, sorry
Biden is
about that.
underperforming in Osceola. He's underperforming in Miami-Dade, but he's completely overperforming in Pinellas and Duval. Although that's actually tightened a little bit. He's up
What
4.4 now in Pinellas. I think anything above 4 points is a good sign for him.
What state was the hardest for you guys to predict this year?
Going into tonight or like throughout the cycle?
Going into tonight.
Arizona
honestly,
or
yeah, I was
Florida.
gonna say Arizona too.
Mine's
that's
Florida
most-
or North Carolina.
I think that's totally fair too. I think all three of those states, they're like considered the needle states, right?
A breaking news: Associated Press has called the state of Indiana for Governor Eric Holcomb officially. No surprise in that. And let me check Vermont if they called it for Phil Scott yet. They have not called the state of Vermont for Phil Scott. 2% in. He's leading with 75% of the vote. That's extremely promising for him, though, considering Biden's heavily in the lead in Vermont.
You know, to me, that's actually a bit of a surprise that they called it for Holcomb this early. I thought that the Libertarian candidate, Donald Rainwater, would take a good amount of votes away from him, but I was wrong.
Yeah, I think that actually points to a greater theme here that we're not seeing as many third-party votes as we did in 2016 at all.
He's at like 12% of the vote, if I'm not wrong. I'll have to
Right
check
now,
that.
right now the partisan split in Florida is 50.3 to 48.8.
According to the Associated Press, the Biden's lead in Biden's lead in Florida has tightened. It's 50.5 to 48.8 with 57% of the vote in.
The Associated Press also moved New Hampshire. They gave Jean Shaheen the lead. She's up by 53.
Okay, that's great. That's expected. I mean, she was going to win by a landslide, or she is going to win by a landslide.
Which also means they should have updated the presidential race in New Hampshire and has Biden up 33.
Biden's still leading in Georgia. Is Georgia counting early votes first? Because if they're not, that's bad for the president because Georgia usually counts rural areas first, and they usually go about 60 to 35 for Republicans. 2 minutes till the next poll closing.
Which is Ohio, West Virginia, and North Carolina.
I think North Carolina was going to keep their poll stations open till 8:15 this year because of the long lines. I don't know. I heard that on the new in CNN.
Do you want to talk about Georgia for a second? I think that Biden's actually overperforming Clinton's 2016 numbers somewhat significantly.
Oh, he definitely is. He's leading by
7%.
Yeah.
You know,
That's
I don't want to bet
monumental.
on him winning Georgia, but that's an encouraging sign for him.
They haven't called any other race. Trump's still leading in Virginia, 69.1 to 29.7. But Virginia is expected to go to Biden later tonight.
Here's an interesting statistic. Donald Trump is leading in Fulton County and Chatham County in Georgia. Both of those counties have Atlanta and Savannah. But Biden still has a lead in Georgia somehow, despite trailing in Atlanta and Savannah as of right now.
Lucy McBath is leading in Georgia's 6th district.
And also speeding Purdue early on. He's essentially mirroring Biden's numbers. I think he might be
Biden's back
underperforming a
in the
little
lead in
bit.
Florida.
I can't find these other. Do you want me to keep a? I won't keep a map of the House districts because this is too. They're getting in too fast, and I can't find where they are. But I'll keep updating with the House.
The website is the New York Times, by the way. Seeing a lot of comments asking. So all you need to do is just look up New York Times, search it on Google. And
I think they're
you'll
about
find
to
it.
make a projection for West Virginia.
Wait,
Yes, polls are going to close at
2 seconds.
7:30.
Ryan, I think someone donated in your chat.
Ooh.
Did they?
My friend just swiped up Snapchat and said someone gave you $5.
I didn't see anything.
Can you check a super chat?
MSN just cut to a commercial just as they were making a state call.
Oh, here we go. North
Ohio, too early to
Carolina,
call.
West Virginia, and Ohio are too early to call, according to CNN.
West Virginia too early to call. What a joke.
I agree.
West Virginia, the West Virginia Senate race has been called for Shelley Moore Capito. She will return to the Senate for 6 more years.
Yeah, okay, no surprise. Although I've heard that North Carolina is actually going to be delayed in counting results because they had to extend voting hours in a lot of areas.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate because I was anticipating that North Carolina would be one of the first states that.
The Associated Press has also called West Virginia for Donald Trump.
Yeah, okay.
I was about to say.
So it's 24-4 right now. If we
How'd you
take
get
Associated
four?
Press and CNN. Trump taking over the lead with 59% of the vote in Florida. Wait, Associated Press has Biden retaking over that lead now with 63% reporting in Florida.
Yeah, I mean, right now I think, yeah, so Biden's lead is now 2.7 points in Pinellas, 5.3 in Duval. That's pretty impressive.
With 0% of precincts reporting, Jim Justice has won another term as West Virginia governor.
He's the
No
guy
surprise.
who he was elected as a Democrat at first, right?
I have no idea.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah,
He was
kind of a
like he
character.
switched twice.
twice.
Democrat,
Vermont.
Republican, Democrat, Republican.
Vermont still too early to call with the governor, although Phil Scott is taking a very early lead compared to Biden. He's basically mirroring his number. He's like practically mirroring a Democrat's lead in Vermont, but as a Republican at this point, because Biden is leading by he's mirroring Biden's numbers as a Republican.
That's not surprising.
I wish
I can't-
the chat would ask more questions,
I agree.
but it's all just like Trump 2020, Biden 2020, or like personal opinions. Ooh, first super chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That's my first ever super chat that I've ever received on YouTube.
The presidential election is not decided by who gets the most comments on a comment section on a YouTube live stream.
Facts.
Let's check New Hampshire governor. Chris Sununu leads 63.8 to 34.4. Gene Shaheen leads 70.9 to 26. And Joe
Purdue just
Biden.
took the lead over Ossoff, by the way.
What? Where am I getting the numbers?
No, I'm looking at another map. It's just on the Associated Press. Purdue is taking the lead over Ossoff.
Okay.
About 1,000
Let me check Georgia. Yeah. Georgia.
Right now it says Georgia is Biden's up 7.6.
David Perdue took over the lead against John Ossoff with 4% reporting. Raphael Warnock is leading in the special election with 4%. Raphael Warnock is leading by 11 points. Perdue leading by 0.1 point.
So Purdue is overperforming Trump by over points. Jesus.
Yeah, that doesn't sound good for the Trump campaign either.
Yeah, but that also just doesn't make that much sense given like polling data. In a lot of polls, Purdue was overperforming, but like by 1 or 2 points.
Yeah.
How much of the popular vote do you think Jorgensen's going to win? As a percentage, it'll be a lot less than Gary Johnson. I'll bet 2%, 3%, maybe.
Yeah, I think the hype around Jorgensen is it's not reflective of what she's going to be doing tonight from
I think
Libertarian.
one thing we're not talking about enough is Miami-Dade, though. A 9-point gap right now between Biden and Trump with 84% in.
Wow.
Hillary won by almost 30 points in 2016.
Wow.
I mean, it's the biggest county in the state, too. I don't see any way in which Biden can win in Florida without Miami-Dade.
Ryan, what website are you on?
I'm on New York Times.
Okay.
What's going on in Ohio? It's a good question. I wouldn't expect results to come in that quickly out of Ohio. Yeah, we have nothing
either.
in so far. West Virginia, Kentucky. So yeah, Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia. I feel comfortable calling for Trump. That puts him at what, 24-3. Yeah,
agree.
I mean, this is going to be a long night. New Hampshire is still too close to call. I don't see any way in which Biden loses New Hampshire.
I don't know about that actually. But he didn't. He wasn't able. Again, he wasn't able to garner a lot of primary votes. But to be fair, he split with Klobuchar and Buttigieg. And also, I
Right.
do think that the colleges being closed on, or some of them, is going to hurt Biden overall. But still, New Hampshire. If I'm a betting man, I'd go Biden's going to win New Hampshire by 4%.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because 2016 was what? It was decided by 3,000 votes, which meant that a single voter in New Hampshire was the most important voter in the entire election. But now, we have polls that have Biden up by over 10 points.
And actually, in 2016, for some reason, I've hung on to this data point for a long time. The polls in New Hampshire were more accurate than anywhere else. They had Clinton ahead by 0.3, she won by 0.3, and they had Biden up by 11.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think they're going to have him, or I don't think he's going to win by 11. I don't even think Shaheen's going to win by that much, but fun statistic. Biden is again, only 1% of the votes in, but Biden's outperforming Clinton by around 3%. She was ahead 60-40. No, she wasn't ahead. She was ahead by 20. Biden's winning by more than that.
Blue Texas, everybody. 6-1. That is the vote count in Texas. I think it's over. 38 electoral votes go to Joe Biden in
He
Texas.
just declared victory.
Yep. 7 votes in. Joe Biden, 85% of the vote. It's over.
I think we should just end the stream right now. I think it's safe to say that Joe Biden has won the presidency.
Joe Biden retook over the lead by 100,000 votes in Florida with 66% of precincts reporting. Florida could be one of the earliest states called if they keep reporting at this rate.
I still struggle to see any situation, though, in which Florida goes to Biden if he wins in Miami-Dade by just 9 points. Like, there has to be something woefully wrong there.
Well, the seniors in the Panhandle are turning against Trump, but again, you're right. Biden needs to run up a score in Miami-Dade and possibly Broward.
And I mean, like, this points to the demographic shifts that we were seeing coming into this election, but this is like that on steroids.
Did the people in the chat know Biden didn't win Texas? We're kidding.
Ryan, you got more super chats.
I did.
They just called Virginia
for
for
third party this year. You want to read them or?
You can go for it.
Okay. From just another jarhead, he donated $10. You won't see as many third party this year. It's a polarized nation. Thirds will not leave an important election. Will not leave an important election to chance. They will lean to the less.
Huge call. Joe Biden is the projected winner in Virginia.
Virginia, wow.
That's major. 8% of the estimated voted, and he just won in Virginia. I mean, it was obviously expected, but 8%.
That's early.
Good sense.
It was over 60 when they called it in 2016.
Yeah, he's losing in Virginia right now too, which is interesting. But I mean,
CNN is being extremely conservative with their calls right now. They still only have Trump winning Indiana, and that might just be because they're a major news network, and the Associated Press is not as well known as CNN. So if they do make a false call, then that's that. But 8 p.m.
Biden's back up to around a 2% lead in Florida, which is really weird.
I don't understand this. Nothing makes sense right now to me in Florida. It has to be like.
He's also winning in Jacksonville, if that gives you a little bit more clarity.
Where does Jacksonville usually fall? Republican or Democrat?
It's more lean Republican, but it's trending blue. I think Trump won it by a little bit.
Republican, yeah.
Gillum and Nelson both won it by around 4 to 5 points in 2018, though. And they both
Biden, 67% of precincts reporting. Biden leading by 69,000 votes or by 0.9% in Florida. And the polls haven't even closed in Florida yet. This is just early voting numbers. In Georgia, Joe Biden leading by 4,000 votes. New Hampshire, Joe Biden leading by 3,000 votes with 3% of precincts reporting. New Hampshire might not be called till the very early morning hours. Virginia, Donald Trump leading by only 2% with 8% of the vote in, but that has been called by the Associated Press. 20 minutes until the next poll closings, and that's it from CNN.
I think we're getting around 10.5 million votes overall in Florida, right? If I'm not
Wow.
mistaken. And 8.5 million are in so far. Obviously, that's the early vote, but a 9-point lead in Miami-Dade makes no sense. From what I've seen, from obviously early voting is supposed to trend towards Democrats. So it's like, what are the chances that Biden's lead extends there from the early vote today?
I don't understand how Biden is winning Florida while he's also only up 9 in Miami-Dade. I don't understand that.
It does
Well,
not.
if you're now you can go. Sorry. If you're a Biden supporter, you just want these votes to keep coming. It's 76% of the votes in Florida. Biden's winning by a little less than 2%. So you just want to essentially run out the clock in Florida, because this is kind of nonsensical. He's only winning by 9% in Miami-Dade. So either we're seeing a lot of seniors switch to him, or something's wrong with the data. But he also just took the lead in Ohio, but only 6% of the votes in.
He's up by 8 in Seminole County. That went
Votes
to
are
Trump
now
by
being counted in Ohio.
I'm still
Joe
waiting for
Biden
results
up
from Vigo
74 to
County.
24 in Ohio. 6% reporting.
Actually, that's bad news for Biden, because the only counties that are reporting are Columbus and a suburban county. That's actually bad news for him.
Columbus and Cincinnati.
No, you're right. There are 3 counties. I'm looking at the Associated Press. But,
Oh, yeah, I am too.
oh, all right.
Yeah, the Mitch McConnell pipe dream is over. I'm surprised that hasn't been called yet.
They
up 18.
just called it. Oh no, you're right.
With 77% of precincts reporting in Florida, Joe Biden leading 50.4% to Donald Trump's 48.7%. I'm extremely surprised by the lack of third-party votes in Florida. Howie Hawkins only has 0.1% of the vote in Florida.
Is that the case elsewhere? I haven't really checked.
I don't. Maybe in solid Republican or Democratic states, it's going to be more third-party votes. If that trend keeps tonight.
Yeah. So Warnock is up. How much are Lieberman and
Oh,
the other two?
Ryan, I think I forgot to say the super chat from Gary Butler at 7:36 p.m. Keep up the great work, gentlemen. I'm proud to see young people involved in politics.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. I think it's really interesting. Purdue is definitely outperforming Trump, which is expected to an extent, but the special election, Lieberman only has 2.6 points. I remember when Lieberman was polling even and even ahead of Warnock for a while. Loeffler's still up on Collins. I think that's probably bad news for the Republicans overall.
I think that the Republicans would have a better chance at keeping Georgia special if Collins won. I think Loeffler is definitely not the greatest choice that Republicans need going into that special election, especially against Raphael Warnock.
Yeah, I mean, she has like the endorsement and fundraising advantage, but Collins is universally like more liked, especially after the whole stock trading issue with.
I think that the Democrats should be mad that it's going to be a runoff, or in all likelihood, it's going to be a runoff election, because we're going to possibly see lower turnout. That's why I'm not too big on Warnock being able to win that race. He's going to win the outright vote, but the runoff is what's going to kill him, in my opinion. Mitch McConnell projected to win.
The current presidential race from EP official is 24-16, Trump leading. Associated Press has it at 16-13. EP official Senate has Republicans at 31, Democrats at 36. EP official gubernatorial, Republicans at 21, Democrats at 20. And with the House and House update, Democrats have overtaken the lead 10-9 against the Republicans.
I think it's interesting that Indiana still has not been called, according to New York Times, for the Republicans, and Virginia already has. Weird. I mean,
I think that
also hasn't called hasn't called Indiana, according to the map I'm looking at.
in Florida, they are at 77% reporting. I think that they are going to slow down. The polls haven't even closed yet in Florida, and they are counting ballots so fast. 77% is reporting. Their polls close in 15 minutes. When those polls do close in 15 minutes, I think that we'll have a good sense of who is going to win the state of Florida. I definitely do think, though, that is going to be one of the tightest states tonight, just based on the pure fact that these numbers, Biden's only leading by 3% with the early votes in so far.
Donald Trump is up 0.7% in Pinellas County with 90% of the votes reporting.
Florida's tightening. 9.2 million votes are now in.
Trump's now
That
at
is
8.
remarkable.
How much was actually cast early?
I don't know. I think actually no. Pause that. Florida has 2 poll closing times, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So no,
Yeah.
scratch that. That's not just all early voting. That's in-person voting and early voting combined. But I'd guess a majority of it is early voting.
Donald
just
Trump
took the
has
lead in
taken the lead
Georgia.
in the state of Georgia, according to the Associated Press
Yeah,
and
I don't
Politico.
know. Georgia's looking underwhelming, but then again, it's like back in 2016, I think Trump was leading by like 15 to 20 points basically all night in Florida, or in Georgia rather, until it eventually tightened.
Right.
So,
Wait, the
we'll
next
see.
polls close in New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, and Florida. I thought the next polls. Oh, those are key battleground states. The next key. So the states that are going to be called in 13 minutes from the 8 p.m. poll closings are Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, D.C., Florida, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Mississippi, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Tennessee.
There's an estimated 2.5 million votes still out there in Florida.
Wow.
Biden's
That
up by
is-
0.8. I think, yeah, like in today's video, I think if anybody in the chat watched it, hopefully, I said that Florida is going to be the first state outside of the state of California where both candidates receive 5 million votes. And that's only
As of
happened
right
twice
now,
in California.
The Senate is 30 to 35 with the Dems leading.
Well, that was the breakdown.
They called New Hampshire.
going into it, right?
Wait, so they called New Hampshire for Shaheen, I'm assuming?
Did they?
They would have to call New Hampshire for Shaheen, and then
Because
South
it's obviously
Carolina or
Virginia and New
Kentucky for
Hampshire.
McConnell or Grimm. McConnell's he is taking over the lead heavily by nearly 20 points, maybe 25 points in Kentucky. I think that if that continues, then we might be able to make a call out of Kentucky Senate. If that trend continues, out of South Carolina, Lindsey Graham leading Jamie Harrison. No surprise there with the early votes in, but that's only 2% of the votes in. South Carolina is going to be another one that will have to wait for a long time. And then in New Hampshire, Jean Shaheen, they must be coming to a conclusion in New Hampshire. Actually, never mind, 1% reporting. But I don't know why they haven't really called it yet. Shaheen was expected to win by upwards of 12 points tonight.
New York Times gives Trump a 95+ chance of winning Florida.
Really?
5.
That's big.
Wow.
I assume that's because what's left is mostly
That's hard
in
to
person,
believe.
which is going to favor Trump. And honestly, geez, his lead in Miami-Dade has shrunk even more. Like, that's going to be the story of the night. He's only up 90,000 votes in Miami-Dade. That's a 22-point swing right now. That's insane. If that's representative of at all of the rest of the country, I think we could be in for another 2016, to be honest.
What are the odds that this election turns out to be closer than the 2000 election?
Trump has Joe Biden's lead in Florida is shrinking by a lot. He's only leading by about 0.7% now. There's a Biden HQ tonight. Wow, I didn't think he would have one. He's apparently addressing the nation tonight from his home in Wilmington, though. We don't know when, but they said if it's in his favor, he's definitely making a statement tonight.
So CNN is saying that the Miami-Dade numbers right now are in person on the day results.
Well, then that's great
I
for Joe Biden if it's only a 9-point gap.
It is, but I think that's more of like in an attempt to stop a panic, because it says 86% of the estimated vote is reporting. 14% of the estimated vote is not.
CNN
reporting.
stand by for a CNN projection.
Yeah, Vermont. 3 electoral votes.
Oh boy, Vermont.
No surprise. Bernie Sanders' home state. That's actually the first state that CNN has called for Joe Biden. It's interesting. It's 11-3 in their tally. They're definitely being very conservative. And I mean, I don't blame them.
The reason that McConnell's winning is because he's in Kentucky.
Yeah. I think an interesting thing is going to be, are any like news sites or coverage is going to prematurely call a state. I think that would be interesting to see if somebody gets a state wrong. So far, that's obviously not going to happen, but we'll see. Biden lost 2 votes in Texas. Oh man, it's 7-4 now. Wait, how did he lose 2 votes in Texas? I swear earlier it was 6-1. What the hell? That's kind of weird.
Where are you seeing that at?
On New York Times. Remember earlier 6-1 with less than 1% of the vote reporting. Now it's 7-4 for Donald Trump. This is voter fraud. Everybody. Maybe Trump is right after all.
Democrats are winning 14-10 in the House of Representatives as of right now.
Yeah, I mean, the House isn't competitive at all. There are competitive races, but the control of ooh, interesting. Biden's up big in Ohio. I assume that's because Cleveland has reported. Yeah, 42% is in Cleveland. Jeez, he's crushing it.
On Associated Press, they have Youngstown, Cleveland, Columbus, and Cincinnati are reporting so far.
Yeah. What were his margins in Franklin and how do you even pronounce that? Cuyahoga?
Cuyahoga.
He's up 10 over Hillary in Cuyahoga, and he's up 17 over Hillary in Franklin. I assume that's early vote again, but still something to pay attention to.
I really don't know what the Associated Press is waiting for in Indiana right now.
Yeah, same with the New York Times. PA vote is in. 7-4 in Pennsylvania and Texas. That's interesting. Biden's leading in West Virginia. That's funny. Yeah, okay, Kentucky's over. Jeez, that's a blowout. 23 points for someone as unpopular as Mitch McConnell.
Wow.
That's absolutely ridiculous. Don't less than 20% of Kentuckians approve of his job as Senate Majority Leader. It's kind of ridiculous. Tom Tillis leading, yeah. Georgia's coming in pretty slow. I thought it would come in a little bit faster.
McConnell also got absolutely crushed in the debates too against Amy McGrath.
I appreciate your analysis of this year's election. What is Florida looking like? Florida is looking dire for Biden, in my opinion. I don't see a situation in which he wins Florida because of that Miami-Dade vote that you can see here. That's a 22-point swing again in favor of Donald Trump from 2016. It's not a good sign for Biden. He's also only up 0.7% now with 91% in Pinellas. That's not going to be enough. Points in Duval is also borderline not enough. 4.6 in Seminole is good. Right around where it was in 2016. I don't see a path to victory for Biden in Florida.
5
But I
minutes
think
until the 8 p.m. poll closings.
Yeah, honestly, I think if anything, the polls are starting to look very accurate in Florida, showing that kind of trend towards Trump later on. It's a 6,000 vote lead for Biden right now with 81% reporting.
Trump narrowed it to 0.4% in Florida, absolutely shattering the vote totals 4 years ago, with 80% reporting, according to Associated Press.
Florida's tied.
Really?
Yeah, it's a 6,000 vote lead. But again, and that's like with none of the panhandle coming in so far. I think it's pretty safe to call that Florida is going to Donald Trump.
I wouldn't call it yet, just to make sure.
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't call it yeah either, but I think it's starting to look that way 100%, which is not a good sign for the Biden campaign. Absolutely. Obviously, it's not a death wish, but not a good sign.
Although the Panhandle doesn't really have many voters in it, maybe Pensacola, but I really wouldn't think that the Panhandle would have a lot of an effect. Like, obviously, if it's a tied race right now, I think it would have more of an effect. But if Biden retakes this lead, especially with more votes coming in from the second half of Florida and 8 o'clock, I don't think the Panhandle would have much of an effect.
I think you're right, but at the same time, it's just like it all comes down to Miami-Dade. Like there's no chance Biden wins Florida without winning by 20 plus points in Miami-Dade, and he's only up by 9 right now with 84% in. Like that's so ridiculous, and it's so embarrassing for his campaign in a lot of ways. Like I've heard he's underperforming with not only Latinos but African Americans there too. I guess we'll see what happens because there's still 14% left there, but it's definitely not looking well. Broward is looking like it should, which is strange. I don't know if anybody has any answers to what is going on in Florida. Feel free to let me know because I have no idea. Donald Trump has also won in South Carolina, according to the New York Times. Yep. No surprise. It's a pretty early
I'm back.
call, though. It's kind of similarly to Virginia.
Well, what did they call?
Multiple sources have South Carolina for Trump.
South Carolina for Trump.
Every source I've looked at least.
Yeah, I think that's interesting because
I'm expecting South Carolina to be won by under 10% by Trump this election cycle.
yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think Virginia and South Carolina were running pretty even, at least in my prediction.
Wow.
For margins for either candidate. But I mean, they're both called, and that's no surprise. So New York Times has it at 22-16. In reality, it's 33-16 with Trump winning in Indiana. I don't know, man. This is not a good sign. I think if you're a Biden supporter, I think it's not like it's 2016, but it's not like very comforting to see that kind of result in Miami-Dade. New super chat. Just want to say, young men make me proud with your engagement and its many details. I'm an millennial 1981 Cusper Zennial. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Young people tend not to care enough. You give me hope for the future. Keep it up. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. We are doing our best. And another super chat. So far, South Carolina, Kentucky, and Virginia are for Trump. Indiana and Florida also Trump. Florida not yet, although it's looking very likely that Florida will go Republican and stay in the red column for the incumbent. But yes, South Carolina, Kentucky, and Indiana, plus West Virginia, I think, for Trump. Basically what you see on this map here, plus Indiana in the red column. Interesting. Pennsylvania went from counting results to not counting results, and that same goes for Texas. A lot of weird stuff going on.
We have some results. Joe Biden will win the state of Massachusetts. Joe Biden will also win the state of Maryland. He will also win his home state of Delaware. So, Ryan, that dream's not coming true. Joe Biden won Delaware. He also won
DC.
the District of Columbia. So it is now 43-33, but Donald Trump has been the declared winner in the state of Oklahoma with 7 electoral votes. I think that the only call.
Yeah.
They can know that they can't make projections in Alabama, Connecticut, Florida, Illinois, Maine, Mississippi, Missouri, and New Hampshire. So right now the electoral votes stand at 43 for Biden.
Although New York Times has called Alabama, Mississippi, and Tennessee for Trump, and I would too. I have no issues with calling any of those 3 states for Trump.
Okay,
So
I think Marjorie Taylor Greene has officially won her House race in Georgia. Marjorie Taylor Greene will be going to Congress.
How did Biden? Oh, Jesus, really? God.
Yeah, that's. I tried to get into a debate with her on Facebook. She has a lot of Facebook accounts. She still hasn't gotten back to me.
I think no matter what side of the political spectrum you're on, that is a complete and total disaster. Marjorie Greene. One question was asked, how did Biden win in Virginia? Well, he's losing right now by 18 points, but that's in large part due to the fact that
Ryan Cam wants to be let back into the stream.
Okay. There we go.
Yeah, my bad. I didn't know it happened.
No worries.
But Trump took the lead in Florida.
Yeah, I think it'll stay that way. How did Biden win in Virginia? Well,
I have a major projection in the state of Kentucky. Mitch McConnell has officially won his Senate race back from Amy McGrath. In Tennessee, Bill Hagerty has defeated Marquita Nash. I think is that her last name? I can't really remember, but Kentucky has been called, Tennessee has been called, and Oklahoma has been called for what's his name? Jim Inhofe, I think. Right. Jim Inhofe and James Langford. Yeah. Okay.
So Mitch McConnell.
MJ Hagar is now leading in the state of Texas with. That can't be right. It says she's leading with 1 million votes to 977,000 votes. 16% reporting. If that's actually no, that might be the case because Texas had surpassed 2016 voting with just early and mail-in voting alone. So that actually, with only 16% of precincts reporting in Texas, MJ Hagar is leading in the state of Texas. Joe Biden is also leading in the state of Texas. 1919 in the United States House. Let me just check.
20 points in Texas.
John Carney has won his governorship back in the state of Delaware. Let me check New Hampshire.
Jack Reed is well in Rhode Island.
He was declared the winner. Why isn't CNN doing senatorial races? That doesn't make any sense to me.
I think they're heavily preoccupied with the presidential race, although they aren't even calling anything. But okay, Biden up 20 points in Texas.
Wow.
10% of the estimated vote in, and this is in large part because Dallas County has reported 81% of their votes.
Chris Sununu has been declared the winner in New Hampshire gubernatorial too.
That's quick. That was actually a pretty competitive governor race.
Yet Phil Scott is not been called yet. So Chris Sununu has, Phil Scott has not. The
Right.
governorship stands at 22 to 21. The Senate, let me check the Senate. They called Massachusetts, Rhode Island. They called all the states up at the East Coast for Biden on Associated Press. New Jersey, Connecticut, and Rhode Island have all been called for Joe Biden. It's 68 to 66. Wait, they called another state. They also called the state of Illinois 20 electoral votes to Joe Biden. Joe Biden has 88 electoral votes. Donald Trump has 66 electoral votes. The United States Senate stands at 40 for the Democrats. I don't keep rambling on to the different things here, but Jean
worries.
Shaheen has been called the
Yep.
winner.
She's
Massachusetts, Ed Markey, and in Rhode Island, forgot who's running in Rhode Island, and Cory Booker in New Jersey. So the EP official forecast has 33 for the Republicans, 41 for the Democrats.
Yeah. New CNN projection. They can now finally project that Kentucky has gone to Trump. That's late as heck. But anyways, I think there's a chance that Florida is a blowout by its standards, honestly.
You think? I mean, I don't know. Trump is
I think-
leading there by pretty hefty margins, but I think we got to wait for more of Miami-Dade, West Palm Beach to come in than the Panhandle. I mean, I think that pretty much doubles or triples the Panhandle itself.
Right.
Pennsylvania, too close to call 1% in. Joe Biden up 79.9 to 18.8, 39,408 votes ahead. Biden is leading in Georgia with 10% reporting. Texas, Joe Biden leading 58.7 to 40%.
Yeah, I'm just going to interrupt you for a second because people were asking about Virginia, how Biden won. Well, Virginia has not gone red in a statewide race since, I think, 2008, if I'm not mistaken. It might have actually been longer than that. But as you can see right now, yes, Trump is winning by almost 20 points. But the fact is that in Virginia, typically the DC suburbs, as you can see here, and the more urban areas tend to report their results late. Plus, the early in-person voting and mail-in voting has not been factored into the vote count in Virginia quite yet. So that is why Joe Biden has won in Virginia.
In Florida, a new key race alert, 86% of the vote in. Donald Trump leading by 0.6%, 65,000 votes in Florida. When the Panhandle comes in, that'll extend when more of Miami-Dade, West Palm Beach, maybe Jacksonville comes in. Then it will tighten up. I think Florida is going to be less than a point this time around.
Trump won Florida by 1.2% in 2016.
Yeah, I think.
Bold prediction. Trump wins Florida by more than he did in 2016.
Really?
I'm just going to say it right now because I don't see any way that doesn't happen if he's overperforming Clinton by 22 points in Miami-Dade.
Donald Trump is now leading in the popular vote 50.1 to 48.8. Joe Biden's leading in South Carolina by 6 points. CNN, I am disappointed in CNN's coverage tonight. I am extremely disappointed. This is not the CNN coverage that we're used to. I'm going to switch to MSNBC.
Good boy.
Actually, let me check the Fox News needles right now. Yeah, see, MSNBC's very, very well. Haggerty winning against Bradshaw. Let me check Fox News for their. They usually have a needle. Am I the only one that thinks Fox News' election coverage is the most anticlimactic coverage of them all? I mean, even when the Republicans won in 2018, they just didn't seem like they were all into the election. I mean, my prediction though is if Biden does win Florida, if he does somehow get out, if he does win Florida, if the Panhandle doesn't come in strong for Trump, if Miami-Dade comes in great for mail-in votes, for in-person votes for Biden, I think that we could practically call the election if Biden is declared the winner of Florida. Biden leading in Dallas County 66 to 32.8 with 81% of the vote in.
Donald Trump has taken the lead in the state of Georgia.
Someone said Trump won Ohio, but I think that's bullshit.
That is
Not yet.
definitely. They said that someone said that in the comments. They said Trump won Rhode Island, so I wouldn't really trust the comments.
Yes, he's up by 13 right now in Ohio, or Biden, that is, which is interesting. 36% is in, but then again, this is mostly coming from the early vote in the more urban areas.
In 2016, Hillary Clinton had a very good lead until almost half the vote came in. So
Cam, I'm not gonna make those graphics for the Instagram. It's just too much.
yeah, I don't even care.
Okay. Denton County. Denton County, usually a solidly Republican state in Texas, down 95% in. Donald Trump is only up there by 7 points. He won that county by more than maybe 15 points in 2016.
Wow.
That is right above Dallas. That is not good for Donald Trump in Texas. I don't think that we will get a blue Texas.
Wow. That's actually pretty big. Honestly, like, considering everything that's happened this year, I would not be surprised if Florida went to Trump by a larger margin than it did in 2016, and then Biden wins Florida.
I'm not going to lie. It really took me a while to finally say that Trump will win Texas. This is one of the last states that I could really make a prediction for.
Yeah, I don't know. It really depends on turnout because it shattered expectations. But like, is that enough? Because we all know that Texas is a sleeping giant for the Democratic Party, and it could be that it's awoken this year, but it could be that it just slightly isn't enough. Although 82% is in from Harris County, and it's only a 14-point gap, that's not going to be enough. I think Biden needed to be over 58 and possibly even get into 60% in Harris.
Joe Biden and Barbara, how do you say her name? Boyer,
I think.
Boyer,
I don't know. I got chastised in the comments for that.
Well, her and Joe Biden just took the lead in Kansas.
Yeah, I mean,
I think Marshall.
In Kansas.
I think Kansas would have been maybe by this point along. Like, you know how in Iowa everyone thought Ernst was going to win by large margins in like August, and now it's really, really tight. I think the same could have gone. I think Kansas could have been a lot tighter if Chris Kobach won the primary against Roger Marshall.
I think I can make a projection right now.
What is it?
In full and honest, this is a major one. Donald Trump is going to win in Florida. I can confidently project Donald Trump has won in Florida.
Really?
And that's a big one, and I think he's going to win by a larger margin than he did in 2016.
That's very interesting.
I know that a few different sources have already called the state of Florida for Joe Biden, or for Donald Trump. I keep saying Joe Biden, but I can now definitely say he's up by 1.3 points. 10.2 million votes are in. There's not a lot of vote left outstanding, and it's all because of Miami-Dade. Wait, so do you guys think Trump's going to win Florida? Yes. Trump has won Florida.
I don't know. I'm going to wait until we get in the 90%.
Me too.
Reporting. I think if Trump does win Florida, it won't be a big hit to the Biden campaign because they were anticipating a loss in Florida. Okay, this person keeps saying Trump is winning all these states, and he's not because Michigan's polls haven't even closed yet.
Just ignore him. It's fine.
So, yeah, okay. But yeah, honestly, I do think
Trump wins Florida by a larger margin than he did in 2016. And so now I think
a win in Florida means a whole lot of momentum for the Trump campaign going on for the rest of the night.
I couldn't agree more. And I think ultimately it's going to come down now to obviously the 3 Rust Belt states, and that's going to take a while.
Into Arizona.
And this is so bad for the integrity of everything too. With a win in Florida, Trump can basically just like claim victory and demand voter fraud if obviously the results change in the next few days, which they're obviously bound to happen. I think Biden has to win in Arizona now, but I don't know what his chances are of doing that, considering that Trump won by this much in Florida.
I would
Boye
give
up in Kansas. I don't know. Oh, Peter's up in Michigan. Did Michigan's polls close, and Doug Jones up in Alabama?
Yeah, okay. Big news. Decision Desk just called Florida for Donald Trump.
Did they really?
Yep.
Really?
Wow.
That's insane.
Wow.
This was way earlier than 4 years ago, if I remember right.
Folks, we're in for a long ride. This was fast. This was abrupt. I don't know what to say. If you ask me who's winning this election right now, I've gone from 70% chance of Biden winning to honestly 50-50.
You know, I really expected for it to take a lot longer to count votes in every state, but with Biden winning at 8:15 Eastern Time, that's just insane. Or I mean, if Trump winning, my bad.
It's not even like I'm upset about Trump winning Florida. I'm just in pure shock right now. And I just know that this is going to turn into such a disaster. Especially if Trump can't keep his emotions in check. But honestly, this is just so disappointing too for the Biden campaign. Like, and just Democrats in general. Like, if you're a Biden supporter, I don't even know. Or a Democrat in general. Just like the feeling of constant disappointment with the Democratic Party. But then again, I guess if you're looking at like a bright side of this, or like a possible chance for Biden still to make gains in the Sun Belt, Latino voters in Arizona, Florida, Texas, New Mexico, Colorado, North Carolina, even Georgia are very ideologically different.
So who all has actually called Florida for Trump?
Well, I have. Decision Desk has. I know a few different Twitter accounts have called it. Be impartial and stop being political. Just wait until the results are in. The results are in, and Trump is going to win Florida by a larger margin than he did in 2016.
Wow, they did call Florida for Trump. You know, some people were expecting Florida to be like Bush and Gore in 2000. I didn't think it would be that close, and I didn't think Trump would win by this much. This is really shocking.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I'm not even like upset by it or crying about it. I'm just genuinely shocked. And I don't think anybody who's following this election as closely.
Texas, 32% in. Joe Biden still leads by 10%.
Most of that is because of Dallas and Houston's votes being counted first.
I got a super chat saying, are you guys rooting for Trump or Biden? I find it very easy for myself to separate who I want to win and who I believe will win. Who I believe will win, I have no idea. Who I want to win, that's also kind of a gray area. But as I was saying earlier, I think if you are a Democrat, you can only feel disappointed by the Democratic Party because it's just consistent losses. Loss after loss after loss. Even in an election as winnable as this was for them, it's like I'm not saying that Trump has already won or that Joe Biden doesn't have a chance, but I'm saying that the fact that he's about to win in Florida by that much larger of a margin than he did in 2016.
If Joe Biden loses this election, you should expect the Democratic Party to move in a more progressive direction.
It's going to be total chaos. Because this was the most winnable election against an incumbent president in American history. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
This is nowhere near over, though.
I think you're right. But I mean, if we're just talking off like pure data points, like approval ratings, the economy, COVID-19, the deaths, like this was the most winnable election for a Democratic candidate ever.
It's just a really bad time to be a incumbent president right now with a global pandemic, racial injustice protests, and pretty much everything that's happened this year. It's just a terrible time to be a president.
I think you're totally right. I think a lot of going into this year, Trump had a significantly better chance of winning this race. And then a lot of stuff went wrong. Some of it not entirely his fault.
Trump now has the lead in Texas, according to the Associated Press. A 40,000 vote lead, 1.1%.
I'm still stunned. Biden still leads in Texas. He still leads in Ohio. But I don't know.
Trump is leading in Michigan, but with, let me see here, 1% in. You know, I will say this. 100% of my predictions are right as of right now so far.
Same here.
I just want to throw that out there.
MJ Hagar is still in the lead in Texas, even though Trump took over the lead in Texas. So if that continues, then Texas Senate could be closer than Texas General. Unlikely, but
Texas is now back to Biden by, wow, over 5%. 32% reporting.
Could you imagine? No, it's not going to happen because basically everything that's come in from Texas is from Dallas and Harris, the two biggest counties in the entire state. I think Trump wins in Texas. I think Trump wins in Ohio. And I think Biden's only path to victory is definitely through the Rust Belt, which is an issue.
I don't think Texas is ready to flip quite yet. So,
yeah. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin are going to be an issue with slow vote counts as well.
Texas just went back to Biden, 52 to 46.7.
We were just mentioning that. Why can't they call the Maine's first district for Biden or DC? As DC has their polls closed?
DC.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
I'm
DC
just
already closed, and that was called immediately.
Associated Press, or nobody has anything. Oh, Decision Desk does. Just wondered.
Why has Indiana still not been called by the New
Yeah,
York
I don't
Times?
understand that. Trump's up 19 with 42% reporting. Indianapolis, that county is reported. Fort Wayne reported. Evansville reported. South Bend reported. Gary reported. Almost all the big cities in Indiana have reported some votes, so I don't know what the Associated Press is waiting for right now.
Is MJ Hagar underperforming Biden? I would assume so. Coming in, I think she is.
MSN is just now calling
doing
West
this-
Virginia for Trump.
What's the margin in the presidential race for Biden? Because
Biden is up 85 to 55, if that's what you're asking.
oh no, I meant Florida. Sorry,
Oh.
I got lost in my or Georgia. I got lost in my words there. So Trump is up by 14 points in Georgia right now, or 13 points in Georgia. But
Wow.
in the Senate race, Purdue is up by 16 points.
We can't forget that
Cunningham.
Florida was expected to go for Trump, by the way. But I would have never guessed by this much.
Very good numbers for Joe Biden. 60% in North Carolina. He leads by 10%.
I
Nearly.
actually predicted North Carolina to go for Biden this year.
Wow, Joe Biden. if North Carolina goes blue, I think Joe Biden would win the election, and I'm being upfront.
I would agree with that.
I think you could call the election for Joe Biden if he wins in North Carolina.
Tillis is up 8 points in that Senate race right now.
Tillis?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Why is that happening?
Wait,
Is that like the same
maybe,
data?
maybe not. Let me check.
The last time a Democrat won North Carolina was
Actually, no, never mind. Never mind. North Carolina. I think that was only a county in North Carolina. That's my fault. That's my fault.
Wait, this doesn't make any sense. Why is Biden up 9 points in North Carolina? And
I think it was a county. I didn't see. I don't know. It might have just been a county that I saw.
well, it says only 26% of the estimated vote is in the Senate race, or 60% now. Yes, it says 60% is in the presidential race.
Susan Collins leading in Maine, but that's expected with her rural counties coming in first.
Donald Trump has expanded his lead to almost 2% in Florida.
Yeah, that's incredible. And it has everything to do with Miami.
With 80. 1 sec. 87% of the votes recording. 2.2% now. It just updated.
I'd be interested to know where the popular vote is at right now.
Joe Biden is down 2% to Trump so far. It is a 500,000 vote difference. And that is expected to change with California and New York still yet to
Wait,
come.
no, I wasn't looking at a county. MSNBC has Joe Biden with 60% in 54. He's leading by 10 points.
I don't know what's going on with MSNBC tonight.
MSNBC, I don't know what they have, but they had Biden as a statewide thing, as a statewide call, 60%, and he's leading by 10 points.
I think just going back to the Florida point, overall, this is the only state right now where Donald Trump is overperforming polls, which is interesting, and I think it completely hinges on the Cuban vote, especially in Miami-Dade, because that's one of the only demographics outside of obviously white, non-college educated voters that was heavily expected to shift towards Trump, or at least go towards Trump. And ultimately, I think that's interesting, and I think it's going to be a huge reflection on the state of the race in Florida and nationwide. Someone said popular vote means nothing, as Clinton won the popular vote and lost. Yes, popular vote relatively means nothing, but it will mean something when it comes down to if this election is extremely close in terms of the electoral vote and lawsuits get filed. I think there will be a lot more emphasis put onto the national popular vote.
Ballots being delivered in North Carolina right now, in Mecklenburg County, North Carolina. In North Carolina, it is still too early to call 60% in. It's a 300,000 vote difference. I think, honestly, if Biden keeps the steady lead with a lot, and I mean, if Biden just keeps this lead or just, and 4% in Pennsylvania, Biden leading, not a surprise. But if he really keeps this going, 2 million ballots remaining, if he keeps this going, I think we could call North Carolina for Joe Biden by the night's end. This is unprecedented in North Carolina.
I think
that's cool and all, but they still haven't called Indiana on the Associated Press.
I think I have a lot more reservations about North Carolina based off the fact that Democrats outnumbered Republicans by a lot more in the early vote than they did in Florida. And a lot of this is what's contributing to the 60% right now in North Carolina. So I'm a little bit more conservative in my approach to that as compared to Florida.
You know, this makes me very happy because if everything goes the way it's going right now, I'm going to have this entire electoral map predicted 100% right.
Yeah, I mean, I've predicted everything
very good.
right so far too, based off the early vote. I don't expect that to hold up though. Biden's still up by about 6 in Texas, 11 in Ohio. It's really interesting that he's down by 20 points in Virginia with 30% of the estimated vote, but they called Virginia with 3% of the vote reporting for Joe Biden, which means they like have some kind of data that they were just seeing, or if they were just going based off polling. So
Election alert. Next poll closings are in 10 seconds. Okay, it's Arkansas. Never mind. That's not interesting. We can already call Arkansas right now.
I think so.
We can call Arkansas right now.
I have another
I'll
bold
update
prediction.
things as we go.
Earlier on in the night, while Joe Biden was still leading, I said that Donald
They
Trump would
have
win in Florida by a larger margin than he did in 2016. I have a new prediction.
They have Arkansas is too early to call.
Ryan, what were you saying?
I think Texas is going to be closer than Florida.
I would maybe agree with that.
I
Here's
guess
a fun fact. Joe
think
Biden is winning in Texas, and John Cornyn is also leading in Texas. So there must have been a lot of split ticket voters in Texas this year.
Yeah. John Cornyn was always pulling ahead of Trump there in polling.
I don't know much about him, but I'll assume he's a somewhat popular senator in Texas.
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't say he's like super popular, but he's definitely a whole lot more popular than Ted Cruz ever was.
Really?
And also, MJ Hagar is nowhere near the candidate Beto O'Rourke was. So
that's true.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I don't think MJ has a chance. Alabama Senate, 1% in, Doug Jones leading, but there's only like 4,000 votes in.
The Alabama Senate race is going to be interesting. That'll be the one Republican flip of the night. I feel bad for Doug Jones. Poor guy.
I know.
A chance.
You know, guys, I think it's the most Alabama thing ever to elect your football coach to the Senate.
It is very Alabama. It's very Southern. I would agree. South Carolina, Jamie Harrison is ahead of Lindsey Graham. I haven't even looked at that until now. 6 points ahead of Lindsey Graham right now. What's the presidential margin?
Miami-Dade County is still 9% to Joe Biden over Donald Trump.
So Biden is up.
In Florida, Donald Trump is up 50.5 to 48.4.
Florida's done. But Biden is up 3.2 right now. Or Trump, yeah, Biden is up 3.2 right now in South Carolina in the presidential race. But Jamie Harrison is up 5.4. That's interesting. It wouldn't be enough to flip that seat, but we'll see. Honestly, I think for Jamie Harrison to win that seat, he would have to overperform Biden by like 10 points. And I don't see that happening.
I'm going to fill in Arkansas here, then I'm going to have a short break in a sec.
Yeah, I think I'm going to take one. Joe Biden's still up 4 points in Texas with 40% reporting.
Are both candidates going to hit 5 million votes in Texas?
Definitely.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know, though, because I don't think that's ever happened before. And Texas usually runs behind Florida in voter turnout, even
that is true.
How much more populated the state is.
But Texas, I've heard it's been shattering voting records since 2016.
Yeah. I think around roughly 9 million people voted in 2016. And I think over 10 million people voted early in Texas.
Joe Biden's really been trying to get the message out to vote in Texas because only 1/4 of Texans voted for Trump in 2016. And that's an interesting fact.
Wow. Okay, so a new Florida CBS News exit poll. Among Hispanics, Biden 53%, Trump 45%.
Wow.
Which makes a lot of sense given the results. I think that's extremely interesting, and a lot of that obviously has to do with the Cuban vote, but it'll also be interesting to see what kind of correlation that has with like states like Arizona or North Carolina or even Texas, hypothetically.
Hey guys, I'll be right back.
No worries. But yeah, so Biden plus 8 among Hispanics in Florida, but Trump only plus 5 among older voters or among seniors in Florida, which is also a big swing. And I think if it weren't for that swing, we probably could have seen Trump blow out Biden in Florida, relatively speaking, by like 3 points. But he's up 2.1 right now with 10.5 million votes in. Really interesting stuff in Florida. I don't think anybody would have expected it to go to Trump by a larger margin than it did in 2016. And if you did think that, then I don't know what you were thinking, but you thought right. Interesting. Yeah, Gary Peters is definitely overperforming Joe Biden so far in Michigan, which was to be expected, maybe, depending on what kind of polls you were looking at. Although John James is a pretty strong candidate. He's just going up against a tough incumbent. Kansas Senate race, Boyle is up 8 points. What's the margin in presidential race? 10 points. So Boyle is actually running behind Biden in that Senate race. That doesn't make sense. Boyle, I would have expected to overperform Biden pretty significantly. John Cornyn up 3 points in Texas. Jones up in Tuberville up in Alabama, although it's very early there. Purdue is looking set to probably win that Georgia Senate race, which is interesting. At this point in the race, do you believe the Senate will flip blue, stay red, or split evenly? I don't have enough information right now in terms of actual results to make any convincing argument for either way or either side right now. But going into tonight, I thought
Cunningham leading. Sorry, keep going.
Oh yeah, but going into tonight, I thought that if anything, the Senate was tilting blue. But I think my own personal prediction was 50-50. Although there's a number of different combinations we could see in the Senate. Right now, it stands at 42-35, which means the Democrats only need 9 more seats to gain a Senate majority. And where would they get that? Well, if you win in Oregon, if you win in New Mexico and Colorado, that's 3. Those are the 3 most likely. Minnesota would be the next most likely, 4. Michigan 5. Maine 6. North Carolina 7. And then it's hard to see more of a pathway for them, honestly.
Ryan, I think that
Arizona.
Joe Biden's going to outperform Cal Cunningham in North Carolina. Joe Biden still leads by 9 points with nearly 70% in North Carolina, but Cunningham only leads by around 5 points in North Carolina with 70% in.
And how much of that will have to do with his whole texting scandal, which especially because a few weeks ago it looked like Cunningham was going to overperform Biden, at least according to most polls.
And Loeffler overtook Warnock in special.
I'm back. Sorry about that.
No worries.
And I see that Cal Cunningham is beating Tom Tillis by 5%.
Interestingly,
underperforming Biden.
So what did I miss when I was gone? Any projections?
No projections, but CNN just showed a graphic that 97% of the vote that is in North Carolina right now was from early vote, which explains Biden's 6.7 point lead. And that was kind of what I was trying to get at earlier. I don't anticipate Biden's lead getting any bigger than this and probably tightening a whole lot more in the next few hours based off of in-person
Well,
today vote, and that's why
John
I'm not
James
very
has
confident.
a 21 point lead over Gary Peters with 8% reporting. Actually got to say hi to him the other day, Gary Peters.
I really want to see Gary Peters come out and win by like 8 points, because do you remember when Trafalgar came out with that poll that showed Gary Peters losing by like 2-3 points, like 3 of them against John James? And
Yeah.
all these people keep telling you Trafalgar is the gold standard poll. They get every race right, especially in Michigan. And I want to see Peters win by 8 points so Trafalgar can be seen as a flawed pollster.
Trafalgar is a interesting situation because they get so many races completely wrong, but in 2016 they were the only pollster to get it right, and I mean that I guess that's respectable to an extent, but it doesn't overshadow the fact that they were awful in the 2018 midterms. They almost did so many
Absolutely
Senate
awful.
races and House races poorly.
Like they would
That's
miss
why
it
they
by
have-
like. Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
keep going.
No worries.
they
I mean,
would-
I was just gonna say that's why they have a C- rating on 538.
Yeah, like they missed so many races in 2018, but they get one poll correctly. That's like, because they had so many polls saying McSally was going to win in 2018 in Arizona. And then Cinema, they had one poll in like mid-October that showed Cinema leading. And then all these people, all these Republicans say, look, they even predicted Arizona correctly. And I'm like, no, their last like 5 polls had McSally beating Cinema. I mean, it's just crazy at the extent that they'll go to say Trafalgar is always correct, yet they're really not. I mean,
Yeah, they favor the Republican in basically every race and then pray that they're right. And in 2016, they just happened to be right. But that's sort of their mojo or whatever. Trump is at 13.5 in Georgia. Yeah, I have no idea what to make of this race right now.
The last time a Republican won 50% of the vote in Florida, I believe, is 2004 with George W. Bush. Both Donald Trump and Mitt Romney won Florida by 49% in the past 2 elections, and that is expected to change.
Yeah, another interesting thing is how low the third party vote is in Florida.
I honestly thought it would be higher this year.
I thought it would be lower than 2016, but not as much lower, because 2016 was a ridiculously high third party election. But now we're only seeing about 1% of the vote in.
I wasn't expecting higher turnout in like Utah because they had McMullen 4 years ago, and
Right.
he was a close third place. Like he could have beat Hillary in the votes.
Yeah, he was the
Pretty
reason that
interesting.
I think CNN had Utah as a battleground toss-up going into the election night, which is interesting. If North Carolina went blue, what could happen? What would happen? Well, if North Carolina went blue, I'd feel a whole lot more confident in Biden's chances. But if North Carolina went red, which is what I still expect it to, I would be very confident that Trump could pull off a miracle again in this election. Florida and North Carolina were kind of seen as like these needle states, is what they called them. If Trump were to win in Florida, North Carolina, and I think Georgia was actually included in that grouping. If he wins those 3 states, 538 had the race at like a 50-50 chance for either candidate, which is interesting because it basically called the needle state because it tips the needle or swings the needle in favor of Trump. Please ask more questions. Gives us a whole lot more to talk about, especially because we're still waiting for the next poll closings in 15 minutes. What's going on with Virginia? Virginia is weird. I mean, 3% of the estimated vote was in, and they called it for Biden, and he's losing by 17 points. But then again, I mean, I still expect Biden to win in Virginia by anywhere from 5 to 10 points.
The vote from the Washington, D.C. area, Northern Virginia, it usually comes in very late.
Right.
Surprisingly, Donald Trump has not tweeted anything in 2 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
I would have definitely said something about my lead in Florida if I was him. I would.
would-
I thought he was going to declare victory. I thought he was going to be on Twitter saying, "We declared victory in Florida. Thank you to the fine people of Florida," or something like that.
I mean, honestly,
That's
he's
what I
been
would have done.
his whole campaign strategy coming into tonight was kind of genius in a sense that he's well, obviously we all know that Trump is a media expert and he knows how to paint a narrative in his direction. That's one of the most impressive qualities of his character. I mean, say what you want about his presidential character, but he's definitely a showman and he knows how to paint a story in his favor. And I guess what I'm trying to get at it here is that for weeks leading up to this election, he was like driving this point home that a win, if he was ahead on election night, that would suggest that he's actually the winner of this election. And rather that if the vote flips back to the Democrats as it's expected to in the days following tonight, it would be voter fraud and all that. And it's like
Is there a
obviously
way?
that's
Is there a way to flip the camera on this website? Because I want to talk about some races and maps, but I'm not going to do it if I can't flip the camera and show people.
honestly, I have no idea.
I've
I'll
looked
have
at
to Google
everything. I don't think there's anything. Last time I tried messing with this app, it kicked me out. So
Do I have the link, please? It's New York Times, by the way. Again, this is the race. A lot of people are saying Texas. Texas right now, Biden is up by 3.4 points. Oops, it's Arkansas.
with 54% of the vote, and Joe Biden has an 11-point lead in Ohio.
Yeah, that's interesting. But Texas is the one that I'm kind of keeping my eye on because we all know that if Biden does win Texas, it's over.
And the
Or
Republican
North
Party
Carolina.
is basically over too.
I think North
Right.
Carolina is another one where if Biden wins, then it's kind of over. And I'm as the night goes on, I'm feeling more and more confident in North Carolina.
What do you guys see for the future of the Republican Party if they can't hold on to Texas anymore?
Maybe strategize in Florida, or
I mean, they've already proven their capability in Florida.
Yeah.
But I mean, overall, it's a Republican shift in the Rust Belt, especially among white, non-college educated voters, and then the Democratic shift is in the Sun Belt with Latino and more minority voters. Because the future of the Democratic Party is Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, Texas, Georgia, North Carolina, even Florida, while the Republicans in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, Ohio, Iowa.
I think Biden's destroying Trump in Raleigh. Is that usually a Republican county?
That's usually a Democratic county.
Raleigh is very urban. Very Democratic.
So then that means nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
Okay.
Um,
I'm going to see if we have any more calls.
Phil Scott has won his re-election in Vermont.
Finally, they called it. So then the only gubernatorial races that we really have left are North Carolina, Missouri, North Dakota, Utah, Montana, and Washington. In the Senate, they called for Tom Cotton, which is not a surprise because Ricky Dale Harrington was a libertarian that was really majorly going to lose because he just didn't have any support behind him. Maine is interesting to me because I think Susan Collins can really – I think she would have won if it were any normal state, but because of ranked choice voting, I feel like she's going to lose.
I was going to bring someone on this live stream to talk about ranked choice voting, but I don't know. I never really got the people to do it.
Ranked choice voting is 100 times more democratic than winner take all.
30. We have an
help so
election
many
alert
political
from MSNBC.
You're right.
MSNBC, North Carolina, too early to call. Joe Biden leading by around 6 points, 70% of the vote in. In Georgia, it is too early to call. Donald Trump leading by around 12 points with 26% of the vote in Georgia.
Someone asked about the U.S. Senate special election in Georgia.
I'll check on
Warnock
that.
and Loeffler are running pretty close as of right now. 0.4.
Yeah, Warnock is leading by 1 point. I think it's safe to say Doug Collins has not even taken the lead in Georgia's special yet. I think it's kind of safe to say that it's more mainly and I know it's early, but I think it's pretty safe to say that it's more of a Loeffler Warnock race now than a Collins Loeffler race. I mean, remember like a month ago, everyone thought Loeffler and Collins would go to the runoff, but now I think it's going to be Warnock, Loeffler, Collins left in the dust.
The decision desk has Donald Trump winning Missouri.
Not a surprise.
Yeah, although Poland there was kind of interesting.
When's Louisiana?
Don't know,
Yeah,
but
I was
anyways,
just wondering that.
what I was saying in the
9 p.m. poll closings.
9 o'clock.
Especially-
So
Actually, Louisiana is kind of weird. They go with a bunch of like northern states for some reason instead of with the South.
in Louisiana, they also 70% in Biden, lead shrinking in North Carolina. But he looks like he's winning a lot of usually Republican counties. I don't really know North Carolina Senate maps too well. But what it looks like to me is that the border of Virginia and North Carolina is really
Wow.
filling in for Biden, especially down to Raleigh. From the border of Virginia down to Raleigh, it seems like it's all Biden in North Carolina.
The 9 p.m. poll closings are arguably the most important ones. It has Arizona, Colorado, Michigan, part of it, Minnesota, part of Texas,
Arkansas has been called for Donald Trump.
New Mexico, Nebraska, including its second district. So 9 p.m. Oh, it has Louisiana too. So this could be the most significant poll closings tonight.
And there's Senate races in a lot of these states: Arizona, Colorado, Kansas, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, I believe South Dakota, Texas, and Texas and Wyoming. A large majority, I'd say around 80% of these states that are going to get called at 9 o'clock are a lot of Senate races, and a lot of them are crucial Senate races.
Any word on how the main Senate race is going?
Collins is leading, but it's only with like 2% in.
Okay.
She is leading 55.1 to 37.5, but it's mainly actually I think that 1% reporting, obviously. Excuse me, but Sarah Gideon is having a great showing, especially in I believe Waldo County. That's a county that she crucially needs to win. I think. 1 second. I might have messed that up with a different county, but she's doing very well in these urban counties in southern Maine, and mainly Susan Collins' vote is coming just from northern Maine.
The Republicans have a 36 to 32 lead in the House of Representatives, and that is expected to change as well. Check on Ohio. It is at exactly 10 points now with, let's see here, 54 reporting.
Yeah, Waldo County, Sarah Gideon's really dominating in, and that's one of the key. Wait, it's right by Bangor. Nah, wait, I don't know. I'm confused. Main geography is not my strong point. But definitely a good look for them there. I don't know. In the United States Senate, it is too early to call. In Georgia, Perdue looking like he's going to take away with it, though, against Ossoff, which is weird. I didn't think Ossoff was going to win this, but I thought that Perdue was it was definitely going to be a tighter race, especially when Perdue had that whole Kamala Harris heritage scandal that he had, that race scandal.
Fun fact, I think Massachusetts is, I think ranked choice voting is on the ballot, and whether Massachusetts should adopt that ranked choice voting.
I'll look at that in 1 second. Missouri for Governor Nicole Galloway leading Mike Parson. No calls there. Let's check North Carolina governorship or gubernatorial race. Roy Cooper. Roy Cooper is not leading it as much as I thought he would for this. Cunningham leading Tillis by 3.9 points with 71% of the vote in. So definitely Roy Cooper is outperforming Cunningham, barely outperforming Joe Biden. And if Roy Cooper is barely outperforming Joe Biden, that's a very good sign for Democrats in North Carolina. So governorship stands at 23 Republican, 21 Democrat, with 2 too early or too close to call states. The United States Senate, and this is all from EP official forecasts. Let me fill in. Did Dick Durbin win in Illinois?
Yes.
Okay, so then if Dick Durbin won in Illinois, Michigan, Maine, Alabama, Mississippi are both too early or too close to call. Just based on me, we're getting 0. Wait, Mississippi hasn't been called for the Senate. Neither has Alabama, just because we haven't gotten many votes in there, and just because Mike Espy in Mississippi and Doug Jones in Alabama, but we can call those soon. But the official EP forecasts for right now, Chuck Schumer and the Democrats 42, Mitch McConnell and the Republicans 35 seats. And in the presidential race, there are many too close to early to call states. 147 electoral votes are too early or too close. Donald Trump and Mike Pence with 111 electoral votes, and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris with 88 electoral votes at this time. And in the United States House, 36 to 32 for the Republicans.
I just pulled that up on the screen here so that people could see kind of where the race is at right now.
That's good.
We've got a long ways to go, obviously, as you see in all these gray states. But kind of just looking at where the pathways are for both candidates, obviously, Trump's path is centered around winning Georgia, North Carolina, and Texas. And obviously, all these other Republican states across the middle country, including Utah and Alaska. So his pathway is here. That's basically his floor of 223 electoral votes. If it kind of shows you that even in winning in Florida, his chance of winning this election is still not that high compared to what you would expect, because Biden's floor, on the other hand, is if he wins in all of these states he's expected to win in, his floor is 179 or 183, or my bad, with New York it's 212.
Oh my gosh. Sorry
you can
keep going, Ryan. It's just a Texas update. Keep going.
No worries. If we're saying that Biden wins in Nevada, if we're saying he wins in Minnesota, and he wins in New Hampshire, that leaves these 6 states still too close to call.
I want to give an update on Florida after Drew gives his update on Texas.
Texas is race. Joe Biden's leading by around 3 to 4 points in Texas, with 66% of the vote in Texas.
And here's something I never thought I would see, but with 90% of the votes reporting, Donald Trump has a 3-point lead over Joe Biden, which is over 300,000, and he has a 51.1% vote total.
Yeah.
So
it's pretty ridiculous. But anyways, getting back to my point, let me just finish this. Looking here, what are the pathways for obviously Joe Biden and Donald Trump? The most likely scenario is that Donald Trump carries the state of Iowa and Ohio, which leaves obviously these 3 Rust Belt states that are going to take a long while, possibly a few days, to call. And then Arizona, which I expect to make a call, where we expect to make a call sometime tonight. Now, for Trump to win the election, even if he wins in Pennsylvania, that would not be enough for him in this race. He would still need either Arizona, Wisconsin, or Michigan.
I would just say, tell me whenever you're done. It's just a poll closing. Keep going.
Yeah, no worries. I'm gonna just quickly. Obviously, if Biden wins in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, he wins the election. He wins the election no matter what. We all know that. If he wins in Arizona but loses Pennsylvania, then it would come down to obviously these 2 congressional districts. What am I missing here? That's basically it, right? So obviously, like, we could have the dreaded scenario in which Trump wins both of these toss-up congressional districts, and then we get 269 to 269. But basically, I think the path to victory for both candidates still revolves around the state of Pennsylvania, and that's just kind of what I wanted to get out there. But you can feel free to.
Oh,
continue.
So I didn't really want to interrupt you at all. Do you have any more to go?
No, you're good. Go
Oh,
for it.
okay. Well, it is 9 o'clock on the East Coast, and the polls are closing. Not yet on MSNBC since it's delayed around 10 seconds, but the polls have closed in key state of Arizona, Colorado, and other states like Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, all of its congressional districts, New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, South Dakota, all of Texas, Wisconsin, and Wyoming, meaning the race is now just getting extremely interesting, and it's about to go in full force here in 1 second.
And I think it's safe to say that Donald Trump will win Wyoming, North and South Dakota for the Republican side, and for the Democratic side, I would say
All right,
Joe Biden will win New York.
we're about to get some official projections here for the United States Senate, for the United States presidency, and maybe the United States governorships or state governorships. We have a call out of the state of New York, 29 electoral votes going to Joe Biden, 29 electoral votes from New York. Texas is still too early to call. Joe Biden leading by 1.1% and 65% of the vote in. Michigan, too early to call. Donald Trump leading by 17%, 12% of the vote in. Wisconsin, just too early to call. No votes in yet. Minnesota, no votes reporting out of the state of Minnesota. In Arizona, zero votes also reporting in Arizona. No votes reporting out of Colorado right now. Louisiana, none there either. Wow, there's not many calls here. Maybe New York was the only one.
Oh, can I say something?
Yeah, there's not any calls here.
Actually, yeah. Who is it? AP and Politico has called New Mexico for Joe Biden this early, just as the poll closings happened.
So yeah, they're not even. MSNBC is not even calling North and South Dakota.
But they called New Mexico.
They didn't call New Mexico yet.
Oh.
Either. They only called New York. MSNBC only called New York.
Oh, okay.
Let me check Associated Press.
But I do see new victories in Louisiana, North and South Dakota, Wyoming, Nebraska.
Yeah, they
at large in New Mexico, in New York. Go ahead.
It's definitely only Nebraska's at large first and third congressional district, right? They haven't made a call in the second congressional district. They made a call in Louisiana. They have made a call South North Dakota, Wyoming, and New Mexico. So the official stands Donald Trump overtaking the lead on the EP official forecast, 132 to 122, while Biden leads in Texas, Kansas, Missouri, Ohio, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and New Hampshire. They have now projected John Cornyn to defeat MJ Hagar in Texas Senate race. That is very early. Do you think too early to call out of Colorado? Do you think they called Louisiana for Bill Cassidy? No, not yet. They called Nebraska for Ben Sass, South Dakota for Mike Rounds, I believe, right? That he's, and then Cynthia Lemons, I think. In Wyoming, Senate stands 42 to 39.
As of right now, I have totally got Ohio wrong. That's my home state, and I thought I was very confident in a final county map, and I thought I'd get 100% right. But as of right now, it's looking the complete opposite.
Yeah, Ohio is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't expecting this whatsoever.
We still got half the vote left, though.
Yeah, we do, and a lot of that is going to be the in-person vote. I'm pretty bearish on Biden's chances there. I'm also pretty skeptical of Biden's chances in Texas and North Carolina. Ultimately, I think what all of this is reinforcing is that the election will come down to Pennsylvania.
Agreed.
I think whoever wins in Pennsylvania has a significantly better chance at getting to 270. But that's that. I think if Biden wins in Pennsylvania, there's virtually no chance for Trump to win this race.
especially if he carries Michigan along with Pennsylvania. And if he carries Pennsylvania, then Michigan is almost guaranteed to go to Biden as well.
Doug
But the-
Burgum won in North Dakota governor.
Okay.
Nice.
And then, the thing is, like, though, if Trump wins in Pennsylvania, he can win anywhere, because that would suggest that there's another massive
Right.
polling error. And that's kind of that's why I don't know what to make of this Florida race, because yes, and to some extent it was expected that like the state would go to Trump sort of in the last few days coming into tonight. But by this margin, is like, are polls really going to be that off again? So I don't know.
Trump is narrowing Texas to 0.5% right now with 57. Go ahead, Drew.
Donald Trump is now down 3.1 points in North Carolina to Joe Biden with 77% of precincts reporting. I think it's going to be a tight. I think North Carolina is going to be tighter, but I think that Biden, from this looking, is going to pull it out.
I would agree with you.
Well, we don't have another poll closing until 10 o'clock, so we got a lot of time. And then after that, it's 11, and then after that, we don't have another one till 1 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, Alaska at 1 a.m. So they haven't called South Carolina Senate yet. No, they have not. Colorado, John Hickenlooper is leading 63.4 to 34.8. Not a surprise if he pulls it out there. Colorado precincts coming in fast, 22% already reporting.
Whoa. I think it's safe to call it for Biden, if we're being honest here.
I think so too.
I don't know what you think.
The Senate, give it a little bit for the Senate, but I think the Senate
Okay.
will go for John Hickenlooper eventually.
I agree.
So, there's no updates in the Senate right now, unless Louisiana hasn't been called, but it's going to be a Republican no matter what. Louisiana's a runoff state, so basically they're like California with jungle primaries, and then it'll go all the way to a runoff in January if no one hits 50%. So we all know Louisiana is going to elect 2 Republicans to the runoff anyways, so I think it's safe to call that one. We just don't know who it is yet.
Speaking of runoff, why don't we take another look at the special in Georgia?
Loeffler leads Warnock.
Loeffler leads. Wow, this could be interesting though if somehow Doug Collins gets ahead of Warnock. That would be disastrous for the Democrats.
Then there goes Democrats' 100% chance of flipping the Senate.
Yeah. Same goes. North Carolina is interesting. Cunningham absolutely has to win that race if the Democrats win a majority.
I would say the winner of Montana and Iowa will determine who will take control of the Senate this year.
You are correct.
I don't know. I think if Iowa and Montana still go to the Republicans, I think that the Democrats can still win the Senate by winning Arizona, Colorado, North Carolina, and Georgia special.
I think Mark Kelly will win Arizona. I think Cal Cunningham will win North Carolina. I think Susan Collins will win Maine. So if all that happens, including Hickenlooper winning Colorado and everything, if that happens, then they would need one of Montana or Iowa to take control of the Senate if they don't have the vice president advantage.
Yeah, definitely. Ohio's looking good for Biden right now, but around 50% I think is in Ohio from what I saw.
It's a little bit over 50, yeah.
It's looking
59.
60, yes, around nearly 60. Wow, Biden's leading by 6 points in Ohio with nearly 60% of precincts reporting. Another good showing for Joe Biden. He is losing in Wisconsin and Michigan right now, but that's mainly because the only counties reporting in Michigan is the county right next to Minnesota, which is actually expected to go to Biden later in the night. So
Donald Trump is continuing to expand his lead in Florida. Wow.
Ryan, you were right. Wow. 4 points, 4% in Florida, 90% reporting.
I just want to say I called this while Biden was still ahead in Florida.
I didn't think Florida.
Right now?
Yeah, in my final prediction, I never had Biden winning Florida, but I thought it would be close. I thought it would be a 2000s Florida.
I predicted Florida
Then-
last
yeah.
second. Like an hour before the election, I sat down. I had to do my final maps, and I couldn't decide on Florida. And I just said, "Well, I'll just give it to Trump and see what happens." And I hope he wins it so I can get my prediction right. And it's looking that way right now.
I don't know if
Ultimately,
you
as soon
can.
as
I don't know if you can see or not, but my final projection is Biden 290, Trump 248. I made this at like 9 o'clock last night.
that was
I don't know
my
if you
final
can see
prediction for the
that.
video today. But ultimately, as soon as the Miami-Dade vote came in with that 84% reporting really early on, it was always going to be a bad news for Biden. There's just no way you can win Florida with Miami-Dade swinging 22 points into Trump's direction.
That's
Um,
insane.
It's ridiculous when you think about it. Like, who saw this coming? Like, yes, obviously we
How does that
expected
even
Latinos.
happen?
Yeah, like we expected Latinos to swing in favor of Trump. Obviously, that was anticipated the same way we expected older white voters in northern Florida and central Florida to shift towards Biden. And we thought those two things would kind of offset each other. But when 22 points swung into the direction of Trump in the most populous county in the entire state, there was just no chance for Biden to make up that ground. Yeah, 3 points right now. That's ridiculous. That's over 2 times as high as it went in 2016.
Let's look at some Senate races real quick. Tommy Tuberville and Sidney Hyde-Smith are regaining their leads in Mississippi and Alabama. John Hickenlooper has a solid lead with 32% in.
Allegheny County not looking good for Biden right now.
Really?
Although all of it, yeah, the not looking good in Allegheny County, with all of it being early and absentee voting, and Donald Trump still leading by 81,000 votes.
Wow.
But this is ridiculous. Near counties near the top, near New York by Erie, are going nearly solidly Democratic with early and absentee voting. Yeah, Alleghany's going solidly Republican with early and
I have a
absentee.
question real quick. Has Nebraska's 1st and 3rd districts been called yet?
I think
I'm
they
feeling it's
were.
happening.
They should have been.
I would imagine. I'll make sure.
That's an interesting comment. What's the popular vote at right now? Because the only reason I'm interested in that is to see how off polls are.
50.7 to Trump, 48 to Biden so far. That's not where if Trump wants to win the popular vote, which I think is a long shot, that's not where he really wants to be. Is like right now he should have a huge lead in the popular vote if he wanted a chance at winning.
I'm very concerned over Virginia. You should not be concerned over Virginia. Virginia has already been called for Joe Biden.
Yeah, Virginia was called at like
Remember,
Seven
Right
back
in
in,
the poll closing, wait, actually no.
in
Maybe a little
2016,
after.
yeah, sorry, in 2016, Trump was leading in Virginia up until like 90% of the vote was in, and then Clinton ended up winning by 5 points.
Biden winning in Pennsylvania. I think Biden could win Pennsylvania if he loses Allegheny County, which is still very long shot, but he is really taking advantage of northern Pennsylvania counties in the northeast region of Pennsylvania near New York City, near New Jersey. He's doing extremely well in those counties, which is why he's leading by around 30% right now.
I think it's interesting to see that there's like no correlation between the South and the Sun Belt and the Rust Belt. Like obviously that was anticipated to an extent, but Biden is like looking really good in Pennsylvania and Ohio, even in like I don't know other states like Michigan to an extent. I guess not really, but in Virginia he got called pretty early on, as compared to obviously Florida where he got blown out of the water, and then Georgia where things don't look that great.
In Texas,
Hit 0.1 points. That's the margin.
Yeah, Texas hasn't really
Still in
pushed
governor.
anymore. I think that is definitely a good sign for Texas, for Joe Biden, just because a lot of rural counties have already been called, um, and barely any urbanized counties have been called. Pretty much just right by the Mexican border and near El Paso are pretty much the
Yeah.
only. And Austin and Houston are pretty much the only urban counties called, and Joe Biden still has nearly a 1.3 point lead. And he really optimized his campaign in Texas too, which I think is going to help him out in the long run.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. There's no vote out of El Paso yet, and there's still about 20% left in Dallas and Harris.
Yeah, I think there's a really real possibility that tonight we could see a blue Texas.
Wow.
I don't know. I'm pretty bearish about that. Trump has taken the lead, as I said that too. I don't think Biden has enough in Texas.
You know, if Biden won Florida, maybe I would think that Texas would finally flip this year. But
Keep going.
oh no, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
You're fine.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, it's definitely a good sign. I think if this keeps up, then Joe Biden could win. Definitely make Texas blue, especially with no votes coming out of El Paso, barely any coming out of San Antonio or Corpus Christi or Dallas or Houston, really. We have no new Senate calls. Tina Smith is down to Jason Lewis right now, but that's just mainly because Minnesota is really going to get interesting near the end, because there's a lot of rural counties that are going to push it to be. Wow, Duluth is going to Tina Smith right now, but there's really going to be a lot of counties that, like especially Minneapolis, that are going to push Minnesota back to Joe Biden and Tina Smith.
We got to take a moment to appreciate that this election isn't going as 2020 as we thought it would be. Results are coming in way
100%.
faster than I really expected.
They are. They are.
We'll have to wait about an hour for results. Keep in mind, in Arizona,
Wow.
which should come in very quickly after that. Should emphasis on that, but we should get a projection at some point in the state of Arizona tonight. Granted, about an hour from now, so we'll see.
Did Arizona's polls already close?
Yes, they just did, if
Okay.
I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 'cause they're part of the poll closing with Nevada or with Colorado and New Mexico.
North Carolina is shrinking. Biden still leads by around 3 points with nearly 80% of precincts reporting. But it's definitely tightening a little bit, but I think we could have a call for North Carolina within the hour.
Really?
Yeah, although
The Senate race is also very close.
You're right, but I think there's a better chance that Trump still ends up winning North Carolina than Biden does. Red or blue Arizona. Arizona, in my opinion, was the hardest state to call coming into tonight.
Really?
Although I do feel pretty confident in saying that Maricopa County will probably flip in favor of Joe Biden, and that's going to be hard for Trump to overcome elsewhere.
Yeah, I think they have a projection. Colorado has officially gone to Joe Biden. Colorado, MSNBC has called Colorado to Joe Biden. That puts him right behind Trump on the REP forecast by 1 electoral vote.
Okay.
I'm going to check some local races for me now. 1 second.
Yeah, he's up by 36 points in Colorado. Like, obviously he was expected to win, and I assume most of that is early vote again.
I wonder how long it's going to take now with relation to that. I wonder how long it's going to take now for the Colorado Senate race to be called for Hickenlooper.
Here's a fun fact. The Democrats have not flipped a state since 2008 in Obama's first election. And if a state flips to blue tonight, which state do you think will flip first?
In which state? Which states?
Which state do you think will flip to blue first if it happens? If a state flips at all tonight?
I think Arizona.
I was just going to say Arizona or maybe North Carolina.
Yeah, it's not going to be any of the Rust Belt states, although all three of them are more likely to go to Biden. They just won't be called tonight. I'm kind of leaning towards keeping this live stream on until we have a projected winner in the overall presidential race, just because why not? But that could be as late as Friday, honestly. But that's if things go horribly wrong.
So you're gonna go another 50 hours without sleep?
I can probably do that. I slept like 2 hours today. After being awake for like 50 hours straight. I like tried sleeping and then I fell asleep really fast, but it just kind of was.
How many viewers do we have right now?
2.3 thousand.
Oh,
It's
that,
hovered around.
Wait,
2.5
that's
thousand.
nice.
on local races. New York's not counting ballots for like at least a week.
what?
Yeah, New York's not counting any ballots like at all.
Guys, I
You know,
really
New-
jinxed the 2020 thing. I'm so sorry.
You know, New York didn't actually certify their results until August of 2017
That's actually
in
true.
the 2016 election, which is like ridiculous. And you'd think that they would have taken some precautions to turn that around and fix that, but they just haven't.
I mean, New York is counting some ballots right now, but all I'm really seeing is Tedra Cobb beating Elise Stefanik. But even there's less than 1% in her district. I mean, New York's going to take a long time. There's barely like look at this in the state assembly district 120, the independents winning 42 to 29, and polls have been closed for 20 minutes.
Okay, major projection by Fox News: Democrats will keep control of the House.
Well, they called
No
the House
surprise.
early every year. I mean, they called the House at like 8
That is
o'clock
really
in
early, but
2018.
It is early, but it's
Time
also no
expected.
surprise whatsoever.
So Nancy Pelosi will remain the Speaker of the House if she wins her re-election.
She will definitely win her re-election. I mean,
Oh yeah, I know. I'm just saying.
She's up against
Someone-
a pretty progressive candidate in San Francisco who's gained a lot of steam, but just based off notoriety, there's no chance that Pelosi loses.
Right.
kind of like Maxine Waters. I mean, when I was doing the little simulations in on the Instagram, someone said do Joe Collins and Maxine Waters because I think Maxine Waters could lose, and I put everything in favor for Joe Collins on that. I put enthusiasm like in the 90s with the Republicans, in like the 20s with Democrats, in like the mid 50s with independents, and he still lost by like 30 points to Maxine Waters. I mean, I don't think there's really any chance that Waters or Pelosi would really lose tonight.
Maxine
I have a
Waters
random
was on
question. What is going on in the world of Twitter right now with Trump and Biden?
Trump hasn't tweeted anything in like 3 hours.
Wow.
Election Twitter is pretty off the rails too,
Agreed.
but it always is. Yeah, Trump hasn't tweeted anything. Has Biden tweeted anything?
I'll check. Biden usually doesn't tweet.
I heard that both of them are anticipating to speak at some point tonight.
Yeah, Biden definitely. I don't know. Trump's aides might stop him from saying something stupid though, because that's what they
Honestly, I
said
think
that they.
if Trump does try to attempt to do some kind of manipulation of the results, I think he's probably going to get checked by the Republican Party.
Mm-hmm. I mean, oh, so yeah, Joe Biden has tweeted something, but it was 1 hour ago. He said, "Stay in line, folks," and he has just retweeted a bunch of Team Joe tweets about Maricopa County in Arizona.
Okay.
Yeah.
30% in Colorado Senate. John Hickenlooper leading by nearly 30 points. Cunningham and Till is tightening up with nearly 80% of precincts reporting. Not many ballots left to report, but it's still tightening up.
The thing is, like, realistically speaking, Trump has already won in Florida. He should win Texas. He should win Georgia. And he should win North Carolina. And with those four projections, the national meter shifts very close to 50-50. And you start to get all these flashbacks of 2016 when things just started to come in a hurry. And then the needle just dramatically shifted towards Trump from Clinton. And I think there's reason to believe we could see somewhat similar of a shift, at least tonight.
When it's all said and done, how much do you think Kansas will be won by for Trump? because he's trailing by 6 with 50.
Is Barbara
52%
Boyle still?
reporting.
Is Barbara Boyle still underperforming?
She's at 50.9.
Okay, so she's overperforming Biden now, which is as expected.
Who? Boyer? I'm
What
confused.
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty cool name, to be honest. A cool political name, Barbara Boyle. Rolls off the
Yeah.
tongue.
North Carolina, 81%, and Joe Biden's actually extending his lead over Donald Trump. He's outperforming Cunningham a lot right now.
Wow.
This electoral map looks extremely odd. I don't know. You probably can't see it from here, but you see all of these Rust Belt states going red, and then all of these Kansas, Missouri, Pennsylvania, Ohio, they're all going blue on Associated Press.
Yeah, that is pretty odd.
I'm going to charge my phone 1 second.
Can you check how Kanye is doing?
Which one?
I can't. Kanye is doing. I can't remember which states he's on the ballot.
I think he's on Colorado because I did the Fox Bet Super 6.
Is
And
he? Okay, where's he at?
actually he is either not on the ballot or he's under
No, he is
0.2%.
He's ready. He's ready. Kanye West has 0.2% of the vote in Colorado. He's in 5th place, trailing Howie Hawkins, which is a little bit disappointing. Come on, Kanye. Where else is he on the ballot? I don't want to look that up.
So, just to recap, just to give an update, 34 minutes until the next poll closings, and the next poll closings are in Idaho, Iowa, Montana, Nevada, and Utah. Majority of those states are expected to go to the president, except for Nevada. So, are too early to call states right now as we stand. 168 electoral votes that are too early or too close to call, most notably in Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio, Maine, New Hampshire, etc., and Nebraska's 2nd congressional district. In the Senate, we have. Did Ben Ray Lujan officially win his Senate race or no?
He should have, because Biden was already called the projected winner.
Okay, so then say Ben Ray Lujan, according to us, has won his Senate race. Then it's a 43-40 Senate so far, with too early or too close to call races in Colorado, Arizona, Kansas, Iowa. Actually, Iowa hasn't closed yet. Minnesota, Michigan, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia Special, South Carolina, North Carolina, and Maine. If you told me 5 months ago that South Carolina wouldn't be called at 9 o'clock for the Senate, or 9:30 for the Senate, I would not have believed you. That race really dramatically shifted, especially with the Supreme Court hearings. Alabama has officially gone to Trump. No surprise there. We actually already called Alabama for Trump.
North Carolina, Biden is still ahead. This would be huge. I genuinely believe that if Biden wins in North Carolina, that would be the biggest win he could possibly imagine.
I do too.
Because this would make up for that loss in Florida by a lot.
The United States Senate. Key race alert. In the United States Senate, John Hickenlooper has unseated incumbent Senator Cory Gardner just 28 minutes after the polls closed. So it is now a 44-40 Senate, meaning the absolute best the Republicans can do right now is to wait. No, never mind. Scratch that.
And that is one of the 3 or 4 seats the Democrats need to take control of the Senate.
Yeah. So let's say right now, Oregon, Arizona. Yeah, no. So let's say now, with Colorado, Oregon, Arizona, Minnesota, Michigan, say they all stay blue. The best the Republicans can do is lose 1 seat if they win Maine, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, and Iowa, with the Colorado race being called.
I just want to clarify something.
Just now calling Gene Shaheen and Cory Booker, like just now.
Oh, okay.
No,
yeah.
Cory Booker was
late all night.
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, MSNBC just called Ed Markey in Massachusetts and New Hampshire for Gene Shaheen. So yeah, they've been a little behind than us.
They have to be like an hour behind.
Yeah, they're definitely an hour behind from Associated Press and where we are at. So meaning the best, say the Democrats win Arizona, Oregon, Minnesota, and Michigan, which is extremely expected. The best the Republicans can do if they win Montana, Iowa, Georgia Special, South Carolina, North Carolina, and Maine, they would lose a seat in the United States
Oh
Senate.
wow!
So the Democrats are making gains. What?
Results are coming out of Wisconsin. 9% reporting. Donald Trump has a 6-point lead. And
I mean-
I heard that
interrupt you. I just thought. it's
I heard
pretty
that
crucial
turnout
that-
wasn't as high as Democrats were hoping for in Milwaukee.
I thought turnout was actually very high in Milwaukee. I couldn't really hear.
Or
I
his
heard
is
that
higher, but not as
Milwaukee's
high as
turnout
it
got
would've been.
tripled.
Wow, that is that is kind of crazy that Colorado was called that early. I mean, we all knew it was going to Hickenlooper, but
CNN can now project that Colorado goes to Biden.
Really?
Kind of late there, but they also now
CNN's
just
late to the party.
Yeah.
They usually have the greatest election night coverage, but recently I think MSNBC is getting a lot better than CNN
Where's
tonight.
MSNBC's vote count out?
I
now?
like MSNBC.
Vote count: MSNBC has Democrats gaining 1 seat in the United States Senate. And 1 second, they keep showing the Colorado. I like their new graphics a lot. I really like
Yeah, me too.
MSNBC's new graphics.
The only thing I
They-
prefer about MSNBC's coverage is Steve Kornacki.
I think
I
Ryan's
think
graphics are better though.
yeah, I
Facts,
definitely think.
Facts. But also, I think that Steve Kornacki is just a really fun guy to watch. He's just
I like watching
watch-
Rachel Maddow.
Yeah,
keep
she
going,
has
sorry.
her moments, but I think Steve Kornacki, just like watching him just slowly descend into like madness throughout the night, is one of the most entertaining things about election nights.
Susan Collins, 5% in. She's leading 58.8 to 35.5. That's mainly rural counties, though, as we
How much
saw.
is
Susan or
reporting?
Sarah Gideon's going to come in later. Yeah, keep going. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you there.
Our talk time's really getting out of hand. We need like timers like they do in debates.
Ohio is just 2.7 points now with 60% reporting.
It's really narrowing now.
I
Yeah.
think Trump's gonna win.
I think
I-
Trump. I never thought that Biden really had a chance in Ohio.
Yeah,
In my head, I would make the projection, but not to like everyone.
and honestly, I kind of see the same thing starting to occur in North Carolina.
Are you?
Texas is still 0.1% with what
Oh.
73% reporting. It's 8,000 votes right now.
What?
We still have some vote out of Dallas and Harris. Some out of Travis. El Paso's reporting now though.
MSNBC projection: South Carolina will go to Donald Trump finally.
Okay.
That's really late.
I had that a long time ago.
I think we had that a long time ago. 1 second. Yeah, we had that at
But
7
it's still interesting.
Biden leading in New York with 18%. Wow, New York's actually
Finally.
getting 20% in. They're actually counting votes in New York right now.
That just made my night.
Oh, South Carolina, 31% of the votes in. Graham leading 55.2 to 43.4. 92,000 vote difference.
Wow.
Oopsies. Yeah, Biden's really taking advantage of North Carolina. 83% reporting. He's still at like a 3-4 point lead.
North Carolina's within 1.4. With the-
1.4 points or
Yeah, 1.4 points.
for Senate or presidency?
Presidency. But
Really?
Senate's 0.9.
Oh, you're on MSNBC. Yeah, Associated
No,
Press
I'm on
has.
TV.
You're on what? Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, they updated it?
Mhm.
Oh, from the second of December. Oops.
When do we get
Why is-
Iowa's results?
Iowa starts at 9.
Yeah, with Nevada. Why is Trump so far ahead still in Virginia?
How much is in?
42%, and he's
It
up
usually
by about,
starts shifting at around halfway.
yeah. But it's still a pretty large margin considering that Biden is expected to overperform Clinton by as much as he is.
I can't believe how well Biden's doing in North Carolina. 8% in Wisconsin. It's now really a 1-point race.
North Carolina can really be the closest state this year.
I agree with that. I think now that my consensus is North Carolina being the tightest race tonight. I think I'm pretty confident in Biden winning Arizona, especially with Maricopa County's real urbanization throughout the past 4 years. But I really am confident that Biden can win Arizona tonight. But I'm also really confident that Biden can win North Carolina as we stand right now. But of course, that can probably change within the next few minutes. Trump is probably going to take over the lead, or he's probably going to tighten it really, really.
Do we all know that Donald Trump has retaken the lead in Texas by 21,000 votes and 0.3%?
Well, do you guys know that New Jersey just legalized marijuana?
Did they really?
So good for them. What state is that now? Wait, I think that's got to be like 15-ish states now that where weed is legal.
I think we can make the call soon that I think a blue Texas has been now destroyed.
Really?
I think now with more urbanized votes coming in, or urbanized votes are pretty much gone in Texas, and I think more rural areas now that are coming in that are lagging behind. I think it'll still be close in Texas, but Georgia 57.4 to Biden's 41.5, 42% in. Tina Smith taking over the lead against Jason Lewis. I think they can make a prediction in Minnesota Senate very shortly.
I think depending on the final margin in Texas, there's going to be questions asked about whether Biden should have spent as much time and resources as he did in Florida and kind of ignored Texas for the most part. Obviously, like coming into it, it was kind of expected that Texas was a harder state to flip. But I don't know. There's going to be a lot of questions no matter what happens. But we're still far, far away from any actual substantial results.
1.2 points now in North Carolina. 0.2 points extra for Trump, with 83% still reporting. Oh, okay. MSNBC still has Biden leading in North Carolina. I think, honestly, a lot of these areas that are still need to be called are Democratic counties -2. There's really only 4 counties that need to be called, or 5 counties. One's pretty much a toss-up. 2 are Democrat, and then 2 are Republican. So.
In 2024, as of right now, would you mark Texas as a toss-up, a lean Republican, or a lean Democrat, or anything else?
Biden overtook the lead in Wisconsin.
Oh.
Sorry, wait. Your question was about Texas, right?
Huh?
What did you ask about Texas again?
Oh, in 2024, like as of right now, would you mark it as a toss-up, a lean Republican, lean Democrat, or anything? What would you say?
It's a toss-up.
Toss-up.
I can't. Yeah, I wouldn't say it leans Democrat yet. I think it could certainly by like 2030, but in 2024 it'll probably still be a toss-up.
Wisconsin not looking too good for Donald Trump right now. Milwaukee only 12% of the expected vote in. Wow, that is not looking good for Donald Trump at all. He's not really expanding on a lead in Green Bay that he had in 2016. Barely, with only like 1% of the vote in. He's really expanding. Biden's really expanding a lead in Madison and Milwaukee, and they only have around 8 to 12% in. So if this trend continues, then Joe Biden can be declared the winner of Wisconsin probably by the night's end if he really keeps, if Milwaukee and Madison are really keep getting called in, and say Biden does win Green Bay County or Green Bay, then I think Wisconsin would definitely flip.
And also,
trying to
oh, go ahead, Ryan.
go ahead. There you go. It's all good.
So all the counties around Madison, Wisconsin, which is southwest Wisconsin, Trump flipped all those in 2016 from Obama, and Biden is expected to win all those counties, or at least most of them. So Wisconsin's looking very good for Joe Biden. Go ahead, Ryan.
Right now, I think the states that are most interesting are North Carolina and Ohio.
I agree.
I feel less confident in Ohio that Biden will win. I feel more confident that North Carolina is basically a toss-up, and I think Trump will ultimately start pulling ahead in Texas more. But I've kind of been looking at North Carolina on a county level, trying to figure out what Trump has still. And there are still a few Republican counties that are still have a lot of the vote left, but there's still only 82% of the vote in out of Wake County, which is the Raleigh area, and only 87% out of Mecklenburg, the Charlotte area. So I like from a county level, I think Biden's chances actually look better in North Carolina than initially anticipated.
270 to win gave Florida to Donald Trump. They actually have a live result thing going on right now.
Their web result last night, 93% in. It's a 3-point gap. I honestly think that Trump can win by 3 points, which would put Florida in a lean margin, right, Ryan? Is 3 points a lean margin?
It is, yeah. Anything
Yeah.
above 1.5 points.
So then Florida would go to Trump by a lean margin if he continues that. Biden making some gains there, but not a lot.
Jesus Christ. His lead is like 3.4 points now in Florida. Has Fox News called Florida yet? Because it was called by Decision Desk a long time ago.
Apparently, the RNC, the Republican National Committee, is reportedly extremely worried about the turnout that Republicans got in the state of Minnesota. I guess that wasn't satisfactory enough for them to really flip the presidency there. So apparently, Republicans are now getting a little worried about Minnesota's chances of flipping towards the president.
Nate Silver just tweeted something really interesting. Sorry, but in Johnson County in Kansas, this was a county that went to Trump by 3 points in 2016, and Biden is ahead by 8 points with 98% of the vote reporting. And this could be a very good sign for his chances in the Midwest, if anything, which is really interesting because it's starting like results overall are starting to make Florida look like an anomaly.
Donald Trump is trailing by just over 2,000 votes in Kansas. So, and he has much of the western Kansas left to go. So.
Do you imagine if Texas or Kansas ends up being closer than Florida?
That would be an underestimated. I mean, if that happened for the presidential race, I think you could call Kansas Senate, because I think Trump would outperform Marshall definitely in Kansas. I think if Kansas were to be really close, I think that Boye could flip the Kansas Senate seat. Unlikely, but I think she could flip the Kansas Senate race if Trump doesn't do as well as he is supposed to do in Kansas.
I have Fox News on right now, so I'll keep you updated on what their map looks like whenever they pull it back up. I needed to find a new channel after MSN. They're really not updated or up to date at all. Oh, wow. Donald Trump has taken the lead in Ohio.
That was expected. I mean,
yeah, but Biden's been leading almost all night in Ohio.
Yeah. North Carolina is now 0.5% for Joe Biden, with 86% reporting.
Donald Trump has taken the lead in Kansas as well, and that was also expected. And honestly, I think you can call Kansas for Trump now that he's taken the lead there. What would you think?
I wasn't listening. Sorry.
Oh, Trump just took the lead in Kansas, and by doing that, I think you can call Kansas for Trump. They updated it again, and his lead even expanded. So,
I'll wait a little bit. I think Kansas will definitely go to Trump, but
but it's just too close to call.
Maine is what's interesting to me. Maine's not getting their results out really quickly.
7%. That's not what I like to see.
Let's take a look at Georgia. Let's take a look at the United States Senate, see if they made any
Oh,
calls.
Fox News has Florida too early to call. And go ahead.
Oh, yeah, they haven't really made any calls, but Associated Press now has John Hickenlooper winning Colorado, but they don't have Ben Ray Lujan winning in New Mexico yet. With the North Carolina Senate race, Cunningham is actually now outperforming Joe Biden. Yeah, North Carolina is getting closer.
Fox News just put up a very interesting statistic. Donald Trump has a 95% chance of carrying Florida, which is expected, but it's very interesting to see.
We got an election alert from MSNBC. New Hampshire, Joe Biden now taking the lead by 10%, 22% of the vote in.
10.9 to be exact.
In the state of Ohio, MSNBC is updating it. They still have Joe Biden winning by 0.3% in Ohio.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
On my screen, it has Trump at 50% on the dot. Refresh it again. Yep. Trump with a 7.8% lead in Wisconsin, 26% reporting.
Wait, Trump or Biden?
Trump. He's up 7.8 with 26% reporting.
In Wisconsin? They said in Milwaukee they won't get certified results until 6 a.m.
Jeez.
So Trump might look like he's winning until later in the night, in my opinion.
Fox News has not called South Carolina. I find that kind of interesting.
Let's check the predicted odds.
Oh, yeah.
Predicted has 1 second. No, they said Predicted is unavailable due to technical issues.
Their site probably crashed.
I agree.
Tisk, tisk, tisk. This is going to be a long one.
Well, Ryan, when you were gone, Trump took the lead in Ohio and Kansas.
Right.
Yeah.
Although Biden has retaken the lead in Ohio.
Really?
Yeah. By
I think it's
0.3%.
safe to call Kansas.
Well, yeah, I mean, Kansas is pretty safe.
I can't
red
find the
The
betting
interesting thing
odds.
about Ohio, though, is that not a lot of the early has been counted thus far. Yeah. So
The
I don't know,
betting
we'll see.
odds still have Biden winning at RCP, but I can't find Predicted. Predicted
What's
is
the,
unavailable.
Where's the New York Times model right now?
Predicted also crashed when you were gone, Ryan.
Did it?
Florida is expected to go to Trump by 3.2 and by the New York Times.
Wow.
Georgia expected to go to Trump by 3 in the New York Times.
Wow.
North Carolina expected to go to 1.6 for Trump by the New York Times. Not a surprise really there. I think I'm losing kind of like, I know I kept saying the North Carolina was going to go blue, but I think I'm kind of retracting that now.
Can I just say that I've my track record throughout this entire live stream has just been flawless. Like, not to toot my own horn or anything, but my pessimistic attitude for Biden's chances has worked so far. Just kinda ironic.
Elon Omar has officially won re-election. AOC has officially won re-election. I'm guessing too, since New York was called.
Yeah, AOC. Didn't the Republicans spend millions of dollars into or throw millions
Madison
of dollars
Madison Cawthorn won North Carolina's 11th district. Yeah,
isn't it true that,
Republicans spent millions trying to unseat AOC in the primary.
which is ridiculous because she's gonna win by 50 points.
Yeah, I think they spent money in the primary because they wanted to get her out in the primary because they knew they couldn't get her out in the general.
Right. That was kind of similar to Kansas when the Democrats tried funding what's his name, Chris Kovacs.
Oh yeah,
primary in Kansas, just so that he would be the nominee. But then Evan Marshall eventually did, and it looks like he's probably gonna win.
I thought Chris Kovac was gonna win.
So did I, but he's just so woefully unpopular.
Okay, so do you think do you think it's time to call Kansas for Donald Trump? Do you think?
I would.
Oh, I would have called Kansas for Trump as polls closed.
Okay.
Honestly, I never really saw
Kansas.
How close it is.
So now the official lead is 138 for Trump, 131 for Biden.
Wow.
We still have states to call in Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Texas, Arizona. Wait, Arizona closes at... No, they close at 9, but they won't get results out till 10, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then no results in Arizona. I'll just put that as toss-up then. Maine, New Hampshire. New Hampshire, though, 19% in, Biden up by nearly 5 points, 4.3 to be exact.
What are Maine's results actually looking like? Trump's ahead in Maine. Interesting.
The votes are coming in pretty slow.
Yeah, Maine's not reporting fast. We might not get a Maine Senate race call for a while.
That's sad.
Wait, so where did you have the forecast or the current electoral vote count at?
The one we have right now that I have, 138 for Trump and Pence, 131 for Biden and Harris, with outstanding calls in Nebraska's 2nd district, Texas, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, New Hampshire, and all of Maine.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Next poll closings in 8 minutes.
I think we can call Maine's 1st district for President Trump.
Or for Biden.
Or yeah, for Biden, my bad.
Yeah, I agree.
Maine's at-large district might take a little while to get in, but I think that can go for Biden pretty soon. Joe Biden retaking the lead in Ohio too, by the way.
So I guess for reference, here's the
North Carolina keeps getting tighter and tighter. Joe Biden is up 0.2 with 87% reporting.
Okay, so now we have 138 to 132. Here you can see the map on your screen between Trump and Pence and Biden and Harris. We've got a lot of states that are still too close to call, and the states that still do not have a projection are Idaho, Washington, Oregon, or states that have not had their polls closed are Idaho, Washington, Oregon, Utah, Montana, Iowa, Alaska, and Hawaii, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
We have poll closings in less than 7 minutes.
Yeah. So those are Nevada and Iowa. Those are the 2 races to watch. Although Montana could be interesting. If Kansas is that close, and I know that Montana shattered their voter turnout records just by mail.
Wow.
So that was interesting. We'll see, because I think Biden has a better chance in Montana than he ever did in Kansas. So, yeah.
Let me check some governor's races. There's people texting me already saying that they
Missouri's about to tighten up.
Yeah, there's people already texting me that are saying they think that there's Trump people out there that are already kind of declaring victory and saying it's another 2016 already, which I think is a big dire mistake for them. I'm getting a bunch of texts from a lot of people keep saying that it's 2016 all over again. That a lot of people think that that it's a Trump victory already, and I think that's dangerous in my
Not
opinion.
Tom Tillis has taken the lead in North Carolina Senate race.
Take a look at Missouri real quick. It's really tightening up. I think once
Yeah, but-
Trump takes the lead, we can call it for him.
That was already called, wasn't it?
I don't know. Biden's just had a lead there all night.
Alabama still hasn't been called, and neither has Mississippi. I think we can call Louisiana if we haven't already. Yeah, no, we have, because Bill Cassidy's leading 60% to the next to Democrats, 16%. So
Yeah.
I just want to say that the prediction I had in today's video is looking more and more likely. But
Oh yeah.
the big news right now is that Tom Tillis has taken the lead in the North Carolina Senate race, while Biden still has a 0.6 point lead.
I honestly think, Ryan, that you, after this election, you might have, hoping, fingers crossed, that, knock on wood, that you might have the most correct so far prediction out of
looking
any
for
other
it.
political
Yeah.
YouTuber.
What was Ethan's prediction?
Ethan's, I did mine. I showed him mine, and mine was 290 to whatever for Biden, and he said it
You mean
was
his
wrong.
final
He's,
say, right?
I honestly don't know what his was, but he said the mine was a really bad prediction, and I think so. From that, I'm guessing his was more for Biden, favoring Biden. I'll go check. I don't want to say anything on his behalf since he's not here, but
I feel like Biden's gonna have a lead in Iowa for most of the night until it's
Joe
gonna start
Biden.
narrowing up, like every other state. And speaking of that, Trump just took a 3 to 4 point lead in Missouri, and I think we can call that for Trump if you ask me.
Who said earlier that it was already called by some network?
Really?
I think someone said that. I don't know though. Oh wow! So Ethan's final prediction was 350 to 188.
really, jeez,
Yeah,
oh my god.
he had Biden winning in Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina.
So basically, what Ethan's prediction is already 100 or is already wrong. Yours is so far correct.
What was Red Eagles?
Red Eagles was, I think he had New Hampshire. I don't know. Let me check. I'll
He had
check.
like Minnesota and Nevada flipping too. I might be wrong though. It's like
He had-
2016, but improving in a few
He
states.
had it 290 to 248 in the other direction. So Wisconsin red, and Pennsylvania red, and Arizona red. So technically, I don't think he's wrong yet either. Trump is taking the lead in Virginia.
He had PA going red, Florida going lean red, which is accurate. Georgia going lean red, North Carolina going lean red, which might actually be kind of wrong. It might be tilt red, but that doesn't really matter.
Only 9% of the estimated vote is in out of Philadelphia, though.
Yeah. Maine's second. He had Maine's second congressional district going likely red. He had Nebraska's second congressional district going tilt red. He had Wisconsin going tilt red. Michigan tilt blue. Ohio likely red. Oh, Iowa likely red. I think Ohio is going to be tighter. Colorado, New Mexico likely blue. Nevada tilt blue. Arizona tilt red. And I think he had Texas as lean red, and then Alaska is safe red.
I just realized something. Oh, never mind. Pennsylvania just flipped back to Biden. But if it was still at Trump and we flipped North Carolina from Biden to Trump, this map so far would be equivalent and identical to 2016.
Lindsey Graham has been reelected to the U.S. Senate.
Really?
Defeats Jamie Harris.
Where is that called?
Overcomes that. Huh?
Where is that called?
New York Times.
Oh, okay. So then
AP did it too.
Yeah.
So then if we
despite
take
all
that-
these fundraising efforts.
So it's now 44-41 Senate.
Yeah.
Who's
I'm,
at
I'm
44?
getting.
Have they called Mississippi and Alabama yet?
No. Oh, wait. Oh, never mind. Why would they call South Carolina before those?
Because Mississippi and Alabama are only counting mail-in votes tonight, and mail-in votes are favoring the Democrats. So like Tuberville is only up by like 3 points right now, with like 20% in. I have no idea why they haven't called them though.
I'm starting to get pretty confident that we can call Minnesota pretty soon for Joe Biden.
Really?
Really?
Yeah, I mean he's up 34 points right now, with 26% in, which is obviously mostly early vote, but there's also
That's a lot of Minneapolis vote, though.
Right, and there's also the fact that Republicans were pretty disappointed in their turnout there as well.
Next poll closing in 12 seconds. The poll closings are in Idaho, Iowa, Montana, Nevada, Utah, and then we will start getting results from the state of Arizona. If Biden does hold on to Arizona or does pick up Arizona, then I think you can call Biden the president-elect of close to president-elect of the United States. We have a projection out of the state of Iowa. Oh, never mind. Too early to call out of the state of Iowa. Too early to call in the state of Nevada. Too early to call in the state of Utah. Too early to call in Montana. Too close to call in Florida. 382,000 vote difference. Trump's still in the lead with 93% in. In Texas, Donald Trump is leading still. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump leading with only 20% in. Ohio, Trump is leading against Biden with 69% in. In Michigan, Donald Trump leading by 17 points with 23% in. In Georgia, Donald Trump leading by around 12 points. North Carolina, Biden leading by around 0.6 points still. Arizona, too early to call. And Wisconsin, too early to call. Donald Trump leading by around 4 points with 28% in. Minnesota, we can get close to calling Minnesota, especially. New Hampshire can get maybe close to calling New Hampshire, although they are full of surprises in the past. So you can get close to calling Minnesota for Joe Biden. Wisconsin not really looking too great for Donald Trump right now, especially with Milwaukee lagging behind in their results. And in the United States Senate, Iowa Senate race is too early to call between Teresa Greenfield and Joni Ernst.
Okay, I think we can call that Utah will go to Trump.
I agree.
First of all,
I think so.
He has a 27-point lead in there, according to AP.
yeah, Trump's gonna win Utah.
And
Do you think we
Fox
can call
News
Utah? I forgot. Is it
Montana.
Spencer Cox in Utah? Do you think we can call it for him for the
He's the-
governorship? Who is the
I-
one?
Yeah,
I can't
give him the
remember what his name
governorship.
Yeah, but yeah, so we can call Utah for Trump. I'm still not
What about
quite ready to
Montana?
call
Fox
Montana.
News gave Trump Montana.
They did.
Or do you want to wait on that a little bit?
I think we should wait on it. If Kansas was tight, I think that maybe Montana could be a little delayed.
Yeah,
Okay.
although Kansas has been called by the New York Times now.
Really?
Governor's races, I think we can hold off on Montana. North Carolina and Missouri have not been called. Although I think we can call Utah for whoever won that primary. I think it was Spencer Cox. He has won in Utah. Any Senate races that can be called? Do you think we can call Idaho for Jim Risch, or is that at 11:00?
Jim Risch was Idaho, right? Yeah, Idaho.
Yeah, Idaho's 11. Okay, so then we should hold off on Idaho since it's still there. So the races that are yet to be called, where the polls have closed, are Arizona, Montana, Kansas, Iowa, Minnesota, Mississippi, Alabama, both Georgia Senate races, Michigan, North Carolina, and Maine. Although we might be able, Peters is overestimating his anticipated performance. I think that we could possibly call Michigan Senate soon for Peters if the urbanized areas get out the vote a little faster. I think in these Rust Belt states, especially, I think it's going to look like a Trump victory in these states for a while until you really get deep down. Because a lot of these urbanized areas like Milwaukee and Detroit, they're going to be lagging with their results until tomorrow morning. I mean,
Yeah, Tillis has about a 14,000 vote lead in North Carolina with 85% in, but Joe Biden still has a 30,000 vote lead.
Wow, take a look at North Carolina on AP real quick. That's
What happened?
crazy. It has Joe Biden and Donald Trump tied at 49.4.
I see a lot of people asking why VA is called, and it actually just got answered in the comments. It's because DC suburbs have not been counted, and once they count, it will go blue. Like back in 2016, Trump led in Virginia until there was 90% of the vote reporting, and then Hillary Clinton ended up winning by 5, and Biden's only down by 8 right now. It's already tightening.
Ryan, I just wanted to say Biden is leading in Maricopa County right now in Arizona.
Oh, votes
Ooh,
are
Arizona.
already starting to come in. From where are you looking?
I'm looking at Associated Press with 60% of Arizona reporting Joe Biden is leading 55.9 to 42.9 with a big lead in Maricopa County. I think, wow, Biden might win Arizona. I mean, 60% in, and Donald Trump has to make up nearly a 13-point gap with 40% of the vote and take over a big gap in Maricopa County. That is hard. That is tough.
And only, actually, 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 of those counties are safe Trump counties, and there's one, Yuma County, and that's a swing district along with Maricopa. So I think Biden will win Arizona when it's all said and done.
I think we should hold off on a projection in Minnesota. Well, Minnesota Senate race we might be able to call soon, but Minnesota, a lot of rural areas in Minnesota are yet to be called because there's no way Biden's going to win Minnesota by 30 points. I definitely think that there's yeah.
Did Biden take back the lead in Pennsylvania, or is that me just seeing something?
Wait, MSNBC is updating Maricopa. 69% in Donald Trump's lead, or Joe Biden's leading by 12 points with nearly 77% of the vote is now in Maricopa County, and Joe Biden is leading by 10%. If Joe Biden can capitalize on Maricopa, he will win the state of Arizona, and consequently, he could win the presidency because he can still lose Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina and still win the presidency if he gets Arizona.
Okay, Mark Kelly is expected to overperform Joe Biden, I'd say, and that is exactly what he's doing right now. So I would give Mark Kelly the Senate, his Senate seat. I wouldn't call it for him right now, but I think he's definitely going to win it.
He's leading by 11 points. Joe Biden leading by 10 points. With 70% reporting in Arizona. Arizona, we could get a projection in tonight if Maricopa County flips. This is a big thing. If Maricopa flips, we can get very close. This race went from a lopsided Trump, because I mean, we still thought, Joe Biden still has the upper hand in the presidential race, but it was getting a little closer to we were getting a little 2016 sense again. But I think if Biden really wins Arizona, then Biden can really win the presidency. And I mean, again, he can lose Pennsylvania, he can lose North Carolina, he can lose Georgia, and he can still win the presidency.
Yeah, there are definitely good
Well-
numbers out of Arizona right now.
Bigger
For
numbers now
Biden.
coming out. He is now leading by 12 points.
Ryan, when does the West Coast polls close? 11?
11.
Okay.
Yep. Eastern. Yep, and that's when you're going to get a huge boost for Biden's electoral count.
Right.
Yeah, because he'll get 3 states easily, or 4 states.
3
California.
states. Oregon will probably be too close to call.
Yeah,
And
true.
that'll maybe take maybe a half hour to call.
Oh, Iowa's too
Another
close to
race that
call.
we haven't really looked at a lot is Georgia, where
Yeah.
Biden leads by almost 13 points.
Oh, Biden's
Up.
leading.
This is in large part only because 32% of the vote is out of Atlanta. And a lot of
AOC has officially won her re-election bid.
What a shocker.
John Cornyn has also
Oh,
won re-election. in
Donald Trump
Texas.
has lead in North Carolina now.
Yeah, that was inevitable. Same thing happened in Ohio.
I think I had too much confidence in North Carolina. As I saw the numbers kind of ticking closer and closer, I knew it would just be a matter of time. Now, I mean, the numbers are ticking closer and closer in Arizona, but Donald Trump is still down by 11 points with 70% of the estimated vote in. In Pima County, Joe Biden leads by 21 points or 19 points, which is just below Maricopa. And 80% of the vote in. If Biden really does well in Pima, too, that really points well to Maricopa.
I think you're honestly a little bit overly optimistic to an extent, because at least for Biden's chances, on one hand, because what we've seen in Texas, North Carolina, and Ohio, and Florida is that Biden got an early lead, and that slowly started to fade away. We've
Yeah,
seen
but
that
I think-
happen over and over
I
again.
have a projection to make. I don't know if this has been said or not, but Tommy Tuberville has unseated Doug Jones in the Alabama Senate race.
Already. Yeah, that was expected.
44-42 Senate. I honestly do think I think the thing with Arizona though is that Biden his lead is steady right now with 72% in. He's actually gained his lead back that he kind of lost. I mean, he's doing very well in Arizona right now. And I mean, the difference with North Carolina is around this time in North Carolina, Biden was only up by like 4 points and he was already shrinking. And Mark Kelly is actually performing the around the same as Joe Biden, which is still good. I mean, in North Carolina, we saw Cal Cunningham underperforming Joe Biden. I mean, which was a good sign until it got tighter. But the difference was with around 70% of the vote in. Joe Biden led by 3, but in Arizona, Joe Biden's leading by 10-11. I think I have very good optimism for the Biden campaign in Arizona, and I think I have optimism for Mark Kelly as well in Arizona.
I think you're pointing out too many positive things for Trump or for Biden and not recognizing the fact that the polls were off again. And it's starting to get to a point now where 2016 flashbacks are definitely starting to come back, because Biden, as much as like obviously we expect mail-in votes at least in the upper Rust Belt to start coming in later, but Biden does not look all that great right now there. He's going to lose in Florida, Texas, Georgia, North Carolina, and Ohio, even though polls were showing very close races there. And I think that would suggest that states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin are a whole lot more competitive than we initially anticipated.
I mean, I kind of expected that too. I mean, my final prediction did have Trump winning Georgia, Florida, North Carolina, Texas, Iowa, but I really don't think that the polls were off now as much as they really were in 2016. I mean, I think the polling aggregates really overestimated. I mean, I think you had a very, very, very I'm trying to think. I think you had a very. What am I thinking of? In the polls, I don't know what I'm saying at this point. Tom Cotton won in Arkansas. They just called that on MSNBC.
Is that a House seat?
No, that's the Senate seat in Arkansas.
Okay.
They just said that 90% of the vote will come in Arizona tonight.
90.
90%.
But is that enough though to make a projection?
I think I'm getting ready to
No.
call Ohio for Donald Trump.
I was just about to say.
I'm like 100% confident in that now. So Trump will win in Ohio. I think we're getting to a point where we can call the state of Texas for Trump as well. We're also getting to a point where we can call North Carolina for Trump.
Wow.
Yeah.
right
Here,
now-
let me check
right
the
now,
Associated
right
Press.
now,
one
right
I can
now.
call.
Do you think we can call the Louisiana Senate to Bill Cassidy? He has 63% of the vote with 41 reporting.
MSNBC
Yeah.
projection: Joe Biden wins New Mexico.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was a while ago.
All right. So what channel on TV is reporting the fastest results right now?
MSNBC, definitely. MSNBC or Fox, I'd say.
I thought MSNBC was the slowest.
No, that's CNN. CNN's getting them really slow. Do you
I
think we can?
We haven't looked at like ABC or NBC or anything.
Let me check North Carolina. 1 second.
I honestly don't even know what to say at this point. I'm just
0.6% lead for Trump with 90%, and I think you can start to call it. Maybe give it a few more.
I don't know if we can call the presidential race tonight, but we can probably call the Arizona Senate race tonight.
Definitely. Arizona might take a little while.
Mhm.
Trump is now slightly favored to win Virginia. I don't think
What?
Biden is favored to win, or Trump is favored to win Virginia at all. I think the main thing there is, again, like what Ryan said, the DC area is not coming in. The DC area is not coming in at all in Virginia. I mean, that's mainly rural votes. This happened in 2018 with the Virginia Senate race. They called it for Tim Kaine almost at the poll closings, if not at the poll closings, and Virginia went to Tim Kaine. I mean, he was down for most of the night, but then he ended up coming back and winning because it takes a while to get urbanized city votes in. I don't think that Virginia will go to Donald Trump at all. Trump won Rhode Island. Check the facts. Again, a lot of these states, the urbanized areas, are not counting fast. They are not counting fast at all. These major election alert. Arizona, too early to call. Joe Biden leading by around 8.8 points ish.
I hate when they
Okay.
say major election alert, like something big's about to happen, and they say it's too early to call.
Yeah, that's deceiving.
Okay,
Donald
I'm
Trump
just
up
gonna
0.4.
I'm gonna come out and say it right now that I think it's gotten to the point where I think Trump is now starting to look favored to win this election,
Really?
and by the slightest of margins. I do think that Biden is gonna win Arizona, but I think with wins in Texas, Georgia, Florida, and North Carolina, Trump is a whole lot more in this, first of all, than he was initially and what we expected, just like 2016. And obviously, we expect the early vote and especially the mail vote to be counted later on in the Rust Belt, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, which were always the key to his chances of victory. But it just does not look good at all for his campaign. It's hard to see a way in which to put this in a positive light for his campaign right now. I don't know if it's stunning to an extent to see what is happening, but it was stunning in 2016 as well. I'm not going to say that 2020 is like 2016 at all, but we're getting to that point, and at least that's kind of going to be the feeling, I think, for a lot of people going to bed tonight and waking up tomorrow. And obviously, we could see vastly different results based on the shift in voting towards the Democrats in the Rust Belt. But I think for a lot of people going to sleep tonight, they're going to be wondering, like, oh, this is 2016 all over again.
And it definitely gives you a little hint inside to feel like you're seeing all these races, I mean, deceiving, especially in North Carolina, where you think Biden's going to win by 5 points, and then all of a sudden Trump comes in, swoops in at the last minute, and then actually ends up winning the state. I mean, it's like you're getting to that point where you think that this is definitely, I mean, we all knew, I mean, all of our predictions, right? Cam, Ryan, we all had North Carolina going red, Georgia going red, Florida going red. But to see that actually happening right now and defying the polls is actually kind of crazy right now.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, if Trump is overperforming polls as much as he did in Florida, as much as he did in North Carolina, as much as he is in Wisconsin, in Ohio, or in Texas, like, what's to say that he can't do that in other states as well? You know,
North Carolina really is getting out of Biden's reach.
Yeah, we've already made the call in Ohio, so it's currently 162 to 132 in favor of President Trump.
MSNBC projection in the Senate: Tommy Tuberville beats Doug Jones.
I mentioned that about a half hour ago.
Yeah, it's official now.
Yeah.
And
that Senate victory it pretty much cancels out Hickenlooper's winning Colorado. So both a Republican and a Democrat have unseated.
Yeah. Do you think we'll be able to call Mississippi too for the Senate?
Yeah.
All right. So the Senate stands at 44 to 43.
I just want the Senate seats in the South to come in faster. That would be nice.
Is this like surreal for anybody else? Does this like not feel real? Like tonight is actually
it doesn't feel real. Honestly.
It doesn't feel real at all. No, it doesn't.
I don't really have the hype that I thought I would.
It doesn't feel like this is like going to decide who's the president for the next 4 years.
I know.
Like it feels like it's still coming. You know.
Exactly. Like I was so pumped for election day. Now that it's actually here, it just feels like, some other day. Just different because there's results coming in, and that everything we've done, I think it just doesn't feel real because we've been working on this since March. I mean, we kind of joined in March. I kind of joined like maybe early April.
Me and Ryan met in February, I think.
Yeah, you came in February. Ryan created the channel, and did you create it in like January?
I thought it was like July of last year.
Yeah, it was a long time ago, but
right.
Yeah, and then Cam, you joined February. I joined maybe like the first day of April. Biden leading in Maricopa by 10 points, nearly 80% in. I mean,
I can't wait
it's
to
kind of
that guy from Arizona that's on our Facebook, Drew.
I mean, I kind of think it's gotten to because I'm kind of getting like flashbacks now from all these Senate races. Like when I did remember when we did the full election night in April. That's like the first one that I ever really helped on, and it's kind of weird to see it now, all different, all changing. Like that, all of this hard work that everyone's really done is all coming to an end right now. So
that's honestly sad to think about.
Yeah,
it's already up by 5 points in Ohio.
Yeah,
That's
Uh,
high.
MSNBC projection. The MSNBC has now officially projected the Dems will control the House for another 2 years. Fox called that like an hour ago. So 36 minutes until the next one. They predicted that the House will actually extend for the Democrats 237 to 198. My projection. Let me check my projection for that. That's not off. I made my projection, like at like 6 o'clock. My final House projection was 240 to 195.
I also had the Dems getting like low 240s or high 230s, maybe. I forget.
So I was 5 House seats off. Wow.
That's honestly really good. Out of 435, like think about that.
Steve
like-
Bullock leading by 19 points in Montana.
If you think about that, that's like getting over 99.5% of your House seats, right? Like think about that.
North Carolina, Donald Trump extended his lead to 0.8.
Wow.
Tillis extends his lead to 1.1. I had Tillis winning, and not my last prediction, but
I had
the
Cunningham winning.
second to last. My last prediction, I had Cunningham winning, but my second to last prediction, I had Tillis winning. So I was kind of flip flopped on that.
Aside from Montana and Iowa, North Carolina was my next one in difficulty for predicting.
I don't. Oh, 237 now for the Dems.
Biden's really keeping up in Montana, like I said he would. And I also said that Biden would have a early lead in Iowa.
Breaking news: New Hampshire has been called for Joe Biden.
Really?
Yeah.
Who
I think
called
that's
that?
that's the
That's-
first piece of like actually good news for his campaign.
Mhm.
All night.
That is news. That means that spells good news for Maine too for Sarah Gideon.
Mhm.
It could, but I don't know. Like honestly, like I think we've gone this entire night without having like anything be actually good news for Joe Biden.
Except for New Hampshire.
Yeah, and even then, it's like that's not a flip. Like
How do you think Joe Biden is feeling right now?
He's probably a little nervous. I mean, definitely Joe Biden as a candidate has to be a little more optimistic than us, the independent
Mhm.
surveyors of the election. He obviously, as the candidate, has to be more optimistic. But I think he might be a little worried right now. If I were the Trump campaign, I'd be optimistic. But he might be looking a little optimistic in Arizona too. So it just depends. Let's see what his Twitter says.
nothing is in out of Apache County in Arizona, which is interesting. If I'm not mistaken, that's a blue county.
Wow, Trump just beat his 2016 total in Florida by 1 million votes just now. Well, it's been like this for an hour. I don't know what's going on with the results in Florida. It's been at 91 for about an hour now.
Joe Biden in Arizona 73%, and wait, never mind. There's no real change there. MSNBC actually has more in Arizona.
I think what's interesting is to look at states with like almost all of the vote in, and one of those states is Tennessee, where Trump really is not underperforming as much as I think a lot of people anticipated him to.
Wait,
Especially
so
like these.
Who gave Joe Biden New Hampshire again?
Yeah.
MSNBC gave Trump or Biden New Hampshire.
Okay. Just wondering.
We're kind of at a standstill here as we're waiting like 30 minutes longer for when the next polls are closing in California and all the other Western states. I'm trying to think of what else is like interesting that's happening, but I think we're getting to a point where I think I can call the state of Texas for Donald Trump.
Really?
He's up by 3.5 points with 80% of the vote reporting. I don't think there's enough vote outstanding for Biden to make a comeback. Especially considering since so much of the vote that is in right now was the early vote that was thought to have favored Democrats. So I don't know. I'll still wait a little bit before I make a call in Texas, but for now it's definitely starting to look like Trump's going to win there. Same goes for North Carolina, where almost 90% of the vote is in, and he's up by 0.8 points.
Here's a fun fact. The 11 p.m. poll closings were the time where Barack Obama first got elected president in 2008, where he surpassed 270 electoral votes. And that was the last time that an election was where you knew the winner before the next day after midnight.
Why have none of the major news networks called the state of Florida for Trump yet?
It's been stuck at 91 for the longest time.
Although it is at 90, it's at 94% now, and Biden and Trump leads by 3.4. It's kind of weird. I think they're just reluctant.
Honestly, I remember it being like that 4 years ago. Like, it was more narrow in 2016, of course, and I remember just watching it in 2016, like, why aren't they calling Florida yet? Where are the results? And I think we're seeing the same thing this year. When's the last time North Carolina updated?
Kind of recently-ish. It's up to 89%, but
It's at
really the
91
only
on AP.
the only Trump state in 2016 that is looking good for Biden is Arizona right now.
Mm-hmm.
And that could change once we get all of the mail and early vote in the 3 Rust Belt states, but we shall see.
Yeah, Trump won Utah,
It's official.
and that's it.
I'm gonna take a break here.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a break too. So we have 27 minutes until the next
Okay.
poll closings. 94% in Florida. I don't know why they haven't called it yet.
I just want to check my notifications.
The New
Yeah,
York
'cause
Times has finally projected Missouri for Trump.
Yeah, I don't know why MSNBC is not projecting, because they say there's 600,000 votes out. And if Biden had every single vote, he would barely beat Trump in Florida. I mean, there's no optimism for Biden in Florida anymore. It's beyond me why they're not calling it yet.
Definitely. He's up 3.5 points now. But chat, feel free to ask any questions. We still have about 25 minutes until the next poll closing.
Wait, Ryan, is my mic volume? Do I need to like turn it down or like put it away? Like
I
farther
think you're
away?
mostly good.
Because people are commenting that I need to lower it down because it's like too loud.
I mean, in my ears, it's fine.
Okay. I'll just keep it here then. I'll keep it here and just talk like this.
Okay, now I'm going to start answering some questions. Where are you guys from? I'm from the Bay Area in California. What are your predictions on the state of Wisconsin? Honestly, that's a very hard state to call, but I'd still remain relatively optimistic in Biden's chances in all three of these Rust Belt states, just because we're still a ways away from receiving any of the mail-in and early vote there, which is expected to obviously favor Biden by quite a bit. But then again, as I said, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania were legally not allowed to count any mail-in votes until today, which is ridiculous and doesn't make any sense, but it is what it is. And ultimately, that's why we'll probably have a delay in figuring out who actually wins this race. AZ looks good for the Democrats right now, for Joe Biden. It's really the only state right now that should give his supporters any kind of confidence. Majority of VA red. I mean, yeah, the majority of most states are red. It's just that urban centers and states are very Democratic, and that shifts the balances. What is Biden's Hail Mary? I don't think he's gotten to a point yet where he has to rely on a Hail Mary. Ultimately, his chances are still relatively high, and you could argue that he actually has a better chance of winning this race than Trump does still, because of those states in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. But if you want me to like name one state that has given Biden his like best chance at winning this race, is Pennsylvania. So I guess that would be his Hail Mary state, if you want to call it that. Try to kind of go through all these. Ryan whispers. I mean, yeah, but I'm also just extremely tired, to be honest. Like extremely tired. But I'm kind of just powering through. This could be a red mirage. It could be. Obviously, we were going into this anticipating that, but we were also not anticipating that Trump would be that far ahead in Florida, among other states. When did I get into politics? Relatively recently, like a year or two ago. I've always had a fascination for like data. Previously it was more for like sports and such, but I found that election statistics, and specifically like the research that goes into sociodemographics and all these kinds of research methods and how politics sort of operates in our country, is really fascinating to me. Ryan, what are Biden's chances if he wins in Arizona? If he wins in Arizona, that's obviously a good thing. It means he wouldn't have to win in Wisconsin, obviously from his campaign's perspective. Yeah, so it's 11 electoral votes would basically replace Wisconsin, in the sense that he wouldn't need Wisconsin, but I still think he has a better chance of winning Wisconsin than he does of Arizona. Although numbers in Arizona are obviously looking better than they are in Wisconsin. I hope that made sense. Anyways,
I'm back too, so.
oh yeah, no worries.
I just need to take a quick break. My eyes are hurting because my screen's so far away.
I kind of just like answering these questions. Do you think Trump is going to win Congress? I think obviously the Democrats are already projected to retain the House, so there's that. I'd still say there's like a maybe 60-40 chance of the Republicans retaining the Senate right now. Why is Rhode Island red? I don't think anybody has Rhode Island as red.
Yeah, so it was someone in the chat. They kept saying Rhode Island was called for Donald Trump, even though the early vote just had Trump winning like 52 to
Yeah.
45 or
Another
something.
question: how much will you trust the polls after this election if they are wrong again? That's a complex question, and it's one that's doesn't really have a good answer. I think generally polls would have to be off further than they are right now in order for polling to really never be trusted again, unless obviously there's some kind of huge overhaul of the entire system. But it's like coming into this year, that's what people said was happening with these polls, was that in 2016 white college or white non-college educated voters were underrepresented, and Trump voters were or shy Trump voters were underrepresented, especially in the Rust Belt. And obviously we thought that that was like fixed for this election, but the fact is that we don't really know, and polls are only really supposed to give you, to a certain degree, with like a probability of a candidate winning an election within sort of a margin of error. But Drew, did you have something to say?
Well, I was just gonna say MSNBC had a projection, but it was just Missouri, so.
Okay, no worries. He has to win Michigan. He does have to win Michigan. There is no chance for Biden if he does not win Michigan. Any bold predictions? I've kind of nailed my bold predictions so far, except for the fact that I actually said that Texas would be closer than Florida.
We do
really
have
close right
House projections. We think Jeff Van Drew has won in
in
New
New
York
Jersey.
14 or New
that-
Jersey 14.
New Jersey, yeah.
And Debbie Murkicell Powell lost. I believe that was an Illinois House race.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, no. So that really not a shocker to me at all. I had her losing already. So not big surprises. I think the only real notable Republican that could get taken down tonight, other than Van Drew, could really be Mike Garcia.
Yeah, yeah. But why is Montana so close is another question. Well, Montana is a closer state than a lot of people give it credit for, given that it has a Democratic senator and a Democratic governor. And there's a good chance that it'll gain an electoral vote by 2024 and gain a congressional district that could be very in play for the Democrats. So that's just kind of context. But in this particular election, mail-in votes completely broke all records in Montana, and a large part of that is obviously Democratic. So that's why he has this 16,000 vote lead with 13% of the vote in. Do you think calling Virginia at this stage? Do you think calling Virginia at this stage is too optimistic for Biden with current votes? I thought it was a little bit optimistic when it was 3% of the vote in, but I think we all kind of did. He's down 7.4 points right now with 55% in. I don't think it's overly optimistic in the sense that this is expected in Virginia, but we have a long ways to go. And I think calling Virginia for Biden is ultimately what the final result will be. But obviously, with Biden or Trump leading by as much as he is right now, it obviously causes some confusion.
Ryan, I'm just gonna test my mic out real quick. I'm trying to see the stream. I don't know if it's loud or not. I can't turn down the mic. I can only push it away. So.
Yeah, no worries. Another question: why is Georgia's race so wide? Well, that's actually kind of typical in Georgia, especially in this election, because a lot of the vote out of Fulton County, which is obviously the Atlanta area, is not in yet. Only 1/3 of that is in. Biden could pick up maybe 200,000 more votes there, and he's only down by 400,000 right now. So that, among all the other Atlanta suburbs, gives him a pretty good chance of closing that gap to some extent, which is obviously what we saw in 2016 when Clinton only ended up losing by 5 points. So many questions.
Someone said to check Virginia from 538, but I can't find anything.
There are so many questions. Sorry, I'm trying to like scroll back up to where I was.
There's an MSNBC projection. Illinois will go to Joe Biden. We called that.
I
Like
had that
2
2
hours
hours ago.
Yeah. And Dick Durbin was declared the winner, but we called that a while ago too.
Do I think Biden has dementia? No. I think that's just an awful thing to say without any actual evidence. Can Biden win if he loses Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Ohio? Absolutely not. If he loses any of Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin, I would argue that he has no chance, to be honest. But that remains to be seen. I'm still relatively confident in his chances in those 3 states. And if he wins those 3, he wins the election no matter what happens elsewhere.
I think, Ryan, that they may have called. Oh, wait, no. North Carolina tightened up, Ryan.
Did it?
It's 0.1 for Trump now.
Oh, wow. Wow.
It tightened up a lot.
No, it's not.
58,000 votes.
No, wait. I read that wrong too. It's a 1% gap. 58,000.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
No, but I totally see that. I totally get.
I read that wrong.
We all did that.
I was so surprised. I'm like, wait, no, there's no way that he could have closed that gap. Okay, my eyes deceived me on that. I'm sorry about that.
I'm gonna try to go like on a speed run through these because there's so many. Okay. Can this end in a tie? Yes, it can. And I've kind of gone over that in videos in the past, but I think the most likely scenario for that to occur is that something to do with the congressional districts, but it is very possible that this election could end in a 269 to 269 tie, which would be an absolute, complete, and total and devastating disaster. Does Donald Trump still have a chance to win? Absolutely. Does Joe Biden have a chance to win? Absolutely.
Someone asked for an Arizona Rust Belt update. Biden is still leading in Maricopa by 9.6 points, I think, and he's leading statewide by about the same as he is in Maricopa County. But if you look at the Rust Belt, Trump is still dominating. We have a Senate update in Iowa: 55.7 to Greenfield, 41.5 to Ernst, 41% in.
Got you.
And in Montana, 55.5 to Bullock, 44.5 to Daines, 24% in. But I think we can all agree that at least I can agree, or I can say that Daines I had Daines pulling that out by 3 points or more.
Yeah.
But for the Rust Belt update, we have Wisconsin and Michigan. Trump's still in the lead by around, I'd say, 10 points, but that's mainly just because of rural areas. Urbanized areas have not really come out in Michigan at all. Wisconsin, I think, is a little tighter right now, but still not a lot of urban areas in Wisconsin yet to really show any real close race yet. Because Trump's definitely not winning Michigan by 12 points, and he's definitely not winning Wisconsin by like 3 points, 4 points.
Right.
So.
There's a question. Is this the channel that gave Trump only a 4% chance of victory? Absolutely not.
No, I think that was, actually, I don't want to speak on anyone. I won't say it, but I just won't say it. Because I don't want someone here without them being able to defend themselves.
No worries. Is this a bigger red mirage than we predicted? No. The initial red mirage theory was a lot bigger than this, and Trump was anticipated to be ahead on election night in like a lot of Democratic states that we've already called for Joe Biden. So no, I don't actually think it's a bit less of a red mirage than we would have thought, but it's also very different in a lot of different ways. Um,
200,000 vote gap, 200 around a 200. I'd say 10,000 vote gap in Arizona. I don't know how much is expected to come out more or left in Arizona. Let me check. I really don't know. Ryan, do you know? You probably don't. Do you know the expected amount of votes left in Arizona that haven't been counted?
I think 2.9 million people voted in 2016, if I'm not mistaken. I know that they shattered those expectations, or were at least expected to shatter those expectations. Right now, we're sitting at 2.35 million. So I'd anticipate roughly about 1 million more votes could come.
Okay.
But that's all kind of just a subjective.
MSNBC has a projection to make Nebraska 5 split electoral votes to Donald Trump. Wait,
You really got my hopes up until now, until you said Nebraska.
all 5 electoral votes from Nebraska?
All 5.
Really?
No.
Even Nebraska second?
There's no
Hey,
way.
who called that?
No, Nebraska's 2nd district was just called for Trump.
What?
Seriously?
Yeah. They said
By
all
who?
5 MSNBC.
That's either a mistake or a huge victory.
Kelly is leading roughly by 300,000 votes, a little bit more than Joe Biden. Maybe like I'd say 80,000 votes more than Joe Biden right now.
Hey Ryan, do you remember that video you made last week about the 538, where you give a candidate a state and it'll tell you like what their chances are of
Yeah.
winning? It has Trump going up so much after you give him Nebraska's 2nd district. So
Right.
plus he's got Florida and North Carolina pretty much. So
But like I'm so shocked by this that Nebraska's 2nd district was called this early.
yeah,
I mean, I have no idea if that's just a mistake on MSNBC's part or because no other channel is called that. It doesn't look like it's actually going to tighten up anytime soon.
yeah.
I don't know. Let me check the 538 thing.
More questions. Can Joe Biden still win in North Carolina? Realistically, not really. If Biden gets Arizona, what are Trump's chances? They're basically the same as they were. Actually, no, that's completely wrong. My bad. I completely take that back. If Biden gets Arizona, Trump will have to win one of the Rust Belt state or 2 of the Rust Belt states, I believe. I think. I don't know for sure, but I can check on that in a bit.
I was muted. Do you know where the I can't find the little thing where when you flip it. I just had it the other day.
You mean the simulation model thing?
Yeah, the simulation model.
Go to 538.
Nebraska 2 is leading according to NBC. Lubi just said that. So maybe that was a mistake on their part. Maybe they meant to call it for Biden.
MSNBC, they just tweeted that Trump will win at least 3 of 5 electoral votes.
Well, so they said that they had called all 5. I have no idea. I'm confused.
Yeah,
I'm
know,
gonna
it is what it is.
I'm gonna keep it as a too early until someone else gives me the information on that.
Did Biden win New Hampshire yet?
Yeah, they called that like a half hour ago. Oh, 6 minutes until the next poll
wow.
closes. I can't find it. Cam, do you know where it is? The flip thing where when you flipped it, it gives you the odds. You have to
Yeah, I'm trying to get the results that are right now, like the current results, and I'm filling those out real quick.
Yeah, I don't know what I should do with Nebraska's second district.
Okay, with the projections we have right now, it has Trump with an 11% chance and Biden with an 89. But if we give Trump Florida, it moves him up to 29. If we give him North Carolina, 40. Do you guys Texas 41? That only moves him up 1% for some reason. But do you think
Yeah,
he'll win Ohio?
Yeah, I think he'll win Ohio. Give him Ohio.
All right, 45. You think he'll win Georgia?
Yeah.
47. He'll win Idaho.
Idaho will be called in like 5 minutes.
So this gives him 47%. And when you give him Maine's second district, 55.
So he gets the odds over Biden if you give him Nebraska's 2.
Yes, along with Ohio, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, and Texas.
Okay.
If you give him Iowa, 59.
Iowa 59. Okay. See, I don't know. My prediction was everything on that list except for Nebraska 2. Now change Nebraska 2 to Biden to see how much that weight that has on the aggregate.
But anyway, there we go. Alaska gives him 59.
Someone said, I
Which
thought
would
you were
put 'em-
going to call states before the news networks. We have. I called Florida way before it was ever called. I
Yeah.
called Ohio before it was ever called.
Yeah.
Cam, send the link to that in the group chat so I can check that out
All right.
and play with it a little bit.
I'm going to say we can call now that Trump has won in Texas.
Yeah, okay, so there's around 800,000 votes remaining in Arizona. Biden leads by around 210,000 votes.
I sent it to you.
Okay, you did?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So-
That. Have they updated Florida yet? No. What is taking forever? Oh wait, they're at 97 reporting. Wow.
I think it's pretty safe to say that this election will come down to 4 states: Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
Yes.
But that was already kind of anticipated to an extent.
Mhm.
It's just more evident now. And
So-
as of right now, Biden looks very good in Arizona. Wisconsin is a toss-up based off early voting and in person. Michigan, I have no idea what to make of Michigan because so much of the vote is still outstanding. But Biden or Trump has such a massive lead. Pennsylvania is also kind of the same as Michigan.
Mississippi and Wyoming were called for Trump, so I think if they were called for Trump, do you think it's safe to say that Cindy Hyde Smith will win the Senate, right? Yeah, we called that.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah.
So according to this, so if we give Arizona to Biden, Nebraska 2 to Trump, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Ohio to Trump, Biden still has a 76% chance of winning. So if he carries on to Arizona, then this rate is a lot tighter. And MSNBC just called South Carolina now. I didn't think that one was going to be tight, but they have called Georgia special. Warnock has won, and him and Loeffler will advance to the runoff on January 5th. 59% reporting. Warnock beat Loeffler by 0.4 points. Doug Collins was left in the dust.
Florida's 27th congressional district just got flipped by the Republican.
Florida's 27th. Was that
Yeah.
Donna Shalala or Shalala? Yep. Really? That one that flipped?
Yep.
Oh my
Florida's
gosh.
insane.
That
Florida
she was
shocked the
expected.
world tonight.
She was expected to win that by a lot. Oh my gosh. That is shocking. I thought Shalala had that in the bag.
A really impressive performance for Republicans in Florida.
Definitely. I think we can kind of start to see Florida. I mean, we
Roger
saw that in
Marshall.
2018, but
Roger Marshall just got projected to win in Kansas.
Yeah, I just saw
So-
that. I was just about to ask you guys.
so Roger Marshall is the winner. So it's now 44-44 Senate.
Wow.
Meaning
Yeah.
now let's say that the Democrats are probably going to win Oregon and Minnesota. Say they win that, the best the Republicans can do is gain one. Say that the Democrats win Montana, Arizona, Iowa, Maine. Then the best that the Republicans can really do is get a 50-50
Oh, it's 11,
split.
guys.
Oh, it's 11 o'clock for the polls.
Mhm.
Um,
I'm going to fill in Idaho.
what was the other state that I put? Oh, Oregon. But I don't know if we can keep Oregon. They have not, MSNBC is not there yet.
They're getting ready to call California, Washington, and Hawaii.
Yeah. So we can call California, Washington, Hawaii, and then Idaho for Trump. And that brings us to 204 to 203.
Joe Biden.
Oh, I have 207 to 204.
207 to 204. What other states are we missing?
Well, I haven't called Nebraska's two because there's like a lot of discrepancy there because of the Twitter thing.
No, yeah, I would call Nebraska's at large and then first and third.
Why is
Okay.
Idaho too early?
Oregon 7. Oh, Oregon's not too early. They called
They
Oregon
projected-
and Washington.
Okay, so that makes it 210 for Biden to 204 for Trump.
Wow.
Where are we missing electoral votes? Or did you not fill in New Hampshire?
Oh, that's right. That's right. I forgot he won in New Hampshire. There you
Yeah,
go.
so
So
now it's-
214 to 204.
Yeah, 214 to 204.
Yeah. Alrighty, folks. I think this race is definitely starting to shape up. I guess we can sort of do a little presentation here.
Let's see it.
So,
Kansas for the Democrats. Before you get on that, Kansas for the Democrats. I know some people I know. So I know a lot of people that are supporting Trump and the Republicans tonight, and I know a lot of people that support Biden and the Democrats tonight. Big split of friendship, big split of everything tonight. But I'm getting all of these live things. I've seen all of their predictions, and what I've got to say is that, in my opinion, all of these people, Republican or Democrat, I feel like are going to get results wrong tonight. I mean, what I'm saying is, like, I have Democratic friends who were so confident in Kansas they thought it was going to go down to the last minute, and then I have people on the right that thought that were so confident in Michigan that they think, or Michigan Senate race. Now, James still has a chance, but they were so confident in Michigan Senate race that they would put it Republican. And I honestly, it's kind of weird to see tonight, and I don't know if you guys can agree, to see all these predictions that people have seen, people have sent to us, just to see them kind of go down the toilet for both sides, and it's kind of...
Yeah. Although EP's prediction is still going strong. I just want to say that.
Mm-hmm.
We have not called a single state wrong yet. However, this little presentation, as you can see in the yellow, these are our 4 battleground states. We can basically anticipate that Trump will win in Montana, Georgia, North Carolina. I'm probably going to put Iowa into the battleground column, but I do think Biden will win in Minnesota. And
Yeah, Biden's
Nevada.
leading 57 to
I'll
39.
I'll put Nevada in the positive column here as well, and then Alaska for Trump. So that gives us 241 for Trump to 224 for Joe Biden. That kind of gives us the floor for both of these candidates, which means that Donald Trump's floor, because he won in Texas, Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina, is now higher than Joe Biden's. Coming into tonight, the initial sort of expectation was that North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida were part of these battleground states. But obviously now that he's won them, and that Joe Biden hasn't won any of these toss-up states quite yet, we anticipate that Arizona could go that way in a few hours. But there are 69 nice electoral votes at stake for the battlegrounds that we anticipate will end up deciding this election. Now, the pathways for both candidates are very simple for the most part. Joe Biden could win this election if he wins in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. That would put him at exactly 270 electoral votes. Oh, I almost forgot about Maine, actually. Maine, I'd say statewide, it would probably go to Biden, and then its second district, and then Nebraska's second district are both battlegrounds. But anyways, those 3 wins in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin would give him the victory, no matter what happens elsewhere. Donald Trump could hypothetically win in Nevada, Arizona, Iowa, and carry both of these congressional districts, and Joe Biden would still be the president.
Ryan,
now, Grant,
I just have something quick to say. So my uncle that lives in Georgia, he's really keeping up on Georgia politics. He just called or texted me and said that Doug Collins has called Kelly Loeffler to officially concede the Georgia Senate race.
Okay, that is big. So it'll be Warnock versus Loeffler. That'll be interesting. But anyways, back to my point. So basically, as you can see, this is Joe Biden's easiest path to victory. He could hypothetically lose in Wisconsin, win in Arizona, and still he would win the presidency. But it's more likely that he wins in Wisconsin and loses in Arizona, or also wins in Arizona. For Trump, on the other hand, his entire path to 270 relies on Pennsylvania. If he wins in Pennsylvania, then all he needs to do is win in Arizona. Well, actually, no, that's not. It's interesting because ultimately, even with these wins in all of these states, Trump's path is still harder, sort of objectively speaking, than Biden's is. Because even if he wins in Iowa and Pennsylvania, he would still need to carry one of these other big states. The 2 congressional districts would only get him to 269. So if he won in Nebraska second and won in Maine second, but then Joe Biden won in Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, and Nevada, we would have that 269 to 269 tie, which was mentioned earlier. And to some extent, this looks plausible, which is terrifying. But I mean, it was a possibility going into tonight, and it's starting to look like it could be even more of a possibility. My own personal prediction, if you care, going into tonight was that Biden wins in Pennsylvania and Nebraska's second district, and that would be 290 to 248. So this was my personal prediction going into tonight, which still stands. However, I'm starting to be a little bit more concerned about Biden's chance in Michigan and Pennsylvania, just based off of early turnout and or Republican turnout and just overall. But that's basically the gist of that. Again, if you guys have any further questions, I'd be happy to answer them to the best of my ability. But that's kind of where we're at right now, overall.
Okay, someone just asked a very good question. Why is 269 to 269 tie terrifying?
Well, because I don't see any reason why that would not be terrifying. The fact that
you'd have a split White House.
The fact that we would not have an actual winner of the election, and it would come down to the House of Representatives to decide, right? If I'm not mistaken, the House of Representatives decides the president, and the Senate decides the vice president. It's terrifying that our country would be subjected to that, because it would just turn into total and complete chaos.
I mean, I can't see a way that a White House could get anything accomplished in 4 years if you have Joe Biden as president and then Mike Pence as vice president, who are practically polar opposites to each other. You can't get anything done. I mean, there's the possibility that Mike Pence, if he 2 years in, he could resign the vice presidency if it was a 269 tie, just on the fact that you can't get anything done. But again, that's still very unlikely. I mean, a 269 tie would be absolutely terrifying for the country.
Yeah. I'm actually going to take a really quick break. I'll be back in a second. Feel free to answer any questions that they have.
Yeah, okay. Cam, you good for that? Okay, well, he's not here. Michigan is super red because high populated areas haven't been counted, right? Yes, that is exactly right. Urbanized areas have not been counted in Michigan yet, which means that and even as urbanized areas are being called in Michigan or are being counted, the race is getting a lot tighter. It was 12 points earlier. Now it's only a few points. I mean, Michigan is really it's really not showing as tight as it should be because of that. Biden is not leading in Pennsylvania. Again, not really many votes coming in from there, and a lot of mail-in votes from the There's no such thing as a split presidency. If it's a 269 tie, there is. But again, in Pennsylvania, a lot of urbanized areas, we won't get results in Pennsylvania. It'll look like Trump won Pennsylvania for a long time until we get a lot of the mail-in votes won't start counting for a while. Especially look in Michigan. I'm looking at a county map right now. All the blue counties are not being counted yet, and that's why Trump's winning by 11 votes or 11 points. Yeah, and those are mainly election day votes in Michigan. Different states count differently. That's why Nicole Galloway led in Missouri for a majority of the night, because they were counting mail-ins over in person first. How's PA got guaranteed red? Trump is leading by 14 points because urbanized areas aren't counted and mail-in votes aren't being counted yet. We have some super chats. Has NC been called? No. Did Maine just go to Trump? No. These are from like 8 o'clock though. Thanks for all the coverage. Great stuff. Thank you, MadGriff86. Mail-in voting hasn't been counted in Pennsylvania, right? Yeah, you're correct. They won't start counting. We won't probably know the winner of Michigan until like Thursday. We probably won't know the winner of Wisconsin until 12 o'clock midnight or noon tomorrow. We will not know these races. The only way that we'll know whether it's worth whether it's really worth staying up is if how Arizona goes. In Arizona, by 6 a.m. tonight, we're probably going to get 90% of the vote in Arizona. And if Biden improves there or stays the same by 90%, then you can see it being a very big win for the Biden campaign and more likely that they can win. Any news on Nebraska's 2nd district? I think that was a missed call on NBC. They said 3 out of the 5 split votes. I think they're waiting on Nebraska 3 and Nebraska 2, or Nebraska 1 and Nebraska 2. I am not quite know. If anyone from Nebraska, you can comment that. The result shows ordinary people's angers toward liberal leftists. The results right now actually show rural areas, which tend to be more Republican, more Trump supporters, which is extremely common. This happens all the time. But it will look like a red mirage in these swing states.
Wow. Fox News just called Florida for Trump.
Yeah, Fox just called Florida. We called that like 3 hours ago. Purdue leading us off by 11 points. I had Purdue winning by around 4 points, but I didn't think he would be winning by 11 points right now. The House is still majority Democrat till January, and they are projected to go majority Democrat. Cam, I don't know about you, but I am still surprised that Donna Shalala actually lost. That was crazy to me.
Hey, where'd Ryan go?
What is going on in Maricopa? Biden's still leading by around 10 points in Maricopa. Not states, but delegates. 29 delegates, which is equivalent to Florida. In Iowa, Biden leading 55.1 to 43.4, although that's a lot of the Democratic counties coming in 55%, and that's early in absentee voting. I had Ernst winning, I think. I don't think Biden or Ernst have a good chance. I think that Cunningham, after the texting scandal, I think Cunningham pretty much blew his chances away. I mean, Democrats had that until that happened, and then Cunningham just dropped off, and now he's losing with 94% in. I think that North Carolina will go to Trump, and I think North Carolina will go to Tillis. I had Cunningham in my most recent projection yesterday, but I did have Tillis in my most recent projection on Facebook, which is kind of my final prediction. So I guess you could say I predicted North Carolina Senate because I was kind of bold enough to say that. But yeah, so mainly what we need to look at in Iowa is the northeastern region of Iowa. I mean, that's what really pushed Barack Obama over the edge in 2008 and 2012, and that's not looking good for Biden or Greenfield right now in Iowa. Why is everyone saying Trump already won? I don't know. They said Trump already won, even though Trump was going to have a lead throughout the night, this entire night. We already knew that Trump was going to have a lead, and if Biden was going to win, he would come in late through the night. I don't know why people are saying Trump is going to win, because Biden is going to. It could win. I mean, you can say the same thing for Biden. I mean, you really don't know. In Polk County, Biden leading 56.6 to 41.2 with 95% in. That's a 4% increase from Clinton's numbers in 2016, but a 0.2% increase from Trump's numbers for Trump in 2016. MSNBC has Biden winning 192 to 114. EP official has Biden winning 214 to 204. 45 to 44 for Democrats in the Senate. 21. Actually, no, we can call Washington for Jay Inslee. So 25 to 22 in the governorship. I'll actually check those right now. Trump up 8 in Ohio. Really? Cam, can you check that in Ohio?
Yeah,
while
I actually
check
just
the
saw this
governorship?
a minute ago. Trump is up, 8 in Ohio.
The polls are
With-
off a lot more now than they were in
with
2016.
92%.
Trump is up
reporting.
8 in Ohio. Gosh.
I think with Trump up 8 in Ohio, we can give him the state, especially with 92% reporting.
I think we can
That's
give Trump North Carolina too, Ryan. We already gave him Ohio.
Yeah. That's also like 8 he's up 8 points in Ohio. Like, are you serious? That's such a bad sign for his chances in the rest of the Rust Belt too. Because how much did he win by in 2016 again? It was like 8 point something.
Yeah. Greenfield up 50.7 to 46.5. Under Biden's doing better than Greenfield statewide. Not a good look for Democrats. Not a good look for outlook for Democrats in the Senate. We didn't
What is
have a
happening?
blue wave for Biden.
Michigan
Our
and
prediction is
Wisconsin.
actually very solid right now.
It is solid. And I'm pretty proud of it for the most part, except for the Rust Belt. But really,
The
I
Rust
feel
Belt
like
could be different, but
it could all change in an instant, though, is the thing.
that is true. How much of Cam? Can you check how much of Ohio still has to report? Like, is it urbanized areas that still have to report?
No, I think they kind of maxed out. Or actually, Cuyahoga has only 74% in, and Columbus only 78%. And
You know what's
Lucas
insane?
only 5%.
So I think Ohio could tighten up a little bit. It's definitely going to Trump, but I think
Although
that
Biden's
Ohio.
up 4-5 in Montgomery County, which is the one that I highlighted in today's video, actually, is one that went to Trump by a little bit in 2016. But that's interesting. I don't think he's going to win by 8 points when all is said and done. I think it's going to be closer to 5 or
Yeah,
6.
I think it's I was gonna say with those urbanized, because if you saw the map, those rural areas had almost 100% reporting, and once you get like 30%, 25%, 20% from those urbanized areas, it's gonna go from 8 to 6. 65% in Georgia, Donald Trump's up by nearly 10 points. I wouldn't call Georgia yet, though. I think you can get to the point soon where
I think
we
I
can
can call North Carolina for Trump, but yeah, Georgia is.
Georgia, because Georgia was like this in 2018 with the gubernatorial race with Stacey Abrams and Brian Kemp. It looked like Brian Kemp was going to have a huge victory all night, and then it shrunk. This is what Georgia does a lot. I think we can get close.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I think we can get close to Minnesota, too.
Yeah, I think I already called Minnesota, honestly.
Yeah, I think. Do you think we can call Minnesota Senate too? For Tina Smith.
Oh yeah, she'll win by larger margin than Biden will. But
I think I'll hold off on Minnesota for a tiny bit, but I think it's definitely going to Biden because Minneapolis had like double their they had a lot more turnout than they did in 2016, and you can see counties near Duluth, Minnesota, going blue. When if they were going red, you would see trouble for the Biden campaign. But
yeah, I don't know. Okay, so the interesting thing is Biden's definitely closed the gap in North Carolina since 2016 because Trump won by 3.2, Biden's down by 1.4. He also did that in what was the other state? Obviously, he did that in Texas. So those are two examples of Biden overperforming Clinton, but Biden underperformed Clinton in Florida. Which is weird. Although, has he actually underperformed Clinton? What was Clinton's percentage?
In where?
In Florida in 2016.
Florida in 2016, it was a 1.2 point race, so she had to be in like 46, 47. Or, no. Wait, it had to be closer, maybe 47. So maybe he underperformed it, but we all knew Florida was trending red, especially with those 2018 midterm results.
Right. But the whole argument about like the people saying that Trump is going to win this election is that Biden is underperforming Clinton, but Clinton only carried 47.4% in 2016. Biden has 47.7%.
In Arizona, people want to know with 73% reporting, it's the same thing. Biden may be
Yeah, it's
increasing.
stuck at that.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Again, Arizona, we won't know
77%
for
is
a
in
while.
America, and he's at about 10 still. That's big.
Yeah.
Apache County is a blue county, if I'm not mistaken.
I have no idea. I only know Maricopa and
'Cause
Pima.
Apache doesn't have anything in. Yeah, and it went to Biden by or Clinton by 10,000 votes in 2016.
Minnesota, we can definitely call for the Senate. Smith is up by around 20 points, double than Biden's lead, I think, or a little bit more than Biden's lead.
Yeah, Biden's a big in California as expected. A big in Oregon too. Trump is ahead in Washington. That's funny.
Nebraska's
Montana
second
still stuck at
district,
19%.
Donald Bacon leads by around 5 points.
Montana is still stuck at 19%.
I'm gonna check. I'm gonna check Florida's 27th district and see how much Shalala lost by. I'm gonna check my local races if that's okay.
This probably sounds really dumb, but is Tony Evers, the governor of Iowa, a Republican or a Democrat?
Or Wisconsin. Yeah, he's a Democrat.
He is.
He barely unseated Rick Scott though. I'm gonna check my own congressional race. 1 second. In New York 24, John Katko is leading against Dana Balter. In New York 22, for any of New Yorkers, New York 22, Claudia Tenney is leading Anthony Brindisi. Elise Stefanik is leading Tedra Cobb.
Fox called Arizona.
Really?
Are you
Wait.
serious? Fox called Arizona.
For
Who's
who?
watching Fox?
Wow.
Is that actual?
Cam, are you're watching Fox, right?
Yeah, but I was looking at New York Times, their election results on my phone, and I have Fox News muted.
Come on,
because I didn't want it.
Did Fox actually call?
Oh, Scott Walker. Sorry,
Yeah.
not Rick Scott. Scott Walker. They called
They called
Arizona?
Arizona for Trump.
Oh wow!
Oh my
Wow!
gosh!
Wow!
I
That's big, that's
can't
big,
really
that's
Whoa.
fit
big.
my camera, but look at this.
Oh my gosh.
Arizona goes blue. Okay.
That's good for the Biden campaign right there.
Well, that's the first piece of good news for the Biden headquarters
Very.
all night.
Definitely.
That's huge. That is huge. I cannot understate how big of a win that is in a momentum shift.
Okay, so that means Mark Kelly must have won as well.
Yeah, do you want to put the Senate races blue then too?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So now the best the Republicans can do is win Montana, Iowa, Jim Risch in Idaho won. So the best the Republicans can do now is to win every other. I'm gonna put Georgia's special as a toss-up since they have the runoff. But the best the Republicans can now do is to just gain one.
Oh, guys,
It's
shut up. Look at that. Look at my screen. Oh, it just had Mark Kelly winning.
Okay. Wait, what happened? Biden won Arizona.
Yep. When did Ryan leave?
What? Where's Ryan? Oh, 1 second. I'm gonna be right back. I'm
Wait,
gonna get a
does he
drink.
know that Biden won?
Yeah, he was there when it called. 1 second. I'm gonna be right back.
Okay.
Sorry, I was getting food. Anyways,
Oh.
that's a big win.
When you were gone, Mark Kelly also beat Martha McSally. Just as we predicted.
Okay. So that makes things a little bit easier to sort of forecast. Is this where we're kind of standing now? Here, let me show you guys.
I'm
Okay.
gonna argue with
So
people that thought Trump would
this
win
is where we're
Arizona.
at right now. Obviously, Montana hasn't been called. Nevada hasn't been called. Iowa hasn't been called. Wisconsin hasn't been called. Michigan or Pennsylvania have not been called. Is that it? Alaska hasn't had their polls closed. But is that all we have left?
I
I think so.
haven't heard from Nevada.
Oh, Nebraska's second and Maine's second. What's it looking like in Maine at large? Yeah, Biden will win there. Yeah, so I think this is where we're at. 237 for Biden, 235 for Donald Trump.
I'm really surprised they called
Why is Joe
Arizona.
Biden winning in Arizona huge? Well, it means that he doesn't need to sweep the Rust Belt. Well, actually, no. All it means is that he doesn't need to win in Wisconsin. So if we're gonna label Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Iowa, and Nevada as the battlegrounds. Things got interesting, folks.
Mm-hmm.
Finally. It was kind of stalling there for a while.
I think we can make Nevada blue once we get a good amount of results in from them if Arizona goes blue.
I think we can also probably make Montana red once it sort of starts to flip after but it's still stalling at 19%.
You mean like in the Senate or?
In the actual race too, because Biden is currently still ahead.
Steve Bullock. Oh, wow. Take a look at Montana on Associated Press.
Who has a better chance of winning right now? Joe Biden. I think has a better chance of winning right now. But that really depends on what we see out of the Rust Belt, because it's really an unknown. Sorry, Cam, what were you saying?
Montana and Iowa is extremely close.
In the Senate, or
Ernst just took the lead. Yeah, Senate. She is up 0.3 with 74% reporting, and Greenfield had a 0.1% lead right before I told you that that it flipped. But go ahead.
Sorry, I completely zoned out there. What did you say?
Oh, I said to look at Iowa's Senate race.
Yeah. 0.3%.
Uh-huh.
Favorite. Oops. My bad.
And look at Montana.
Oh, why did that go back to the... Okay, hold on. Here we go. Okay, yeah. Bullock is outperforming Biden by about 4%. But that means that Biden would have to lose Montana by about 4%. And I don't necessarily see that happening. Unless he extends that kind of advantage. People are asking what's going on with Nevada. Well, Nevada just doesn't have any results yet, although it should go blue.
Did their polls close?
Yeah, they did. They closed at the same time as Iowa, and Iowa already has 65%. Iowa is close. 0.4% is in. Although I think the Democrats are basically maxed out for the most part.
Mm-hmm. What do you think about the Senate race?
So many people keep asking about Virginia. Like that was called. Like that was one of the first states that was called for Biden.
Trump is actually still in the lead by 3.
Yeah, but that'll slow down. I think Biden will probably end up winning anywhere from like 6 to 8 points. Mm-hmm. Iowa. Yeah, Teresa Greenfield's up 0.1%. So she's underperforming Biden by 0.2%. Which is interesting. But also, like, Democrats are basically maxed out. Why is Susan Collins so far ahead of Gideon right now?
Yeah, I don't understand that. Apparently, there's a lot of Biden-Collin voters.
That's really bad news for Sarah Gideon and really bad news for the Democrats. Yeah, Fox News is claiming that Susan Collins has a 95% chance of holding on to her Senate seat.
What?
I think we're slowly getting to the point where we can predict that the Republicans will retain the Senate.
Oh yeah, after North Carolina, of course,
Yeah.
and Maine, we got Joni Ernst leading in Iowa right now.
This is kind of a really bad night for Democrats in the Senate. Like Montana is like one of their last hopes because I don't think they're going to win in Iowa. I don't think they're going to win in North Carolina or Maine.
I'm really regretting giving Biden North Carolina. I could have had it all spot on if I didn't do that.
Yeah. I have like a tingling sensation that my prediction might be dead on.
That's how I felt until Trump started coming back in North Carolina.
Because the interesting thing with the dynamic of it all is that Biden was ahead in Florida, North Carolina, and Texas very early on. Even Ohio, he was ahead early and then lost the lead. In Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, Trump is ahead early, and we anticipate that he'll lose that lead.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna argue with some people real quick.
Sorry about that. What happened when I was gone?
Well,
The Senate looks bad.
yeah.
Did they call it for Tillis?
Well, yeah, but it's Susan Collins has a 95% chance of holding on to her seat.
Really? You know what's weird? That election simulator thing that I did, that I did for the Instagram, it had Susan Collins winning.
Really?
Not to say that means anything because it was just a simple prediction from the simulator, but
Yeah, but I mean, the Republicans are going to win in Iowa. They're going to win in North Carolina. They're going to win in Maine, and probably win in Montana. And that there goes basically any chance the Democrats had of taking control of the Senate. They'll gain in Colorado and Arizona, but I think that's it. And one of those seats gets offset by Tommy Tuberville, so they only make one gain. So we have 48 to 52.
Wait, so where did you get the main race or result? Did they call it or no?
No, but Fox News is giving Susan Collins a 95% chance of winning.
Oh, so ranked choice voting didn't affect her at all. So like, I thought ranked choice voting. I thought she was gonna win. I thought she was gonna win the raw vote, but I thought she was gonna lose due to ranked choice voting. So did she? That's not affecting her in any way. So so the Senate, if Republicans keep Montana, Iowa, Maine, North Carolina, and Georgia, and Alaska, and then say the Democrats take Michigan, it'll all come down. The Republicans will have control of the Senate once again, but it will all come down to the Georgia special runoff on January 5th.
That's right. I forgot about that. That
So
might
it
make
could-
it 49 to 51.
Yeah, it could make it 49 to 51. And then the Democrats could take it over in whenever 2022.
Unless, of course, something dramatic happens in Georgia.
Yeah.
Regular. But Georgia is still Trump is still so far ahead in Georgia. What's going on?
I think
Is that
it's
by
just
9?
because I have no idea, honestly. In some areas, the polls are spot on.
Atlanta.
In some areas, the polls are spot on. In other areas, they're off more than they were in 2016.
Yeah, but even looking back at 2016, by
Wait,
5
Ryan,
points.
do you want me to call Montana for Trump? Or do you think it's too early?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's gonna win, but Biden's still leading. I'd say we can probably give it for Trump, though.
Yeah. Okay, so the Senate. Let's take a look at Maine. 50% reporting. Susan Collins is up 51.7 to 42%. Wait, how are? No, wait. I don't think Susan Collins. This isn't with ranked choice voting. I don't think, because they have Lisa Savage and Mark Lynn, with actual percentages, and in Maine, independents don't get percentages. Are they waiting this for ranked choice voting or?
I don't know.
What are they waiting for in Ohio?
Yeah, I don't know. It's like, what is CNN waiting for in Florida?
I don't know, but MSNBC is waiting in Florida too. You know what I think is weird? Trafalgar got Arizona wrong. If Fox News did indeed correctly predict Arizona, then Trafalgar got Arizona incorrect.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
But-
go. Well, yeah, keep going. Joni Ernst took over the lead in Iowa. With the county's structure, it's not looking good at all for Greenfield. Greenfield might get beaten actually by more,
Yeah.
more than we think.
I think I can call Iowa for Trump. I'm going to do that actually right now. I think Iowa
think
has
so?
been called for President Donald Trump. There you have it. Trump wins Iowa. Another prediction before the major news section or networks that's going to be right. I can promise you that. He'll also win in Montana. I'm
So-
not quite ready to make a call in Nevada, though.
So do you think Nevada will go to Biden?
Yeah, let me show you.
Yeah, just show me the updated one so I don't get it
I
wrong.
got this now.
So just Nevada and the Rust Belt to be called.
Yep. And then obviously the 2 congressional districts. How can I actually look at results for those?
So
congressional
then
districts?
so then Joe Biden has officially outperformed Hillary Clinton's numbers.
Yeah.
What do you want to do for Maine at large and Maine 2?
Maine at large and Maine 2 both go Biden.
Okay.
How can I look at Nebraska's 1st congressional district? Is there like a way for me to look at that?
In Pennsylvania, 48% in, Trump leading 56.6 to 42. Since Biden did win Arizona, he doesn't need Pennsylvania. He can take the victory with
Bacon leads
Michigan and
by
Wisconsin.
7 points. Does anybody have any idea how I can look at Nebraska's 2nd?
Wait, so did Maine's 2nd district indeed go to?
Go to Trump? I have no idea yet. I don't think we have any way of knowing. But
Wait,
in
I think
Nebraska's 2nd,
another news
Republicans
network
voted.
called Nebraska 2.
What?
I think another news network called Nebraska 2.
Who?
Let me check. Nebraska 2 for Trump. Now I'm thinking that I don't think that would have an effect on the total of the race because it is only one electoral vote, and the Rust Belt states around it have already been called for Trump or Biden. So I don't really think that would have much of an effect as Nate Silver says it does, like
Wait.
10%, 30%. Yeah, no, never mind. It wasn't called it. I think some networks did call it. Some networks didn't call it.
Biden could win without Pennsylvania if he takes that.
If he
takes Nebraska's 2nd, and then obviously wins in Michigan and Wisconsin.
Yeah, no. Fox News called Nebraska 2, but they shouldn't have because Biden does have a 10-point lead in Nebraska 2 right now. Yo, can Trump flip New York State? No, he cannot flip New York State. Cam, I had that argument with someone on Facebook. Remember that?
Mm-hmm. I just got done with the Arizona argument. That's why I was off camera.
I had to update my family on the results. They don't want to. Half are sleeping, half don't want to know the results. They just will support whoever wins. So I had to give a quick update. Now let's see.
Yeah, so Biden was up 15,000 votes with about 60% of the vote in Nebraska's second.
With around 50% in.
60%.
Oh, 60% in. Okay, so then I'll keep Nebraska 2 as toss-up to maybe going to Biden.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll keep it.
He needs Nebraska second, though. Like, really needs it. Or he needs Maine second.
So I'll put Maine second as too close or too early as well. Just because I really don't know what's happening there. Lackawanna County, 99% in. Biden wins it by 8 points.
Why has Hawaii not been called by the New York Times?
Biden has
what I'm
increased his
wondering.
lead over Biden. Biden has outperformed Clinton in Lackawanna County, Pennsylvania, by 3 points, nearly 4 points.
Hawaii is arguably like the most democratic state in the country. Why is it
Yeah,
not
do you want me?
called?
Oh, I've called it already. Never mind. Yeah, so Joe Biden has won by an extra 10,000 votes in Lackawanna County than Hillary Clinton did in 2016. That could be good, considering Trump won by 30,000 votes in Pennsylvania in 2016. So it's still up in the air in Pennsylvania, but if Trump or if Biden can win a few more counties and outperform Clinton from 2016 in Pennsylvania, then he could make up that 30,000 vote gap. But right now, I think Pennsylvania is a toss-up.
I think Biden's chances revolve around him holding on to Nebraska's second and then flipping Wisconsin and Michigan, if not Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Because all he needs is Wisconsin and Michigan. And the thing is, like, thinking about it from a polling standpoint, the polls were off by about 5 points in Florida. He could withstand a 5-point polling shift in Wisconsin and Michigan, but Pennsylvania would be in the toss-up column.
Yeah, Pennsylvania is definitely in a toss-up column for me right now, and Michigan and Wisconsin, just on the fact that they still need to make up a gap.
These networks and these sites just need to make up their minds and just get with the flow. Ohio is going to Trump. North Carolina is going to Trump.
I know.
Florida is going to Trump. Georgia is going to Trump.
It's getting a bit
Texas
ridiculous.
is also going to Trump.
I know they have to be a little cautious because then they can unproject something. But are you serious? I mean, do you really think that Biden's going to make up an 8-point gap in Ohio?
Yeah, it's like, and in Florida too. Like, he's down by like 400,000 votes. How much vote is still out there? Jeez, he won in Miami-Dade by 7.3 points. Biden did. That is a 23-point swing in the biggest county and the most crucial battleground state.
Yeah.
As of right now, he's slightly ahead in Pinellas County. He's ahead in Duval. Ahead in Seminole.
How many people do we have on now? Can someone tell me who is winning, please? Yeah, of course. So to keep you updated, we have Biden Harris at 237, Trump Pence at 244, too early or too close to call at 54, and then Alaska is a toss-up of 3. In the Senate, we have Democrats at 47, Republicans at 45, meaning that if Republicans took every state, including Michigan, they would only keep their majority in the Senate, meaning they can't do any better than 53 seats in the Senate. And then in the governorship, I have to update the governor's thing, but I don't think there's been any updates in it. If they haven't called North Carolina for Tillis or Trump, then they definitely haven't called North Carolina for Cooper. Let me check though, just to make sure. Roy Cooper has officially won his re-election to North Carolina governorship, 51.5 to Dan Forest's 47.1. See, they call that, but they don't call Tillis the winner.
Yeah, I think one good thing to note in Wisconsin for Biden is that Milwaukee only has 36% reported. The majority of what is still there is mail-in.
Mike Parson has been declared the winner in Missouri against Nicole Galloway too. Sorry about that. But... So meaning the Republicans have retained control of the National Governors Association, which is not a big surprise.
Okay.
And Greg Gianforte leads by 2 points against Mike Cooney, which is good for Republicans in Montana. Biden is losing by 11 points in Michigan and 6 in Wisconsin. If he's losing by 6 in Wisconsin, that's good for him because Wisconsin's only reporting rural areas right now. California's 50th district is within 1,000 votes. Who's in California 50?
What's that? Why don't we actually just take a look at some of these House races? Where's California 50? Shoot, I can't remember. It's 26. Where of California 50? I don't think there's anything in out of California 50 yet.
All right, I'm back. So who was in CA 50?
No idea.
I'll check. Fox News just called Ohio for Trump. Fox
Oh,
News
wow.
seems to be ahead of the game.
That's late.
They really are.
Yeah, but Ohio, Fox News is definitely doing.
I'm gonna switch to Fox. They have better election night coverage tonight.
Yeah. Oh, CNN was
they
another
don't
key
have
race
the
alert.
they don't have the hype, but they have
Ooh.
the results.
Wait, CNN has a key race alert out of the Congressional district.
Let me just see. CA 50. CA 25 was Garcia, right?
Trump is ahead by 8,000 votes and Maine's second.
This could
with
be a
33%
potential.
in.
This could be a potential flip for Democrats because it's a
Where?
Cook PVI plus 11, California's 50th district,
Hmm.
between Amar Kampa Najjar and Daryl Isa. If I'm saying that right, I'm so sorry if I didn't. 64% reporting, 105,567 for Daryl Issa, Amar Kampa Najjar, 107,854.
I wonder what Red Eagle's up to.
Yeah, so
Yeah. I actually haven't checked into him.
So Fox has it Biden at 223, Trump at 166. They have not called Texas or Iowa or Minnesota, Georgia or North Carolina, but they have called Arizona, which is interesting to me.
Also, that Kenosha number is wrong. A lot of these numbers are just wrong and awful. This election has been a big mess. So, Trump is up in Virginia again for some reason. I don't know why. This election is a disaster.
Is this Red Eagle?
But the presidential version of for the general election. So yeah. I mean,
Who do you? Okay, so Ryan, Drew, Cameron, based on the polls and evidence. 1 second, I got to get that back. Based on the evidence you guys see in this election so far, who looks more likely to win right now? From seeing that we saw Fox News call Arizona for Biden, I definitely say Biden has a better chance right now than Donald Trump. Trump took the lead in Virginia again. I don't know why, but or how, but he definitely. But I definitely think Biden has a little bit better odds right now. Hey Ryan, look at Montana Senate.
Erie's 42% in Trump with a big lead. I don't expect that to hold.
Oh,
What's happening?
Bullock's up 7 or 6.4 with 26% in.
Now look at the presidential.
Biden's up 1.
Oh,
But that's with 20% in.
So Bullock's doing 6% better than Biden in Montana.
Yeah. Does anybody know in the comment section what Red Eagle's response is at this point?
Yeah, someone please tell me Red Eagle's response because he got Arizona wrong. Not that it's Maxine Waters is winning. Maxine Waters was going to win by 40%.
Yeah. Okay. Biden took back the lead in Arizona. Okay, folks, for everybody that just kept saying that Virginia was going to Trump and that calling it at 3% was premature and all that BS. Biden now has a near 7-point lead with 75% of the vote reporting. I warned you. I told you this was going to happen. Okay, it was not premature that this was called for Biden with 3% in. This was always going to happen. Okay. Anyways, back to you. That was my little rant.
So does anyone here? So Ryan, do you go on TikTok a lot?
Occasionally.
Are you on like
doesn't?
political TikTok? So the most infamous political TikToker is Matt Little, State Senator Matt Little from Minnesota. So I know a lot of
Okay.
people know him here, and I wanted to give an update on his election in Minnesota. He's up for a re-election against a Republican in one of the biggest swing districts in this Minnesota State Senate. His opponent, the Republican, is now defeating him 55.1% to 44.9% with 79.49 precincts reporting.
Okay.
I just want to give an update because I've been curious about that, and I didn't know if other people were curious. So.
Oh yeah, no worries. What's interesting is Biden only leads in the popular vote by 1.5 right now, and there's a lot of vote that's been counted in New York and California.
Wait, how much has been in New York?
72%. In California, or actually California's only at 53%.
Huh.
But it doesn't look like Biden's going to win the popular vote by like 10 points.
Yeah, that definitely was a long shot. Wisconsin.
How many mail-in
Wisconsin's
are still to count in the
tightening
Rust
up.
Belt? I guess we can kind of take a deep dive into that. In Wisconsin.
Yeah, take a deeper dive in Wisconsin.
Biden's lead has Trump's lead has extended to 4.7 points. 80% of the estimated vote is out of Madison, which is Biden's biggest county, outside of Milwaukee, which only has 36%.
I think the race will even tighten up if Milwaukee is called. But they said Milwaukee will take. They won't certify the results there till like 6 a.m. So.
But he has about a 45,000 vote lead right now. Is that right? Yeah, 45,000 vote lead in Milwaukee right now with 36% of the estimated vote. So times that by a little under 3, and you get somewhere around 120,000 votes that he can still make. Oh wait, did something just happen in Wisconsin? Oh no. Okay.
Yeah, it does that sometimes, but
I was a little bit confused about something there. Okay, it just looked really close. Anyways, he's down by about 100,000 votes in Wisconsin. He has about 120,000 that'll make up in Milwaukee. In Madison, I don't know, there's 20% of the estimated vote left there, and he's up by I hate math. 160,000, so 20%.
CNN projects Biden wins Virginia. See, so everyone that said Trump's winning Virginia, CNN is the final one to call it, which means CNN is officially called Virginia.
Yeah. Okay, I think he'll make up roughly 30 or 40,000 more in Dane County, which is Madison, on top of the 120,000 Milwaukee. So that's already 150,000, and he's only down by about 100,000. And most Republican areas have kind of maxed out to an extent. There's not a lot of, like, the biggest Republican areas are like Green Bay, right?
But Green Bay was expected to stay the same as 2016 anyways.
Right. I don't know. I don't think I see a scenario in which Biden does not win in Wisconsin.
I think Biden could definitely win in Wisconsin.
As for Michigan was always the state that was most likely to flip.
Let's take a look. I'm going to go on YAPMS and take a look at what could happen. Let's say Biden does. So let's say Biden wins Nevada and Wisconsin. He has 253. He would have to win either Michigan or Pennsylvania. So if he wins Michigan, he's still not there. He has to win both. Wait, that's not. He would have to win Nebraska's 2nd congressional district. Now let's say he does win Nebraska too. He would have to win both Michigan and Wisconsin to be able to lose Pennsylvania and Maine too. Let's say Biden loses Michigan, but Biden wins Pennsylvania. It's 274 to 260.
Yeah, okay. So why don't we take a deep dive into Michigan. Yeah, Fox News just called Texas. We called that a few hours ago.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah, we definitely. Everyone was making fun of you in the comments, like faster projections than a major news network, and so far we are getting projections out like 2 hours ahead of them.
I called Florida while Biden was still leading. I called North Carolina while Biden was leading. I called Ohio while Biden was leading. Texas. Anyways, Michigan. My brain. Anyways, we've got out of Wayne County, we've got a lot of the vote left. 28% is in. So roughly a quarter, let's say. And he's up by what? 34,000? Times that by 4 and you get somewhere around 130,000. So it'll make up 130,000 more probably in Wayne County.
I think
that
Biden. 1 second. Biden now extended his lead in Minnesota to 11 points, and St. Paul has not reported any results yet. So
Yeah.
if that continues, then Biden could possibly win Minnesota by a safe margin. Possibly. I mean, I think he'll win it by
Yeah.
maybe 7 points, but
I think if anything, Minnesota is just further indication of what is going to happen in the rest of the Rust Belt.
I know.
as well.
I don't really think the Rust Belt's trending
Right.
trending
And
red.
it's like, yeah, and it's like Minnesota was polling basically dead even with like or below Michigan. Like Biden was
Mhm.
polling lower in Minnesota than he was in Michigan.
Mhm.
And it just shows you that Minnesota is a state that was counting their early votes and their mail-in votes before election day as
Mhm.
compared to Michigan. And that is why you see such a stark difference. And you're probably likely going to see Minnesota, Joe Biden's lead narrow a little bit, but you're going to see Biden come back in Michigan
Mhm.
and in other states. It's just going to take a
Ryan,
while.
do you think we can call this North Carolina Senate race for Tom Tillis? He's leading by nearly 2 points with 95.
Yeah.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, Tom Tillis, EP official, can officially project that incumbent Senator Tom Tillis has defeated his Democratic challenger, Cal Cunningham, to win another 6 years in the United States Senate.
Yeah. But anyways, if you guys wanted to know what is most likely going to happen in the Rust Belt, is that Minnesota is going to tighten a little bit, but Biden is still going to win by a pretty lengthy margin. And eventually, in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, the margins are going to tighten. The only question is it going to be enough for Biden to overcome these deficits? In Michigan, it most likely will be, which would bring him to 203 electoral votes. Then say he wins Nevada, then he's at 259. And then all he needs to do is win in either Wisconsin or Pennsylvania. And I think obviously he's more likely to do that in Wisconsin, but we've already gone over Wisconsin, so we can look at Pennsylvania. And in Pennsylvania, he's down by about 500,000 votes, which is a lot, obviously. But only 40% of the estimated vote is in out of Philadelphia.
Texas was just called by Fox. Am I my TV was bugging earlier. When did they call
I think
Texas?
Texas was called by Fox a little bit ago.
Oh, okay. So then I'll turn off my TV and then I'll turn it back on because I think it's lagging behind. So Ryan, what was your final? I just want to see what was your final Senate projection?
I actually didn't even make a final Senate prediction. I was so focused on the presidency, but honestly, I probably would have predicted a 50-50 tie. I think that's where I was at. I think I was at them winning in Maine and North Carolina.
On Facebook last night around 9:00 p.m. Eastern Time, I posted my final projections for the United States presidency and the United States Senate. In the United States Senate, I projected a blue Arizona, a blue Colorado, a blue Minnesota, a blue Michigan, a blue Maine, a blue Georgia special, but a red North Carolina. So far at the end of the night, if Maine does end up going to Susan Collins, which we really don't know right now, then I would really, so far, the races that were called tonight, I would only have a 1-seat thing. And right now in the United States presidency, my prediction is 100% accurate so far. And same with yours, Ryan. Ryan, you had the same presidential prediction as mine. I'm gonna, for any New Yorkers, I'm gonna keep you updated on some local state races.
Let me just finish my Pennsylvania thing though, because in Philadelphia, only 40% of the estimated vote is in, and he leads by about 150,000 votes. So if you say he gets 170,000 more because 60% is still left, that already lowers Trump's margin to about 330,000 votes. You only have 17% of the vote in Allegheny County. That's significant.
And that
That's
was
like-
expected to go to Biden too, right?
Right, and he's ahead by 60. He's 65,000 right now. Times that by 5. I mean,
Oh, Ryan, breaking news out of New York's 22nd congressional district. Did you have that going to Tenney or in Brindisi? Because Tenney's leading by 11 points with 93% of precincts reporting.
I had Brindisi, but geez.
I had Brindisi by
Here's what
like
it is.
5 points. Wow.
How much did
Shalat,
Biden or Clinton win by?
Biden in
So Hillary won in Allegheny County by about 120,000.
Ryan, the New York Times is now saying, can you check it? They apparently said that Fox News called Arizona too early.
Did they?
That's what the New York Times is saying, but that can't
We
be
should do
really.
that. It could be that they called it too early, but that doesn't mean that.
That doesn't mean that it's flipped.
Yeah, I mean 76% is in.
If Biden wins Maricopa, then he wins Arizona. I mean, that's just a fact.
Yes and no. I think if he won by like 1 or 2%, then Trump would have a chance. But
yeah, I don't know. I'm getting so uncomfortable sitting in this wooden chair for.
So Biden is ahead in Nebraska's 1st congressional district.
Wait,
What?
Biden's ahead and Nebraska won?
What?
That's not possible. Trump was supposed
No,
to win
it
that
is.
by.
This was tweeted by Nate Silver. It's the official Nebraska.gov.
Wait, so
with
did
200
Nebraska certify
with
that?
204,000 because he's leading by about 11% in Nebraska's 2nd, but he's leading in Nebraska's 1st too.
So, which one did they project he win? Nate Silver.
Well, Nate Silver just tweeted a link to where to find the North Nebraska congressional district results.
I'll go find Nate. I'll
And
go
it's
look him up.
electionresults.nebraska.gov. Biden is not winning Nebraska, no, but we're talking about the 1st and 2nd congressional district.
Here's what to find on any 2 results. Biden plus 11 so far, but Nebraska reports early mail votes early, so election day votes may tighten these numbers. That was his tweet.
But that's a 29,000 vote lead. How many people voted in let me see, the 2nd congressional district?
Oh my gosh, this seat is so uncomfortable. I might have to take. Actually, no, Ryan, you should take a break before me. Elise Stefanik has won re-election to Tedra Cobb, 64.6 to 35.4.
This is fascinating. I don't see a way in which Trump gets back into Nebraska's 2nd because 288,000 people voted in 2016. 276,000 voted in 2020.
Oh my gosh. So Ryan, John Katko has officially, New York 24.
Yeah.
So Balter was expected to be a toss-up. John Katko extended his lead from 2018 with 100% of precincts reporting John Katko has defeated Dana Balter by 22 points. That was expected to only go to him by like 1 point. 1 second. It was 58.6 minus 36. 22.6 points. He beat her by 22.6 points. That is unprecedented in New York.
Okay. This is a fascinating election. This is really entertaining. If you're able to look at it nonpartisanly, it's very entertaining. Okay, so there are roughly 10 to 25,000 votes in 26 in Nebraska's 2nd still out there, but Biden leads by 29,000.
Mm-hmm.
I'm starting to think that we can call Nebraska's 2nd for Biden.
You think so? Okay, so Nebraska's 2nd. That means that Biden can lose Wisconsin or Pennsylvania and still win the election.
Yes.
Wow, this. I remember literally 2 hours ago, we had all these people flooding the comments saying Trump already won, get off, concede, Biden should concede, and now it's looking like a comeback tonight. I don't want to speak too early for anything.
The red mirage.
Yeah.
So we've got 260 to 244. Well, 254 to 244 actually, because we haven't really called it yet. What is going on in Nevada? Less than 1% of the vote is in, and that
Nevada
was
wasn't
going to
gonna.
Iowa, which has 81%.
Nevada was. I
That's true.
think I
Nevada
read
was
somewhere
always
that
pretty slow.
yeah, Nevada wasn't gonna report results until like whatever. But now
Right.
I can know. I've seen. What's fascinating? Me and Cam see all over the Instagram. All these people posting like again, we see these people posting from the Democrats' point of view that Greenfield was going to keep Iowa, Cunningham was going to flip, or they were going to flip Iowa, Montana, all this stuff. And now seeing all these results, and then from the Republicans saying Minnesota was going to go flip to Trump, that Arizona was going to stay to Trump by like 5%. It is shocking to see all of these people for years or for months, I should say, being so confident in them and then it just being squashed right here.
Yep. Yeah.
Nebraska Secretary of State. Yeah, I don't think. I'm gonna text.
We got a couple of donations. Thank you guys. Ignore the haters, guys. Trump hasn't won yet. You guys rock. Keep it up. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you everybody, because all these people, I think they left. I think all those people got so confident in Trump winning that after we called North Carolina for him, they all left. So they're probably sleeping right now thinking Trump won, and they're going to wake up in the morning and everything's going to be too close to call.
And then another donation. Just got to say, you two are doing a wonderful job of keeping things up to date and being politically active at such a young age. Stay safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think Cam might have fallen asleep. He said he was taking a break, but he said he.
Yeah. Nebraska's first congressional district in 2016. 273,000 people voted. So there's about, yeah. Oh, why is Michigan blue? My bad. Hold on.
Oh my gosh. Elise Stefanik.
My bad. I made a mistake. I'm sorry. It's yellow. My bad. It's a battleground. Nobody, y'all.
It's so crazy. Elise Stefanik is having her. I'm on my local news station. Elise Stefanik, she's having this big, huge, election night watch party in this tent in New York.
Interesting.
And it's interesting because it's like 26 degrees here. So that means that there's all these people in this tent near Canada, and it's 26 degrees outside.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to Fox. When do you think Biden?
Counting for the morning. Yeah, I think that's what was expected.
When do you think Biden's gonna address the nation?
I don't know if either candidate is going to address the nation, to be honest. It's way too close right now to do anything like that.
Oh, Tucker Carlson's on.
Oh, great. MSNBC has finally called Virginia.
Tucker Carlson sounds like a concession speech. He's talking about all the. I can't. This is like 20. Is he just doing? What is happening on Fox News right now? It seems like it's a Tucker Carlson Tonight thing, but. Oh, Tucker Carlson said he needs to calm down.
What do you mean?
He just says, he's like, I don't know, I think I just need to calm down now. I'm not listening to anything he's saying, but he's just screaming
Where-
at the camera.
You're on Fox News right now.
Yeah, because they're
Tucker
getting
Carlson is not on Fox News right now.
Yes, he is.
What
Is my
the
thing
heck?
delayed?
Or is mine delayed? This is Fox Democracy 2020 election night.
Yeah,
right?
I'm on Fox Democracy.
Unless Tucker Carlson like got a complete like plastic surgery, he's definitely not speaking to me right now.
He has a blue and yellow tie on.
Oh, we got a new donation. Thank you so much. Great forecast, guys. I'm lost on how mail-in ballots are being counted and for which states. Don't worry, you're definitely not alone. Which states are counting mail-in ballots early versus late? So most of the states that you've already seen be called and have as much over 80% of the vote in, those were the states that were counting ballots before election day. However, as you can see, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania were anticipated to be much slower in counting their ballots because they, or at least in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, they're legally mandated not to open any ballots cast by mail or absentee until election day. So that's why you see them late in the vote count, and you probably won't see any more updates until tomorrow morning. Also, I guess Trump campaign is really unhappy with Fox calling Arizona. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Arizona is, where's it at right now? He's up by about 200,000 votes. So about yeah, I don't know how I feel about that either, to be honest.
Georgia and North Carolina have apparently, I think they reduced the amount of that they're going for Trump on their needle. Georgia now only going to Trump by 1, North Carolina 1.2. Atlanta won't finish its count tonight. Election workers in Fulton County who were counting absentee ballots went home for the night. A water line break delayed the count. I don't think we're going to get any more results tonight.
Interesting. The New York Times needle has Biden favored in Georgia.
I don't. I'm on the needle right now. It still has Biden or Trump up 1 point.
Wow! Wait a second.
No way.
What?
What? No.
What? What is happening? What is happening? Why is Biden favored in Georgia all of a sudden?
Could it be
What?
like?
I know that they stopped counting ballots in Atlanta for the night.
Yeah. Okay. Someone
He's
just donated
down-
$4.99 with that. That's super chat.
I appreciate that, by the way. Thank you so much. So he's down by 9 points right now statewide. 300,000 votes. Why is he? I mean, less than half of the vote is in out of Atlanta. This could be huge. Could you imagine?
Okay, now let me go to YAPMS and figure this out. So say, what do you want? So say Biden wins Nevada.
Oh my
Say
God, Biden has a 63% chance of winning Georgia, according to New York Times. Where is this coming from? Hold up.
So do you want to retract our New York? So if Biden wins Nevada and Georgia, he's already at 260, meaning he only needs to win Wisconsin and he can lose Michigan and PA. Do you think we should retract our call in Georgia? So I'm just going to answer questions if Ryan's not going to come back. Can someone tell me what Red Eagle is doing right now? Can someone tell me what Red Eagle is saying about the race right now? I'm just curious from a different perspective, from instead of a nonpartisan perspective, from a Republican's perspective on what's happening tonight.
All right.
Ryan, I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna go get something
no
to
worries.
eat. Yeah, this wooden chair isn't the most comfortable thing. And I'm gonna watch some of Red Eagle's stream and I'll tell you what he's saying.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Confused. Where are you guys seeing that Tucker Carlson is?
He was on Fox. He was on Fox News.
I want to see that. I didn't see it. What was he ranting about? Can someone inform me?
He was just ranting about how Trump, I think it was because they called Arizona for Biden, and he was going off
Okay.
of all the great things that. They just called Iowa for Trump in Fox.
Yeah.
That's no surprise. Do you think that means that Joni Ernst won re-election?
Honestly, I have no idea.
Let me stick around to see if they call Iowa Senate. Wait, New Mexico's Senate race. Oh wait, no, that was New Mexico was supposed to be a part of the Red Mirage. Right, because New Mexico. Oh, you're not even there. Just an average tree G. I'm honestly curious though, from a Republican's perspective, on everything that's happening tonight. I'm texting my uncle that lives in Georgia. Big shout out to him. He's giving me all the updates from Georgia, including Fulton County, from Atlanta, from the Senate races down there, the special election, everything that's happening down there. Big shout out to him. He's a big reason why we're going so deep into Georgia right now. But yes, I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna watch that. Trump has won Iowa. No surprise there. Joni Ernst. I think that Joni Ernst could win. We definitely called the United States Senate in North Carolina for Tom Tillis. I think we can call it for Joni Ernst. Everybody said Joni. I'm sorry. I know that hurts you guys. Everybody told me Teresa Greenfield's gonna win. Just wait. They actually put money. Everyone I know put money on Teresa Greenfield. Money on Teresa Greenfield winning, and she is up by 9 points in Iowa right now. I don't want to say I told you so to everyone who called Teresa Greenfield the winner, but I told you so. Breaking news, Trump has won re-election. No, he has not. He has not won re-election at all. He has not won re-election. Please stop spreading false information like that. AP projects Biden wins Minnesota. Yeah, we had Minnesota projected. Amendment 2 is passed. Let's talk politics. I know you from the TikTok. Actually, let's talk politics. What's your Instagram? I'll kind of want to chat with you for a little bit. What's Amendment 2? Iowa Senate is now down to 6 points. %92 in. Joni. Oh, Fox News just called Joni Ernst the projected winner in Iowa. Joni Ernst has won re-election in the state of Iowa, 47-47. Ryan, Iowa was just called for Joni Ernst.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, that was anticipated though.
Iowa polls are probably the worst.
Minnesota, that was just projected too.
Oh, my Michigan. I think Michigan stopped counting for the night, as well.
I think all three of those states did.
Yeah, I think Fox called Minnesota for Biden, or no, Associated Press called Minnesota for Biden.
Yeah, which we also had. Yeah. So again, I mean, we've had the same electoral map for how long now? It's been like at least an hour, kind of like this. Maine interesting one.
Apparently, Amendment 2 that raises the minimum wage to $15 passed. I just don't know where.
The fact that people are still asking who I'm rooting for and whether I'm a Democrat or Republican is actually a really good thing. I'm enjoying that. I'm glad that it's obvious.
Georgia chances rose to 68% for Biden.
Okay, so Nebraska. Someone asked about Nebraska's second, with 280,000 votes in, which was the same votes cast.
Oh yeah, no. Sorry. Florida's Amendment 2 is from Florida. Or yeah, okay. So raise the minimum. Florida minimum wage is now raised to $15 an hour. Okay, go.
Okay, yeah. So someone asked about Nebraska's second. About 270 to 280,000 votes are cast. That's roughly the same amount of votes cast in 2016, but Biden is up by 11 points right now and 29,000 votes. So it doesn't look like Trump has any chance of climbing back into that one. particularly, and that's extremely important for Biden because that means that he doesn't need to win Pennsylvania, and that's especially important because Pennsylvania does not look incredibly great for him right now. Some other questions. I will take a deep dive into Pennsylvania in a second. I don't think anyone predicted that Biden could get Georgia with less than 3-point deficit or greater than 3-point deficit in Florida. Yeah, I mean, definitely. That's pretty incredible. Georgia's chances rose to 63% for Joe Biden. That is incredible. And I just have to wonder, like, where is that coming from? Like, obviously, there's a ton of vote coming out of Atlanta, but 68% chance? That's incredible. Joe Biden is supposed to speak. Watch CNN. Oh, really? Joe Biden to make statement shortly. Okay, I'll be watching that. Thank you for updating me about that. What time will they start counting again? I assume sometime tomorrow morning. Honestly, I don't know. I'm on Pacific Coast time, so I'm not all too familiar with like what East Coast norms. But yeah, I will discuss PA a little more. Trump with a 14-point lead at 54% of the vote looks like a problem to me. It does, except there's a ton of vote out of Pittsburgh and Pennsylvania that still has not been called. And most of that is the mail-in vote that's heavily going to favor Democrats. Guys, this is going to be a very close race. Please be patient. Yes, 100%. Couldn't agree more. What is happening in Georgia? Georgia has shifted dramatically to favor Joe Biden, and that's huge because if Joe Biden wins in Georgia, it's basically done, unless he somehow loses in all 3 of the Rust Belt states, which would be interesting. Someone said Florida. What's up, Florida? Florida went to Trump. You know, unless something's changed that I'm not aware of. Yeah, nothing's really changed in Florida. I will talk about PA in a second once I finish all these questions. Wasn't Arizona too early? Yeah, I mean, you could argue that Arizona's too early, but I still think that Biden's going to win there, especially considering what's happening in Georgia. 15 is Florida. Oh, you were talking about it. Okay, amendment. Okay, that makes sense. It's pretty obvious y'all favor Biden, but it's fine. Okay. That's your opinion. Montana Senate, we can take a look at that. Montana Senate race. Yeah, so Daines leads by 5.8 points, which is actually pretty good, considering I think he's overperforming Biden. He's one of the few Democratic Senate candidates that's overperforming Biden, and on a night where they're really struggling to do so. Yeah, because Trump is taking back the lead in Montana, but Daines is outperforming him by what, like 5 points? That's actually really good. And that means that hypothetically, if Montana stays within like anywhere close to the margin of error, then Daines could win, which would be big for the Democrats' chances, especially if they can somehow flip the Georgia special election. Then you could see a 50-50 tie in the U.S. Senate. Trump is leading by 8 points in Georgia. The fuck are you saying? I mean, okay, but like at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because it's only 80% of the vote reporting. Check your sources. I think the New York Times is a pretty good source. Joe Biden is to make a speech. Yes, we will be watching that. Man, a big chance of winning Georgia for Biden. I guess so. I mean, I don't know where it's coming from either, but it is what it is. Wasn't Nevada too early? Well, Nevada hasn't actually been called, unless I'm missing something. 50% of Atlanta is still outstanding. Yes, that is true. Trump leads by 11 points in Michigan. Yes, that is true. But again, red mirage. It also doesn't matter if he's a Dem or a Republican because he's giving us facts and their predictions have been accurate so far. That is true. I have always found it very, very easy for myself to separate my political leanings from my actual predictions. Is there a chance that Pennsylvania could go to Trump? Certainly. GA won by Trump? Not yet. Who is winning Nevada? Probably Biden. Biden's expected to speak? Yes. Who do you think will win? I'd favor Biden right now just based off of this data. Can you deep dive into Georgia and Michigan? I can do that, yeah. You got to track Tucker Carlson, that's true. Who do you think would become president if it became a 269 to 269? Probably Biden, because the Democrats have such a significant majority in the House. Although, if I'm not mistaken, I think it comes down to like states, and it's like every state casts a vote for president based on their representatives. So it's like, for example, in a state like California, there would be like 40 Democrats and 15 Republicans, and like 40 Democrats would vote for Biden, 15 for Republicans. So their California's vote would go to Biden. And so that's how it would work in every state. So I actually don't know what that kind of leaning would look like on a national scale. Why is Biden down again in Virginia? Is he? What the heck? That's weird. I mean, it is what it is. He won't lose there. Will you discuss Montana Senate election? Yes, I will in a second. I can do that. Let me see. I'm getting so many. Try not to lose it. Okay. What about Alaska? Well, the polls have not closed yet. They close in about 35 minutes, so we'll see. Although Trump should win there. Wisconsin is 77%, and it's bad for Biden too. Wisconsin is actually at 67%. It's a big difference there, and there's a lot of vote in Milwaukee and Madison. How does Texas not go blue with 3 big cities? Very rural, conservative areas. Also, typically very low voter turnout from Democrats. How late is this live stream going to go? I honestly don't know. If it ends up being that Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania have completely stopped counting results, then okay. But other than that, I don't know yet. DeKalb hasn't reported much. That's why the needle is leading towards Biden. Okay. DeKalb, that's right. That's one of the Atlanta suburbs. I was seeing that earlier. Yeah, 31% is in, and he leads by 100,000 or 80,000 votes there. Yeah, that is significant. Thanks for telling me that. I appreciate that. No one understands how suburban and urban votes aren't being counted yet. Yeah, that's typically the case in elections. It's pretty weird. Hey, I left after California got called. What's been going on? Well, the tides have turned towards Biden pretty significantly here recently. What's the deal with Nevada? Not a lot of the vote is in, but Biden should win based on early voting and prior voting history of the state. GOP challenge PA. Look it up. Breaking news. LOL. These mail-ins is going to go. Okay. When do I think this will be called? Honestly, that's anybody's guess. Any chance Biden makes the comeback in Michigan and Wisconsin? Yes, there's definitely a certain, a almost favorable chance, I would say, actually, of that happening. You're keeping in mind that these are popular votes, though, and not all electoral college votes are not, and not all electoral college votes are not being accounted for. So the popular vote doesn't mean anything. Well, yeah, I know that. You predicted Arizona would go blue 4 months ago. That is true. I don't see Georgia going to Biden winning there or favored to win. DeKalb and Fulton County. If you want to go look at a county map, just look at that. There's not a lot of vote coming in there. Biden will speak. This is the New York Times website. Please bring back the 2024 primary series. I will be doing that after the election. Someone asked what happened with Nevada. Is it too early? Yeah, it is too early so far. Sorry, I'm like really behind here. He can't admit Georgia is Trump's. Well, I actually admitted Georgia is Trump's earlier, so that's not true. It's just Georgia's changing now. Will Trump win Wisconsin? I don't know. I'd say it's unlikely now, but I wouldn't know. New York Times is definitely not a horrible source. New York Times just said Montana is for Trump. Yeah, okay, so that just got predicted. That makes sense. It'll be interesting to see what happens with that Senate race, though. What do I think about the polls? Well, they were very wrong in Florida. We don't have any evidence to suggest they were wrong in many other places, besides like Texas, maybe North Carolina a bit. But then again, North Carolina was like always within the margin of error. So right now, I'd really just say the polls were off in Florida. For an electoral tie, each state gets a vote to determine not. Yeah, okay, that's what I remember. That's what I was trying to say. Oops. Gently jumped here. So many questions. Will a winner be called tonight? Probably not. Biden still has a good chance in North Carolina and Georgia. I guess he's only down by 1.4 in North Carolina. What's the forecast looking like in North Carolina? Oh, no, it's 84% Trump. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I've kind of called North Carolina a while ago, and I'm going to stick by that. What is the special election for Georgia? That is going to be a runoff on January 5th, 2021 between Raphael Warnock, the Democrat, and incumbent Republican Senator Kelly Loeffler. And that will ultimately probably have significant implications on the U.S. Senate. They almost had 80% for Wisconsin. No, it's actually at 69% right now. Georgia is not a safe Trump yet win. That is true. Okay, I think that's basically it. And now we can just kind of go into these specific states here. Okay. Did Fox retract AZ? Did they? Can someone confirm that Fox News retracted Arizona? And yes, I will dive into all of these states very specifically in a second. But I want to know if Fox News retracted there in Arizona. Yeah, they have. Probably under a lot of peer pressure. Yeah, okay. I mean, I still think Biden is going to win in Arizona. It just means that it's close. Right now, the election needles are Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina. Why is Florida not called yet by the New York Times? I don't understand that. I sincerely do not understand that. 96% is in. I guess his lead is kind of shrinking a little bit, but it's still 3.4 points. There can't be that much vote left for Biden to make up. Why is the New York Times also not called Texas? I mean, Florida was called by Decision Desk like 4 hours ago. What a weird election. Anyways, I don't know. Why is Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania not tightening? I guess it'll just kind of happen very quickly all at once. But anyways, why don't we do a deep dive? Starting in Nevada, what to watch for? We're going to go from left to right. In Nevada, Trump leads by about 9,000 votes. 1% of the estimated vote is in. Not a lot of the vote is in.
Ryan, did you get my texts or no?
I did, yeah.
Yeah,
I was going to do a deep dive into the states. But starting in Nevada, everything revolves around Clark County. Democrats said they were very confident in their voter turnout for the early stages of early voting and mail-in. And Republican officials are not very optimistic about their chances in Nevada because the Democrats got what they needed in Clark County. Also in Washoe County is a big one with Reno. They expect to win there as well. So when all the vote is in, which might actually take a while in Nevada, expect Joe Biden to have won the state. If he doesn't, that would be extremely surprising. However, in Arizona, so Fox News just retracted their projection for Joe Biden to win. And they projected it because Joe Biden is up by almost 10 points in Maricopa County, which is basically the bellwether of the state. With 70.
Wait, I don't think. Wait, now that I'm looking at it, I don't think Fox News did retract their call for Arizona. I think that is misinformation that was spread on Twitter. Yeah, I was downstairs seeing CNN because I thought they were the only ones that would show Biden speaking.
Also, Oregon became the first U.S. state to decriminalize possession of all drugs, including cocaine, heroin, and meth for personal use.
And Florida passed a $15 minimum wage.
Yeah, okay. That's such an Oregon thing, too, to become the first state to decriminalize all possession of drugs. Well, stoners moved to Oregon. But Wait, okay.
Yeah.
So now it's saying that Fox News has not retracted their Arizona call. I don't know where people. What a disaster!
Social media is
This is
probably
starting
one
to
of
turn into the Iowa caucus. But like
social media is
national
Minnesota was just called on Fox for Biden.
based decriminalization, based Oregon, facts
Yep.
based
So
Oregon.
Arizona's back on the Fox News screen. It still has Biden ahead with 75% of precincts reporting.
Okay, I mean Biden's going to win in Arizona. The only question is by how much. I used to think you were unbiased, but now we
And
know your true colors. Explain yourself.
Mark Kelly declared victory.
You're just a spammer saying that. Okay, never mind.
He's speaking right now. Mark Kelly did declare victory against Martha McSally.
How can I be unbiased if my prediction is perfect so far?
Exactly. Like the Red Eagles is already floundered. Ethan's is already
It's like also
flawed.
like I just have like a sense of humor about like legalizing marijuana. Like, okay, why can't I just make a joke about that? Anyways,
I think Joe Biden's about to speak.
yeah, it's said that on CNN for such a long time though.
Yeah, no, like they're actually panning into the HQ now.
Oh, they are. Why is
Yeah.
my CNN? Why is my freaking thing so delayed?
You know what's weird right now is that Trump is probably watching Fox News, and Fox News is the only channel of CNN and MSNBC that's giving him the worst rating tonight.
That's true. It's weird. It's like they've reversed course. You got a
Yeah, he's probably watched them because he thought they were probably going to give him the best choice. He's going to go
Trump
out.
leads by 664,000 votes in Pennsylvania with 61% reporting. I mean, it doesn't look good, but it doesn't mean that much.
Yeah, I mean that could just be rural areas. I mean, you could easily probably get that back with Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and Lackawanna.
Yeah, I'm honestly shocked Joe Biden is speaking first. I would have put my house down on Trump being the first to make a speech.
My thing is, I think I would put money down. You know how I saw Trump's rally yesterday. Well, today's technically Wednesday now on the East Coast. So on Monday, I watched one of his last rallies because it was on the news, and he talked about how he wanted the main pollster from Fox News fired because they kept showing him doing terrible in the polls, and he said he wanted their main pollster fired. I wonder what he's gonna say. I wonder what
I
he's
kind of
gonna
like
say.
how laid back this stream has become. You know, we're just kind of like chilling. Like earlier on in the night, I was just kind of like really down for a while because I just found it all so surreal and just like not real. But like now I'm like deeply invested in the results of this. I don't know if you feel the same.
I think Biden's they're bringing in the like Secret Service or his
CNN just
bodyguards
called
right now.
Biden for Minnesota. Yeah.
Minnesota, so many far right Republicans kept saying Minnesota's going red. I just feel it,
It was polling like pretty evenly with Michigan and Wisconsin, right?
Yeah, it was actually around the same as Michigan, I think.
What is going on at the Biden headquarters?
I don't know. They're bringing them in now.
Yeah.
In Michigan, Donald Trump's ahead by 300,000 votes. But that's with
Biden's
almost no urban areas reporting. That's actually kind of good for Biden if he doesn't have Detroit really reporting.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, the three big urban areas, Philadelphia, Detroit, and Milwaukee, are not reporting that many results.
And in Georgia, Red Eagle, I did go on his stream. Red Eagle was wondering, the only thing that I really saw in there was that he was kind of wondering why New York Times had Georgia going blue. That was pretty much the only thing.
I mean, it's tightened, that's for sure, and that it was always anticipated to tighten.
80% in Wisconsin, 200,000 or nearly. It's now closed up to like nearly 100,000 votes.
They aren't tightening, but I anticipate they won't be counted like tightened until tomorrow morning. Arizona is blue now. Okay, anyways, where was I?
CNN just called Arizona, or no, never mind. They haven't called Arizona. I read that wrong. Sorry.
I would have said that would have been big. because Arizona's been pretty bearish on most of their calls. New York Times still hasn't even called Minnesota yet. These guys are behind. We're most definitely not behind. I promise you we're not behind. We've had the same electoral map for the last 2 hours, which is this.
They just
And
said
where it stands right now. Like there is no other way of putting it. This is where it stands right now.
they
Well,
just
actually,
said
we can put Georgia in the toss-up column now, though, which drops Trump's total to 228 to 238. This is basically the situation. You know what I'm actually going to do? I'm going to
Pennsylvania, Biden's behind by 700,000, nearly 700,000 votes. But that's what 64% reporting. But again, they haven't really called any. They haven't counted any mail-in ballots. So I'm trying to look at some key House races, but they don't really have any.
Here you guys get a little split screen. Hopefully you enjoy that. That'll give you a better indication of us and where things stand right now. CNN just called Florida.
Yeah, they did. They called that I think a few minutes ago.
There you go. Well, it's been a long time coming. Make the liberals cry again. You're hilarious. Like these are people who like go onto these live streams and like find pleasure in saying stuff like that. It's
Exactly.
Like, these people who are like so like they don't have anything else to do but just I don't know.
Make the liberals cry again.
When is Biden speaking? Bruh, I don't even know. It's been a while.
If I were to guess, I'd say like 2 minutes. So Fox News officially has Biden surpassing Hillary Clinton's numbers.
NBC just called Biden for Florida too.
Or Trump, yeah. Gary Peters or John James.
When is Biden
John James
speaking?
is leading. But...
Bro, stop spamming. If you spam the chat, I'm just gonna make fun of you. What's up in Georgia? Well, things have shifted, as you can see. Sorry for the loud noise on my computer.
Fox News just said that they made the right call when they made the call in Arizona. They are sticking to their Arizona call for Joe Biden.
Good for them. Sticking to their guns.
I know. I feel like a lot of the reason why they thought they were going to redo that Arizona call is that because I heard that the president was not too happy with Fox News's call. I feel like Fox News after this election is going. If Biden does win tonight, I feel like Fox News is going to get away from, like Brett Baer. I think he's going to get away, even if Trump wins re-election. I think Brett Baer's and some of those not so late night Fox News hosts are going to get a little bit away from Trump in a little way. I
was already noticing that leading up to this election. Yo, Matt Altano, my predictions were not off. They are perfect so far.
Yeah, Ryan's predictions.
The one thing you can't say. Ryan
Biden's about to speak. Biden just approached the podium with Dr. Joe Biden.
Literally, how can you say my predictions were off? That makes no sense. I'm perfect so far.
Wait, 1 second. I'm gonna watch Biden speak.
Biden is speaking. All right, let's listen to this and hope it doesn't get copyrighted. We believe we're on track to win this election. Oh shit, that's big. That's big. The fact that he can say that, the fact that he just said that.
Biden just said that he feels like he's on track to win the election.
That's huge.
That is major.
That is huge.
No one says that if they really don't think so.
You're right. I didn't predict Georgia becoming a toss-up. Who did? That's big. I think this speaks more like volumes than anything. I think this means his campaign is extremely confident that they will flip the Rust Belt states.
literally just hit me right now that one of the most major elections is happening right now, and we are just maybe 12 hours away from seeing who the next president will be. If Trump will win re-election or if Biden will win. I wonder what Trump has to say. I kind of want to hear him speak. You know, I kind of want to see what he has to say about this.
And they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we can know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer, as I've said all along. It's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrat, congratulations here in Delaware. Hey, John, good to go. Yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, Joey, keep the faith. And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, no, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is great. In an era when car horns are the new applause of 2020, at least at some of the
Well, that was an interesting. That kind of reminds me of when John Podesta, right around this time in 2016, 4 years ago, had to address the Clinton crowd. But except this is totally different than John Podesta in
Yeah,
2016.
can I just
Right?
say, unless Georgia flips, I think my prediction might be right on the money.
Really, I think mine might be too. I had
Wait, what did you-
me and you had the same prediction, 290
That's
to
true.
whatever.
It's true. I forgot about that. Kings. We are Kings. Who's going to win? I think I'm pretty confident at this point that Joe Biden is going to win this election.
Jill Biden looks so excited. Oh my gosh, I don't think I've seen that much enthusiasm out of a first lady, or not like a
Where did you see that PA mail-in counting is 0%? Is it? I think it is 0% because I know that they weren't supposed to or legally allowed to start counting until the morning. Beep beep beep. What was this Landon dude? Fucking dyke.
Why is the needle saying Trump will win? The needle is saying, oh, Trump just tweeted something.
Did he?
Yep.
I bet I'm very angry.
He's probably like fake news. I don't know.
Oh god, if the man starts doing these voter fraud stuff.
He's
A big
I will be
win.
making a
Oh,
statement
God.
tonight. A big oh god. Oh god. Oh
Why did this have to happen?
god. He's going to embarrass himself. I feel bad for him.
We are
He's
up
gonna
big.
pull.
They're
Is he
trying
gonna?
to steal the election.
He's gonna.
We will
He's
never
gonna
let
pull
them do it.
He's gonna pull a Pete Buttigieg right now. He's gonna pull a Pete Buttigieg.
Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. First of all, he misspelled polls.
I'm
Second of
screenshotting that.
who is casting ballots after the polls close? You are counting ballots after the polls close. That's so ridiculous. And it's like this is not me being unbiased, or this is not me being biased. It's just so incredibly ridiculous. And if you can't see that, your objective, like your ability to be objective, is completely diluted and just wrong.
Like I think it was kind of funny how Joe Biden misspoke, and he's like, "Did you see in his speech?" He's like, "Chris, John, the whole team did great job." I thought that was actually kind of funny. I don't know. That just resonated with me as something funny. Like I'm making fun of him. I wonder what he's saying too. Do you know the Trump campaign? I saw this thing, and I'm pretty sure that they reached out to all these celebrities. You know how they got like those last week? They got like Lil Wayne and all these celebrities to endorse him in his campaign.
Yeah, Lil Pump.
Yeah, I saw these his like the endorsement list. I think it was the real one, but he was reaching out to all these celebrities who had already endorsed Biden for endorsements. Again, that might not be the official document from them. That might have been from before they endorsed Biden, but it definitely said that they were pending on an endorsement from them. Someone just
I'm just
texted
gonna
me.
tell this entire chat right now. Like, it is not okay for the president to tweet what he just did. Like, it's just falsifying information, and there's nothing biased about it. It's falsifying information about the most nonpartisan political institution our country has, and like the most integral part of democracy. You cannot falsify information about
I
elections.
think someone just said Trump deleted the tweet. Well, too bad. I got a screenshot of it because he spelled polls wrong. No, he retweeted it with polls spelled correctly.
He tweeted that while Biden was making his victory speech and just getting. Why did he capitalize polls still? It's like he deleted it and then posted it again with.
That is so funny.
It's just like,
Someone just texted me, this election will most likely go into litigation into the Supreme Court like in 2000. Do you think that's accurate?
I think if it ends up being that close, but like the thing is, like, seriously, wait, did he delete it and tweet it again?
Yeah, well, I don't know.
It's just like, at a certain point, I don't know. I never expected Trump to concede this race. It's too above his character.
Oh, Joe Biden took over the popular vote. The popular vote is at its point as like it was in 2016 right now. Someone just and are you in like the 270 lounge, like the game 270?
No.
Oh, well, there's a lounge for it. And someone just said non-biased opinion. I think that Trump has a 60-40 chance of winning the Rust Belt because of the horrible mismanagement of Governors Wolf and Whitmer.
I don't know. My issue is that like even his campaign manager came out like a few days ago and said like counting ballots after election day is illegal. It's like, what are you talking about? The election doesn't end just because you're ahead when you go to bed. The election ends when every vote is counted. That is how elections work. That's how they have always worked in every country. It's so concerning. And I really don't.
We're 9 minutes from the Alaska poll closings, although I'm pretty sure we know the only contested Alaska races are maybe not even the Senate race between Dale Sullivan and Al Gross. I mean, that one's maybe not as solid as the presidency. And then maybe, just maybe, the Alaska House race.
I'm at A. What is your argument? I'm confused. I didn't see it. If your argument is just that, like, I don't think you have said anything. Officials say Atlanta election staff has not gone home. They are still counting. That's good news.
Oh, Fox officially called the Arizona Senate race. Did they already call that?
How did they call the presidential race before the Senate race?
I thought that would be the opposite.
Can we see the needle? Of course you can. It's there. Please repeat it.
I'm gonna look at Montana.
All the way up, to be honest.
I'm gonna look at Montana right now.
What was this argument that you made? Biden literally needs Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin to win. You're right.
Associated Press called Florida.
But the thing is, you cannot call a winner. You cannot say you have won the election when not all of the votes have been counted. It's like these people who think that you think that these news sources reporting these results are actually the actual certified results. That is not the case. The actual certified results happen weeks later.
Ryan, just an update. Susan Collins is dominating in the U.S. Senate right now. The presidency has Joe Biden up 10 points against Trump in Maine. The senatorial campaign there, Susan Collins 50.3, Sarah Gideon 43. But if that goes down to a ranked choice voting, then it would be 50.3 to 49.7.
Jesus, that's close.
I think that might be my best guess. I always thought Maine, because they have Lisa Savage and Max Lynn getting percentages when that's not accurate, because
right.
because Maine has ranked choice voting. So maybe it takes a few days to get ranked choice voting to actually get sorted in Maine.
Right.
But if it is actually sorted, if it's sorted by precinct and say an independent won a precinct, I don't know, but it looks like Susan Collins might win. I don't know.
Yeah. I would expect her to win at this point. It's shocking, but it's.
I mean, I
totally-
was a little. I put a little more attention into that race near the end because the polls did tighten up a lot.
Yeah.
But I didn't think that it would actually stay in her favor.
Is
She
there any
signed a
chance that the
picture
Senate
for
will
me.
go blue? Someone asked. No, not really. Like objectively speaking, there is no real. It's not likely. I guess I could say.
I'm gonna go back. North Carolina. North Carolina is a long shot for Biden at this point. Long shot for Cunningham. Cunningham's actually down like maybe 1.8 points now. I knew that would go to Tillis in the end. I knew it because I looked at all of the trends, or I looked at all the polling errors from all the from 2016, 2016 gubernatorial races, and they are all favored the Democrats by 3 points more than the actual result. Whether the Democrat actually did end up winning, and it happened in 2014 with Tillis 2 and Kay Hagan. They had Kay Hagan winning by 0.4. He won by around the same margin he just won by. My phone isn't working. There we go.
Twitter censored Trump. Good.
What happened in Twitter?
You
Oh,
cannot falsify information about elections. That is illegal. And anybody who does that, no matter if you're a Republican or Democrat, will be censored by Twitter because that is a crime. When do I expect the final results to be announced? Sometime tomorrow. I would hope that it's sometime tomorrow morning.
I might fall if it's not called by like 2:30. I think I'm just gonna go to sleep. Maybe 3. If they, but like the thing is, like I'll stay up if they start counting. Like the only state that I think that's still gonna count is Nevada, and I think they're gonna start counting around like 1:30 Eastern.
Right.
So like,
Yeah.
I really,
Yeah. Sorry. Continue.
So like I think because it's like it's 1 o'clock here. So if they start counting Nevada at 1:30, and if I'll get to a point when we get a lot from Nevada,
Yeah.
but if we really don't get much from Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania, I'll probably fall asleep.
Right. Okay. So this EMAD guy said, wait, so if he actually wins, it won't be a crime, right? Well, the fact is that if Donald Trump wins this election outright because he receives more votes in enough states to reach 270 electoral votes, then he wins. That is how elections work. Same goes for Joe Biden. If you are the winner when all of the votes are counted, you are the winner of the election. To say that votes cannot be counted after election day just because of delays is a crime because that is falsifying information.
Oh,
Okay.
Ryan, I can now say one of my predictions was 100% right. My governor predictions, everyone had the same governor predictions, regardless of party. I had the same one as Red Eagle, and he got it 100% correct. But with this, Greg Gianforte has been declared the new governor of Montana, giving Republicans 27 governorships or governor seats, Democrats 23.
Someone said, why vote through mail if you can go to a ballot? That's very suspicious. Well, we're in the middle of a pandemic.
Many people can't get up out of their house, especially
Yeah, it's like why is it such an issue for people to vote by mail? I've never understood that whatsoever. I've never understood the argument against it either. It's like what I've never understood why it is that it's like more people voting is frowned upon by a certain subset of people. More people voting is a good thing no matter what.
Since one is falsifying information a crime, it's not that he's falsifying. It's not that it's
Falsifying
just
information
falsifying
regarding
information.
federal
It's
elections
falsifying
is a crime.
information on a United States election.
Yeah.
Oh, Senate not really looking great for John James. Peters is outperforming Biden.
And even if it wasn't a crime, why would you want the president of the United States to falsify information about federal elections, the most integral part of our democracy?
Oh, this person just said Red Eagle got it right. Well, Red Eagle actually got a lot of margins off by a lot, especially in Minnesota. And he actually got Arizona wrong. We're the only channel that has a flawless prediction so far. So I don't know how many times Ryan has to say that. He's the only guy that's actually had a flawless projection so far. Red Eagle got his wrong. Let's Talk Elections got his wrong by a long shot. Oh yeah, I already told you, Greg Gianforte won.
Can you count votes after election day? Yes. It's happened before. It's like people are acting like this is like some new thing.
It's not.
We have counted votes after election day many
Trump
times.
didn't win in 2016 until like 2:30 in the morning.
Even in 2018, the Arizona Senate race wasn't called until about a week later. It's
I
like
know.
people just don't understand this. Like, votes are not official until they are certified by the state legislatures. Like that is when the votes are official.
I'm gonna get rid of this governor's one because all those have been projected. Everyone won that we thought was gonna win, so I'm gonna get rid of that tab. I still have the House forecast open.
No, you don't have a flawless prediction if you actually showed the current. But so far, not a single one of my calls has been wrong. What?
Yeah, I don't know. Some people just mind boggle me. I think. Oh no, that's just there. Fox is about to make a projection, but I think it's just Alaska because it's 1 a.m.
Is Wisconsin tightening? I guess it is a little bit. Not by as much as I thought it was. I guess 92%.
Has Georgia regular Senate had not been called yet? Alaska wasn't called, but do you want me to just call it for presidency since we all know what it's going to go? They're still sticking by their Arizona call. Minnesota went to Biden by nearly 9%, which is what the polls had it at. And if that's a reflection of the Rust Belt, that's really good for Biden. I wonder what the morning is going to look like. All these Trump supporters went to sleep thinking he was going to win like 2016.
I mean, it's very similar to 2016, but just like the opposite. But it's like anybody who's actually following this election closely and knows anything about what was supposed to happen, they would know that
in
Democrats were going to come back in the morning.
Yeah, all these Trump supporters on our stream, they went to bed after Trump won Florida, and they said he was going to win, and now he's losing, and it's like it's totally different to me. It's totally weird to me.
I love this comment. The Constitution clearly says Fox News is the official result of the United States federal elections. Geez, don't you read? Yes. Thank you. I appreciate that sarcasm.
I unsubscribed from Let's Talk Elections. I'm not trusting the polls anymore. I'm not trusting the polls after this. If there's a Trump on the ballot for the next 4 years, I don't think I'm going to trust any polls unless they show me otherwise.
It's like ultimately CNN calling the state of Florida for Donald Trump does not mean that Donald Trump has won the state of Florida. Same way that MSNBC calling the state of Minnesota for Joe Biden does not mean that Joe Biden has won the state of Florida. It means he is the projected winner.
Certified results won't come out until the end of November. But right now we can project it. And that's where you can get concessions from. Fox News has it at 237.
Joe Biden has won Minnesota according to New York Times. Okay. It's a little bit late, but
it's so weird because remember like 3 months ago in June when Black Lives Matter was happening in Minneapolis and everyone was saying Minnesota's going red. Now Biden just won Minnesota by 9 points. Trump chances in Arizona very low, considering Fox News called
Oh, New York
Arizona.
Times finally called. Okay, got you. Yeah.
Ryan, someone left a super chat for you.
Oh yeah, I appreciate that. Oh, they talked about you wearing Biden merch.
I didn't think anyone could see it.
I mean, it is what it is.
It's fine. I have a lot of different merch for a lot of different candidates, so you may never know who I support.
Right. Wow, people have more ways to vote. The horror. Like, I don't know, man. It makes me really worried for not just people, but like our democracy and just the future of our country. But I really hope that Republican officials, okay, so like hypothetically, if the case is that Donald Trump tries to declare victory and falsifies information and tries to challenge the state of Pennsylvania reporting results after Election Day, hypothetically, if that happens, oh my God, I completely lost
I
my
think
train of
Cam fell asleep too. He said he was going to take a quick break, but he hasn't been on since like 11:30.
I wonder how they're going to keep Joe Biden awake. Adderall.
I don't know. Joe Biden and Donald Trump, both of them must be extremely tired because they have campaigned nonstop in like 20 different states or 10 different states.
Although Trump has a lot more stamina in the sense that like the man can talk for hours.
Yeah.
Just like Biden can't do that.
And I think it's a big thing because Trump really gets his energy from seeing a bunch of people there.
Right. He gets his energy from attention.
And then Biden just doesn't really get energy from anywhere.
Yeah. But yeah, okay. Someone said the country's already divided, so yeah. But like the difference is like the country being divided versus the most essential institution to our democracy, federal elections, being undermined and changed one candidate's narrative is like two completely opposite sides of a spectrum that are both equally concerning.
Is it just wait? Georgia was called at 12 o'clock in the morning for Trump in 2016, right?
Yeah, I don't even think I think New Hampshire, Michigan, and like Arizona weren't called until a few days after the election in 2016 anyways. I don't know.
New Hampshire wasn't called. I remember waking up in 2016. New Hampshire was not called when I woke up. Biden leading the popular vote by around 2 million right now. Someone left a super chat for you. Oh, it didn't say
Appreciate
anything.
that.
To be honest, someone said, to be honest, we can't call
Biden
Maine
goes
for
to Jennifer
Biden, Gideon. Portland,
PA.
Maine is 2%
has-
reporting. That's like 30,000 votes for Gideon, not including the rest of the thousands of votes from the coastal cities. Too much. I think I kind of agree with you on that. I mean, I think Maine Senate race definitely was not going to be a 6-point gap for Susan Collins, even at her greatest. It's right now, it's extending for Susan Collins right now, 50.4 to 43. But I honestly think
yeah, we have about a 200,000 vote gap in Georgia. How much is in? 72% out of Fulton. So like, okay, math wise, he has about 30% of the vote left out of the Atlanta area.
Fox News refuses to call North Carolina Senate for Tillis.
Huh. So if Biden has 180,000 there, tack on another maybe 60 to 70,000. So he'll get about 60 to 70,000 more net over Trump in Atlanta, which would drop him statewide to around 140, 130,000. Then you've got DeKalb County, which still has 40,000 or 60% of the report or left reporting 100,000 vote edge there for Biden. Jeez, he has 83.1% in that county. So it would be about 3 times 100,000. I mean, yeah, honestly, I see a path, a realistic path for Trump or for Biden in Georgia. There's just so
They're-
much out of the Atlanta area. So
They
much
still
vote.
haven't called Georgia Senate too, although Purdue leads by 7 points.
Gwinnett too. I mean,
What?
that's tightening though.
Yeah, that is
Gwinnett?
tightening.
Gwinnett. Oh no, Gwinnett has 80% in.
I'm gonna make a map on the kind of results so far by like where they're tilting. Like
Honestly, I'm getting to the point where I almost think that Biden is favored in Georgia. Like, obviously, the forecast says that Biden is favored in Georgia, but I see it now. Like, I didn't see it before, but there's so much vote for him out there, and he's only down by about 200,000 votes. He almost looks like he has a better chance in Georgia than he does in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. But there's also a good chance that what is happening in Georgia right now will also happen in the 3 Rust Belt states. Someone asked what website am I using on the left. Go to New York Times. I think it's the best one for the map and updated result.
Does Joe Biden need PA to win? He can win the election with Michigan and Wisconsin. He doesn't need PA, but he definitely if he wants to declare, say PA was called tonight, then I'm pretty sure he could possibly declare victory, which it won't be. PA is going to be the last state to be called in the election.
Arizona's at 79%. It's tightened a bit to about 150,000 votes. Wait, no, that's 170,000. My bad. 160 actually.
I wonder if
that's
Fox
tightening.
News will go back.
Though in Maricopa, what's it at? It's
I
still
think the
about 10
last
points in Maricopa.
I think the last 10% really would boost Biden. I don't know. I just don't really see Arizona. In my opinion, I don't really see it tightening too much. I mean, I definitely think it's going to be a
Unless
2-point
Maricopa does.
race.
The state won't, yeah.
It's definitely going to be a tighter race, but I don't think that it's going to be to the point of where Biden wins by like 10
What did
points.
Biden tweet?
Uh-oh. Let's see if Trump tweeted anything else. We're still up big, but they're trying to steal the election. No, that's the same thing.
Oh, Decision Desk just called Nebraska second for Biden.
Whew.
It's official. It's
Okay,
official.
let me go to the
We
link
called that
by.
earlier too. I am on my game right now.
Yeah, we called Nebraska second like an hour ago.
Y'all, how many states is that I've
Okay,
and
Ryan, I'm gonna
states
go to
that-
538. So they called Arizona. I'll leave Arizona blank for now since only Fox called it. Colorado went for Biden. Florida went for Trump. Georgia hasn't been called yet. Michigan hasn't been called yet. Minnesota for Biden. Nebraska second for Biden. New Hampshire for Biden. Ohio for Trump. Texas for Trump. Now
Oh,
let's
goodness.
simulate this. This gives Biden an 86% chance of winning without Arizona. I didn't put anything in for Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin, or Pennsylvania. I just had Biden winning Nebraska 2, Colorado, Minnesota, and New Hampshire. And 538 gives him an 85% chance of winning the election. Now, let's say Trump wins North Carolina, 82%. Say Trump wins Georgia, 80%. Say Biden wins Arizona, it's a 91% chance. So if Biden really wins Arizona, he has a big chance of winning.
Can we talk about the fact that I've called 48 out of 48 races so far?
That is remarkable.
You have too, right? Because you had Nebraska second.
Yeah, I had Nebraska second. You had Florida going really early. I had Nebraska second going here. Here's the one. The predictions I made were mainly in the Senate, though. Like I made New Mexico, Mississippi, Alabama, North Carolina. On the presidential level, I think really all I made was Nebraska's second congressional district. and Hawaii. And maybe Minnesota. I don't know who called that one, but
Okay, the fact is that if I vote 55 out of 55, I'm the next Nate Silver. It's a fact. We are the next Nate Silver. It's true. Because didn't Nate Silver
you're
get
more accurate than Nate Silver.
wasn't Nate Silver like 50 out of 50 in 2008, and that's why he got his platform, and then he screwed up in 2016.
That's the big thing with a lot of these people. Like, these are people that are like, I predicted 2016 correctly. I'll go to one of them. Someone said, I predicted 2016 correctly. I just made my prediction. It all gets in their head that they got it 50 for 50. And then they get in their head and then they try to think of these wacky scenarios. And then they go from 50 to 50 to like
Right.
40 out of 50, 38 out of 50. So really, like Nate Silver, these people that predicted 2016 have really only
Yeah. I mean, honestly, it's like, I don't know. But the thing is, like, with Nate Silver, like, I feel for the guy because he's an extremely smart dude and he's doing. And the thing is, he wasn't wrong in 2016. Like, he gave Trump a 30% chance of winning, but that just meant that 3 out of 10 times Trump would win. It doesn't mean that he didn't think that Trump could win. It just meant that he believed he had a 30% chance of winning, and he ended up winning.
Ryan, someone in the super chat wants you to bring back the 2024 series.
Oh, yeah, I will be doing that after the election. In a few weeks, though. I need a break.
I wonder what's going to happen with.
If I go 48 out of 48, though, like, I mean, 55 out of 55, though, I think we should become like, we should replace like CNN or whatever.
I wonder what's going to happen with Red Eagle and Ethan after this. Like, what if Ethan,
Why
like,
do they
Ethan
have
predicted a
subscribers?
Biden blowout. I mean, what do you think? What do you think is going to happen there? Like, Red Eagle, who predicted Trump winning Arizona, all this stuff. He had his whole platform was around Trump winning, and he got people to really he got Republicans to really watch his channel because they felt confident in watching him. Ethan got Democrats to watch his channel, watching him. But do you think that they're gonna still keep watching them because they think that they give them like comfort, or do you think that they'll stop? I mean, what do you think is gonna happen?
All I know is that I deserve more subscribers than them. Go quick break.
Yeah, you glitched out from it. I'll answer some questions, guys, if you have any questions. What would it look like if Trump won Alaska and Nevada? Well, we called Alaska for Trump, I'm pretty sure. If he won Nevada, I don't think he's going to win Nevada. That's pretty unlikely that he wins Nevada. We'll know in 20 minutes or 13 minutes. But if he does win Nevada, if Trump wins Nevada, then he will have a better chance at winning. Any more questions? Why has Nevada not started counting yet? I don't think they were going to start counting until 1:30 in the morning Eastern. What was the most interesting race in your opinion? I liked covering the Iowa Senate race, but I also thought it was a surprise that Donna Shalala lost. Let me check for all of you guys on the Claudia Tenney race. New York's 22nd district has not yet been called. But Claudia Tenney does lead Anthony Brindisi. I think it's getting to the point where we can call that for Claudia Tenney. Now let's check my congressional district, New York 24, between John Katko and Dana Balter. I called that because I think Katko's winning by like 20 points, but John Katko leads 58.5 to 37.8 by 55,000 votes. Wow. I'm surprised Trump even has this lead in the Rust Belt, considering Joe paid more attention to it than Hillary. No, it's not because he paid more attention to it. It's literally just because the urban areas went to sleep at like 10 o'clock and they're not reporting any results. And the rural areas reported their results immediately. It doesn't have anything to do with who campaigned better. It just has to do with who's reporting more, Democrats or Republicans. And Republicans are reporting more in Michigan than Democrats. Do you think Trump will call victory early? I don't think he'll call victory early, but I think what he'll do is he'll kind of refuse to concede until the results are certified, meaning we won't have an official winner until the end of November. Yeah, the water line break in Atlanta, they can't finish voting or counting until the morning. Tomorrow morning is going to be an interesting thing. I should have done all my schoolwork today, honestly, so I could have watched the results all day tomorrow. But I was stupid, and I put it off until tomorrow, thinking I would have more time to focus on it, but nope. CNN projects Texas for Trump. Yeah, that we called it a while ago. Will you guys live stream tomorrow morning? I don't know. Ryan has not had a lot of sleep lately, so he might get a lot of sleep. We might not live stream in the morning. What do you think happened in NC is going to happen in Arizona? Not really. Because what happened in NC was Biden led by 5 points steadily, and then he lost it. But what's happening in Arizona is Biden's holding 10 points steadily, and he hasn't really lost it so far. So, how likely is the 269 tie? I'd say it's a 1% chance. Let me check.
Return of the Mac. What it is, what it is, what it is, what it isn't. Looking for a better way to get it, but it's going to
77% reporting, nearly 80% reporting Biden still holds a steady lead of around 9 points in Arizona. I don't know why, but I'm so tired. I'm going to check the popular vote. Let me check the popular vote. All these people kept roasting me. They're like, Joe Jorgensen's going to give... Someone told me Joe Jorgensen was getting 10% of the vote, and I burst out laughing.
Can we check Georgia's status county-wise again? Yes, we can. Now that I'm back, I will answer all of your questions again. And do whatever you guys ask.
Let me check Minnesota's
So
states.
in Fulton, we've got 72%, still basically where it was. 39% now out of DeKalb. Where is it statewide now? Georgia is... oops.
Oh, Ryan. So, everybody, you know how I gave you the little update on Matt Little from TikTok? Matt Little has lost his re-election bid in Minnesota's 58th state Senate district. Matt Little has lost 57 to 43.
Uh-huh.
That sucks. I liked him. He was so fun. I'm going to see if he posted anything on TikTok. TikTok's a mess right now. TikTok is an absolute mess. Oh, I did the little thing on our TikTok that was like, I'm going to update as the night goes on. I'm going to update as the night goes on, my profile picture, and it'll be like, I think Trump's going to win. I think Biden's going to win. At like 9 o'clock, I changed it to, I think Trump's going to win. And I haven't changed it back yet, and I wonder what people are. I'm going to change it to... Fox News hasn't really called anything else yet. 238 to 213. They keep saying the same thing over and over again. Oh, I'm gonna miss Matt Little.
Hey, TikTok. No songs, no dancing, no jokes today. I just need you to go vote. You care about people. He said he was 100% and all you guys were on board with Arizona when he called it how you played.
We can add a banner. Ooh, wait a second. This is cool.
1 second, let me try and see what my
wow.
local state Senate district was. In my local state Senate district, I can't find anything. Of course, they don't have any results.
Okay, how can I edit this little banner here?
Oh, you put in. Okay.
Let me see if it. Okay, I want to do it like. Okay. No. The other side. Shoot, what is the other?
Georgia's tightening a little bit. It's now within 6 points, I think.
What's the other race? I'm confused. Okay.
Could you go over the Senate races? I'll go over the Senate races, unless they want you to. But the only Senate races that are outstanding that we really need to make projections in are Montana, Alaska, Michigan, Georgia, and Maine. Georgia special, Kelly Loeffler and Raphael Warnock won, and going off onto the runoff on January 5th. In Michigan, it's just mainly because there's no results coming out of Michigan tonight. So far. In Montana, it's the same thing as Michigan. There's practically no results coming out of Montana. In Alaska, there's no results coming out of really any of these states right now. Georgia, same thing. Maine, same thing. Although we could call it for Susan Collins if the urban votes don't come in the morning. Ryan, they wanted to know too if you're going to go live in the morning if this isn't called.
I mean, I don't even know if I'm gonna remove this live. Like if I'm gonna stop live streaming until there's a winner. I'm just thinking
Okay.
like, not, you know. So what do you guys think of this little ticker on the bottom?
Well, if you do, I'll
think
just
it's kinda
rejoin the link in the morning.
Yeah.
And then if I'll just rejoin the link in the morning and just see where you are. So, basically the notable Senate races: Mark Kelly unseated, Martha McSally, John Hickenlooper unseated, Cory Gardner, Tommy Tuberville unseated, Doug Jones, Joni Ernst retained her seat in Iowa, Tom Tillis retained his seat in North Carolina, Lindsey Graham defeated Jamie Harrison, Mitch McConnell defeated Amy McGrath. No other really big states. Ben Ray Lujan won. I want to call Alaska.
The polls closed in Alaska.
Yeah, they closed 30 minutes ago.
We still don't have any results though, do we?
No.
I think we can wait. I guess I should really add that.
Some person just said that Trump's is strong in the upper Rust Belt states.
And he is.
I don't know. I mean,
Currently,
he is, but I
doesn't
don't
mean
know
he'll
if
figure
he's
it out
talking
yet.
about like right now or if he's talking about.
I don't know how to edit. Wait, this is cool. Okay. This is fun. I'm enjoying myself.
This is fun. I don't have any work actually to do tomorrow. I did all my geometry and everything. I
The
just
way I
have
see
to.
it, this is a once in a lifetime kind of like thing. What's the point in going to sleep?
True. I mean, I don't have school till Thursday, so I don't really need sleep. They said that they could call North Carolina tonight. The Fox decision team. What's unique about the decision team is that they're not looking at anything but they're not looking at anything but the results. What they're really looking at is what they do is they lock them in a room with only the results and they see everything. They don't see what CNN is projected, what MSNBC is projected. They just do what they think is going to happen.
Who is
So
that? Sorry.
what?
Who is that?
That's basically what the decision teams do. It's not like they're like
Yeah.
they like lock them in a room and they only see the results. They don't see any outside external factors. Oh my gosh, it's so early in the morning. I put a yard sign in my yard for the first time ever today, and it looks so cool. I think I might do this more often. Yard signs. I have a yard sign. I'm putting 2 yard signs in my room, and I already have one.
What does that mean? After giving brief remarks, Biden is. I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean.
Iowa gave us their results pretty fairly quickly. I don't know. Should I take down? I got this yard sign for free because no other candidate in the country except for Teresa Greenfield would ship her yard signs across the country for free. And now that she lost, do you think I should just keep it up or take it down? Because like,
ABC said they're expecting a result in 2 hours nationally. Or do you just mean in a specific state? What's my mic like sounding like? Like if I just speak this quietly, is it still
yeah, you're fine.
listenable?
If I fall asleep, I'm gonna take like I'll probably wake up at like 4 your time. So
Yeah.
just be prepared for that. Who? Oh, Pennsylvania said they will not be updating their results until they will not continue to count until 9 o'clock in the morning Eastern Standard Time.
Wow.
So at this trend, it looks like we're not going to be getting any more results in from any key states.
Where's it at right now? 14.7. 66.
42.1 to 56.7.
Michigan
Trump-
tightened already too. Yeah,
Trump is ahead.
I'm starting to definitely lean towards Biden is going to win this race.
Trump is up 700,000, or nearly 600.
Wisconsin's tightening too. I mean, yeah, it's this is happening.
697,000 votes in Pennsylvania.
I mean, you guys can say like Trump has won in Pennsylvania, but ultimately that doesn't matter because if Biden wins in Wisconsin and Michigan, he's won the election.
Okay.
Unless he somehow loses in Nevada. Is anything reporting it? Yeah, nothing's out of Clark County yet.
Trump said he's going to be making a statement tonight. I am so...
Oh, they finally projected Texas. It's about damn time.
My thing with Trump, I really am curious to see what's going to happen with him. Because I wonder what's going through his mind right now. I wonder what's going through his supporters' mind. Many of his supporters went to sleep thinking he was going to win in the morning because he won Florida. And I mean, this is like what you said, this is the opposite of 2016. I mean, the polls were still off a lot this time. But in 2016, Democrats went to sleep thinking Hillary won it all. And then they wake up to Trump giving a victory speech. And I think what's going to happen this time, if Biden can hold Wisconsin and Michigan, is that Republicans fell asleep. They're going to wake up at 9 in the morning and they're going to see Biden might be taking over the lead.
Yeah. A lot of people are going to wake up tomorrow completely confused.
I was thinking, what if someone who, like, I know why, but I watched like a Grey's Anatomy thing, and I'm like, what if someone had like a surgery starting at like 7,
Yeah.
and then it ended at like 4 in the morning,
Yeah.
and then they just wake up in their room to see whoever blindly react to whoever won the election.
Right. I don't think either party is cheating. I think
No party would deliberately cheat.
there's no evidence to suggest that, and there's no way they would get away with it. What parties do get away with is blatant voter suppression, but that's a separate topic than cheating.
Biden or Trump won Texas by 6 points. That's actually a lot more than I thought Texas was going to go for. Maybe that means Texas might not even flip in 2024. I mean, it was only 9 points in 2016.
Where's it at right now?
Yeah, so if it goes by that, then Texas should be like Florida of this year in 2024.
I wish they would update the needle. I want to know what they're giving Biden in Pennsylvania and Michigan.
They didn't. Did they even have a needle for Pennsylvania and Michigan?
No,
Or-
they had it for Florida, North Carolina, and then Georgia. Yeah, I mean, there's like these people saying like accusing each other of cheating, but like that isn't happening. Like if you count voter suppression as cheating, then yes, that occurs, and that's 100% a fact. But like cheating is not. What are all these people writing one? The hell?
Oh my gosh.
What does one mean? I'm confused.
Democrats have made one net gain in the Senate. Meaning it could be a 52-48 Senate if Republicans flip. Wait, no, if everything stays the same, which is what it's projected to be as of right now. Unless
What is happening?
unless the special election. Gosh. Someone told me they're probably going to go on until next month.
What is happening with this chat right now? This chat was going so well for so long. Why can everybody just take a chill pill? You spamming the chat is not going to change the election. Please.
I hate
Please.
I think I don't know.
I think I've slept like 2 hours in the last like 60.
We should probably take a break.
Nah, I'm not gonna go to bed.
You're not gonna go to bed? I think I am. I'll just keep everything here. I'll just close my laptop and then I'll just
When will GA be called? I don't know.
Georgia is like the same margin. Oh, never mind. I might stay up. Milwaukee said they're gonna count all of their ballots by 3:00 in the morning.
Well, how much do we have out of Milwaukee right now? Oops. 41%. Oh yeah, that could change everything.
Was it around? No, it was No, it was still later than this when Trump declared victory in 2016, right?
I think Hillary conceded the election before he declared victory.
Yeah. So when did Hillary concede?
It was when he won in I don't know. It was after he won in Pennsylvania, I think.
Okay. When was that? Like 2 in the morning?
Something like that, I think.
Okay.
It's not even 2:00 in the morning. Yeah. The election was still
I don't
undecided.
know why
It
I'm
was
so
still in
tired.
2016.
I got like 10, 11 hours of sleep last night.
I wish I did. Oh, Nevada update. Okay. Yeah, so we have some vote coming in out of Clark, which is why Biden is taking the lead. And it should stay that way. Yes. So 50. Yeah. Okay. 75% is in out of Clark. Biden only has a 10.4 point lead. Is that normal? Honestly, I never paid that much attention to Nevada, so I wouldn't really know.
All I know, no, I think Clark County was actually swing county in 2016, if I remember correctly.
Georgia's within 2.5 points. Oh boy. Oh no, my streak might end.
Now I have to stay up, but I
Yeah,
don't want to get
it's kicking off now.
like
Oh
I
my
don't feel
god, it's
nervous
really
enough to
close.
stay
It's
awake.
really close. Holy cow, 91% of this.
The election might be called tonight.
What's the Purdue race?
The Purdue race, check that. I don't know. I'm not on New York Times.
Fulton has 72%. DeKalb has 79%. Yeah, okay, that's jeez. He's up by over 200,000 votes in DeKalb County.
Hey Ryan, is there an FBI investigation into Joe and Hunter Biden?
No.
That's what they
God,
told.
what a garbage story that was too.
Someone just told me that
They
Trump
tried to
was going
turn
to lose the
make that
election
like
because of his. No, yeah, someone just posted it on whatever. Colin Peterson lost his race.
really.
Um,
Yeah, I don't know. The Hunter Biden story was such a stupid, like it was based on absolutely nothing, and then it was defrauded like 100 times. They tried, like, Republicans tried to turn that into like the 2020s version of like the Comey letter, but it just did not work.
like honestly, I think that the Hunter Biden thing, like someone just posted, why is Biden even allowed on the ballot? A Trump supporter posted, why is Biden even allowed on the ballot if there's an active FBI investigation into his son? Shouldn't the election be delayed because of this? And I said that I was like, well, there's a good thing that there's no investigation into his son or himself right now. And they're like, nope, there is from 2019. Go look on
Yeah, I mean it's
the internet.
like I think there was definitely some fishy and corrupt stuff going on with his handling of the whole or at least for Hunter Biden and Ukraine. There's definitely some nepotism involved there, but I don't think
I
Biden
mean,
really had much to do with it.
I don't think he had much power over it. But all I'm seeing with Biden and the FBI is that they're looking
My polls.
into
Wait, one last thing. Like all these people say, like something I
uh,
find in my comments a lot is like people say your polls were off. Like my polls, I haven't conducted any polls.
your prediction was right.
I'm not the one conducting the hundreds of polls that get counted. I'm the one who
Yeah, so
analyzes the polls.
Nevada, we might be able
Predictions
to
based
call
off that. And I'm
Nevada.
47 out of 47 based on that.
Ryan, we might be able to call Nevada very soon.
Yeah, so
Because
I jumped up quickly.
I think we're like 75% in, and Democrats are leading, especially in Clark County.
Which is interesting. Yeah, he's not really overperforming Clinton though in Clark County because she won by about 10.7 and he's up 10.4. That's not necessarily great news, but for him. But she won by 1.3 in Washoe.
Georgia is now within 2% with 91% of precincts reporting, and Fulton is only at 72% of votes counted.
So
So
ironic that
Georgia could flip blue.
how can you unironically accuse Joe Biden of selling out to China?
If Joe Biden wins Georgia, then I think it's game over, in my opinion.
Oh, 100%.
If Joe
North
I think
Carolina
Georgia,
is tightened.
if he wins Georgia and North Carolina, he wins the election. Period.
North Carolina has not tightened at all. Ugh, I keep getting fooled by these people. Biden is going to win in Georgia. Where's the forecast now at? 64%, basically where it was before.
I don't know. There's a good chance that he could win. If I were the Trump campaign, I'd be very, very nervous right now. Very, very nervous. Do you think Trump would concede if he loses Georgia?
No, I don't think Trump is going to concede no matter what. I think Trump could have lost by 400 electoral votes and he still would not have conceded. I didn't realize having a drug addiction was cause for an FBI investigation.
So let me just play
Wait,
around with
okay,
this.
wait. Let's see Politico.
I'm going to play around with some of these results so I don't mess up my map and where we're standing. I think you might be able to call Nevada too.
No, 93% is in Georgia, and now it's a 2.6 point lead.
2.6 point or 2 point? Okay, so Biden won Washington,
What happens
Oregon.
if the president does not concede? Well, when the votes get tabulated and reported to Congress in January, it doesn't really matter.
The Electoral College happens in December, so even
Yeah.
if he doesn't concede, the Electoral College would convene. Okay, so
Wait,
Biden.
how do I look at specific states? Oh, okay. Can I like go in depth with the county results according to Politico?
Okay.
Yeah, I can. Okay.
So
Fulton, 87. I don't know. I don't know if Biden has it in Florida. He might. He may not. It's gonna get really close. I mean, in Georgia.
Florida's closer.
I was talking about Georgia. My bad.
Oh, Georgia. I was gonna say.
Yeah, Florida's long gone. Carolyn Bordeaux is losing. Really? I was not expecting that.
I think Trump can win Maine's second congressional district. He was leading by 10 points with 50% of precincts reporting.
Yeah, I think we can probably call that pretty soon for him.
Yeah. Okay, so let's just call that in this little scenario thing that I just came up with here to see who.
Trump takes Maine's second, and now we only have.
So say Biden takes Georgia. He gets 260, meaning he would only need to win Wisconsin, and he could lose Michigan and Pennsylvania to win the election. Let's say he wins both and loses Pennsylvania, then he would get 286 electoral votes. I feel so bad for these poll counters or these poll workers that have to.
What an awful job. But I mean, respect. Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
oh my
things are
gosh, you
trending
gotta have a lot of
little
energy.
bit, but not excessively. Don Bacon, Republican, wins re-election in Nebraska's second congressional district. That's good for him, but Nebraska's second congressional district went to Biden.
I hate people so much. Someone told me to go on YouTube to go watch the FBI investigation of Joe Biden from 2019. What? Oh my gosh. I can't believe someone just told me to go to YouTube instead of looking at ongoing FBI investigations to prove that there's an investigation. Everybody that's getting fooled by Michigan and Wisconsin. Wisconsin's tightening up. And that's mainly because Milwaukee hasn't been counted yet. It's really a 100,000 vote race. And with Milwaukee counting nearly triple the amount from 2016, it's getting really close.
Can Biden win in North Carolina? It's 94%, 88%, 82%.
Nevada is getting bigger for Biden. Nevada wasn't really a swing state, though. Oh, Arizona's getting tighter, 6 points now, but I don't know if it will really.
I think I think I can call the state of Nevada for Joe Biden.
You think so?
Yeah, I want to do that.
Okay.
In Pennsylvania, that brings him to 244. I mean,
You want me to
Nevada.
call Alaska too for Trump, or
Any results in there?
I don't really, I don't know honestly, but Fox News didn't call it, so let's just refrain from it then. Biden's leading in the popular vote, not by 10 points, but God. Mm.
It is definitely interesting that North Carolina and Georgia are both going to be closer than Florida. Although Florida has dropped to just 3.4 points now. It might drop even more.
Is North
Biden, Georgia.
Carolina getting closer?
Still stuck at 91% for me. Let's check.
I want to go to sleep, but at the same time, I know when I do, I'm going to wake up and something monumental is going to happen.
Um, 93%, still 2.6. Yeah. Pennsylvania is just, he has a 700,000 vote lead.
64% in. I mean, there's really no urban votes in PA right now.
How much Philadelphia is in? About half of Philadelphia is in though. And 60% of Allegheny. I mean, I don't know, bro. But then again, it's like, it's not like he needs PA.
I know, he really doesn't, because if he wins Georgia,
Steve Daines wins in Montana.
official,
Yep. According to New York Times.
I called it. 48 to 47 now.
What a disappointing night for the Democrats in the Senate.
Definitely.
I don't feel okay giving Alaska to Trump with 0% of the vote reporting.
So let's say Trump,
Polls being as close as they were.
let's see if Trump wins Michigan but loses Georgia and Arizona, he can win Michigan and Pennsylvania and lose Wisconsin, and he'll still lose the Electoral College.
I gotta get pissed.
I don't really know about Pennsylvania. I mean, there's still a lot of mail-in votes that still need to be counted there. Oh, God. Any news? No, not really. Nothing really in yet. Yeah, it did. It did. I am hungry. I'm really hungry. Stop spamming the chat. I'm not gonna do that. Yeah, we know Steve Daines won.
What's up? I have no longer faith in a Biden victory. Why is that? What could have possibly?
I'm on Red Eagle's stream and his chat is getting really nervous
Really? About Georgia or what?
for the entire thing. Some are saying Nevada's going red, but then others are saying Trump lost. It's getting really close. Virginia with an 8,000 votes. I don't know how many times people really need to hear this. Virginia is not going red.
As well in certain places. So interesting things to see. But this is not a changed election. This is never going to be a Biden landslide. It's not. Trump is at 213. He is probably going to second. He will be. I would say at a minimum, Donald Trump is headed for this style in terms of the margin in the electoral college, 232, which is better than Romney, right? No, it's better than Romney. It's better than Romney margin for sure. He worked hard.
Ryan, are they talking about possibly Trump losing now on Red Eagle?
I think so.
We're still, Georgia's still out there. So we'll still wait about Georgia.
That would be so embarrassing.
Yeah, I know. North Carolina, it's over 50% for Trump anyway, right?
Oh.
Yeah, 83, 84%. Rich Bear is improbable. Not impossible. But we'll see.
AP has officially projected Nebraska second. It's about time.
Oh, Ryan.
Hmm?
Someone in a Joe Biden for president group chat and Trump 2020 group chat just reposted your video in the group and told everyone to check it out.
Because it's so accurate. Duh. Nevdad getting close. No, it's not. Oh, it is. Oops, it is. Only 75% is in out of Clark. Mm.
All the money wasted, and the Democrats have to feel demoralized too. Trump is up by. Okay, wait, that's last cycle. Getting a little tired here, but he's up by over 16.
What's going on in Georgia? Wisconsin stayed the same.
It did go for Biden. It only ended up going to Biden by 8%.
Only 8%.
Biden has 67% in California. That's so
a lot.
ridiculously high.
Remember when Sean Hannity said California might go red?
Remember when Red Eagle said California might go red?
Remember when Red Eagle said like Oregon would go red if Tucker Carlson ran against AOC in 2024?
Biden's lead in California is like bigger than I don't even know how many states. He leads by almost 4 million.
New York's is closer, but I think that's just because New York can't report any votes yet.
People are saying they're nervous for Nevada. I really wouldn't be. I mean, he's up. What is it? 2.3, 2.7, 29,000 votes. Where could that be made up? I mean, he's got about how many more votes coming out of Clark? If he has a 70,000 vote lead with 3 and like 20-ish thousand, maybe. He'll gain maybe 20,000 more in Clark, meaning he's up about 50,000 nationwide or statewide. Maybe get some more there. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not.
Nancy Pelosi won re-election.
Shucks.
Eric Swalwell won re-election. If Biden wins tonight, do you think Eric Swalwell will be appointed by Newsom, or do you think Newsom would appoint himself?
For the Senate,
Yeah.
I don't. Is it appointment? I don't think California has appointments.
You don't think they do?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's special elections.
Oh, do you
Because
think?
that's what occurred in California's 25th, right?
Yeah, but that was a House race. There's no appointments in House races.
Oh, that's right. Stupid. I'm pretty sure it's special. In which case, I think like Barbara Lee might have a chance. Or no, not Barbara Lee. Shoot, who am I thinking of? I don't remember. It's late. It's crazy how like minimal like, the importance of vice presidents actually is. Like I completely forgot that Kamala Harris is Biden's vice president.
Me too, until just now.
Like who even is Mike Pence? It's like so unimportant.
So let's take a look here. So
Trump's getting ready to talk.
what is projected to happen is Georgia and Alaska will most likely go to the Republicans. Michigan will most likely go to the Democrats. That just leaves Maine and Georgia special up in the air, really. So it could be a 50-50 Senate. Oh, yep. President Trump is expected to speak. I want to see this.
Are you watching MSNBC or what?
Fox.
Gotcha.
After he speaks, I'm going to take a quick nap.
Why am I listening to someone talking from Newark, New Jersey? I don't care. Trump to make statements. From the East Room in the White House.
I think it's so weird how he chose, out of all the rooms in the White House, he chose the East Room to do the election results from. Because the East Room is like where they held all those presidential funerals. And I just think it's so weird how he chose, out of all the rooms in the White House, he chose the East Room, which...
How much do they have in Milwaukee? Yeah, it's still... Milwaukee is still at 40, whatever percent it was. Oh, Michigan is tightening. Yeah, I think Michigan's going to go Biden pretty...
Disappointing night for Democrats in the House, like a flash. Too. Very disappointing night for Democrat. Oh, he's walking out on stage. I'm going to turn this up. It's 2 a.m. Everyone's going to be so confused tomorrow when they see the news talking about Biden and Trump speaking last night. People are going to wake up at like 9. It's going to be like, Trump spoke, and then they're going to be like, oh, and Biden spoke.
Yeah, only 37% is in Detroit.
Oh, that's not good for Trump.
And only 69% out of Ann Arbor. Genesee County is still favoring Biden. I mean, Trump, though. Flint. Yeah, I don't know. Trump's not doing... I mean, Biden's not doing as well as he could be in a lot of these kind of sort of more counties here. But that could be because it's just none of the mail-in votes have been counted yet. I want to look at some of these Senate, like, margins.
Like, tell me the Iowa Senate margin, because everyone told me Teresa Greenfield was going to win, and I said she wasn't.
It's 6.5. Absolute blowout.
That's like 8 points off of the...
Kansas is 13. Texas is 10.
Ted Lieu won re-election. Why are all these
Alabama
notable...
is 23.
For the Senate?
Kentucky is 21. South Carolina is 17. God, what a waste of money in Jamie Harrison. Mark Warner only leads by about 3% in Virginia.
He's going to win by like 15, though.
I don't know. Oh, Biden only leads by 0.2% in Virginia. It's weird.
They have Georgia expanding for
Why
Trump.
is Georgia still stuck? We got such a huge boost in the vote out of Georgia.
Why were they all cheering? They were all cheering, and then Trump just stopped. Like,
yeah. Someone said, "Can you please tell me what you think of the 91% of the expected vote means?" Well, basically, these like sites and these like forecasters have an estimated vote amount out of these different counties based off prior voting history and like turnout, etc. And so, obviously, like if say 50% of the estimated vote is in, that means they estimate that about half of how many votes will eventually be counted in that county have been counted thus far. So in Georgia, 91% of the estimated vote is reported statewide. which means there's still about 9%
Trump
of
is watching Fox
still
News in the White House. They just panned over to the East Room, and on the TV in there is the guy that was just speaking on Fox News.
If you
And
think
they,
Barack Obama is the worst president the U.S. has ever had, I don't know what to tell you. There have been some absolutely awful presidents in U.S. history, and Barack Obama is not at the
James
top of that list.
Buchanan. James Buchanan was a pretty awful president. He did nothing. He literally conceded to the South before the Civil War even started.
Yeah.
I have so much satisfaction seeing Minnesota go blue because so many people for so long were screaming at me, how can you not put Minnesota red? This is ridiculous. You're so stupid. Why don't you have Minnesota going red? The trends obviously have it going red. And
Someone asked for a presidential tier list. While we're waiting, why don't we just who belongs in God tier? Abraham Lincoln is number 1. I have mixed feelings about George Washington.
I do too. From my president's list from the summer, remember that?
Yeah, but I think the fact is that he initiated the first peaceful transfer of power in world history, and I think that's enough to put him in God tier. Because that basically that was the formation of democracy.
Yeah, that's pretty much the only. If I were to say something, that's pretty much the only thing that I really think he did, notably in his presidency. I don't really think he did anything much more notable than that. Like the presidents after him were pretty bad, like John Adams, like with the Alien and Sedition Acts. Like he broke the Constitution like 10 years after it was written.
Yeah, I mean there were a lot of issues. He warned of a lot of things that would eventually happen, but he wasn't that special compared to a lot of founding fathers. I also have very mixed feelings about Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, me too. I mean, you have different things. I mean, he had a pretty good economy, but then he also instituted trickle down economics. So
FDR had a lot of positives. It's
He
hard to
did.
argue against FDR being in the top tier.
A lot of these presidents in the top tier are just
Teddy Roosevelt had some issues, to be honest. But I mean,
I think
as
he did a
one of the
lot more
doctors of the
good.
progressivism, I respect him a
And he
lot.
definitely did a lot more good with monopolies and trusts than
Yeah, and the environment, of course.
JFK, maybe because of the Cuban Missile Crisis, but he didn't have much time to prove that he was God tier. He only had 3 years. I
I mean,
can't
yeah,
believe
Washington did win or helped the U.S. declare independence and win the American Revolution, but that wasn't something he did during his presidency.
You know what's so weird? My AP teacher, we were talking about Senate races, and he told me that he thought Lindsey Graham was done in South Carolina. He thought Jamie Harrison was going to beat him, and I think it's so funny looking back on it now, seeing that Lindsey Graham beat him by 17 points. Everybody, I was watching MSNBC, they're like, Lindsey Graham in the fight for his political life, and then he just wins by 17 points. Like, he really didn't need to spend much money on it.
Yeah, I think there were a lot of good
I
aspects.
mean, the only thing that really came out of this election for him was just everyone sees him as a crier and a beggar now because all people saw him doing was sit on Fox News and just
Right.
start crying for money.
I think Barack Obama had a ton of potential when he first got elected in 2008, but so much of that got squandered, and a lot of it was not his fault. Some of it was, but I don't remember the last time there was so much excitement and hope, obviously, around a candidate when there was in 2008.
I don't think we've ever seen so much such a following behind a candidate than Donald Trump. Not seeing a hopeful future, but just seeing such a following. I say this, you say the same thing. I do this, you do the same thing, kind of thing.
Yeah, it's really remarkable, and there's a
I
lot.
don't think people have ever really seen people take their entire tractor trailer and paint it with a candidate's name and sit it on the side of a highway for a
Right.
month in a swing state over.
It makes sense that his favorite president is Andrew Jackson because there are a lot of similarities in the way that they've sort of.
I went to Andrew Jackson's house in Nashville, and it was like the house was decked out with like a million reasons why the guy was an extreme racist.
Oh
Like,
yeah, Andrew Jackson sucked.
they're like,
He
go
also-
here,
he
go
also
to the
did suck.
tour, go tour the cotton fields where all of his slaves died because he mistreated them. Go to the slave cabins where his slaves had to sleep every night, where they could barely sleep, and then they got like all these
Right.
messed up disorders because he treated them so terribly. Here, go to this like his slave graveyard or whatever. I'm like, oh my gosh, this guy was
Right.
just a terrible dude, terrible president.
The only good thing about him was how he kind of increased like populism to an
Yeah.
extent, and like was kind of he was like the birther of of like actual democracy, and like
Mhm.
sought to like expand voting rights.
You
That was
th-
all good,
I
but
think
he
it's so weird. I just checked the
was so
YouTube.
incredibly racist.
There's still 1.3K people watching this at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. The only way I would ever close or end this live stream is if we dip down to a point where like this wasn't like informative for people. Go to Politico.
Yeah.
Are things updating Politico? Just that like that isn't doing anything.
If it doesn't say anything, I'm not trusting the chat anymore.
The chat has fooled me too many times. Playing with my emotions. You guys are mean. Oh,
Trump expected to speak shortly. I'm not going to sleep now. I'm staying up till 4. If nothing's done by 4, then I'll fall asleep until 6.
who
Should I
believe
do
is the
my?
worst
Should I
president
do
of
my
American
Spanish
history?
now? I have a geometry quiz tomorrow, but
Who do you think is the worst president in American history?
worst president probably James Buchanan.
Yeah, it had
Because
to be.
as a president, you just don't automatically concede a war to the next and then give it off to the next president just immediately. I mean, you just don't do that.
Oh, 90% is in Wisconsin? Really? Huh?
10% of that, 10% is from Milwaukee. That still has to be called. They said that the latest they'll get Wisconsin results is like 12 o'clock on Wednesday afternoon. My sleep schedule is going to be so screwed up after this. Oh, Trump sent an email out to his supporters saying that the Democrats will try and steal this election. Andy Bashir or Mike Pence? Probably Andy Bashir in 2024 just because of that. AP US history. I don't take AP US history until like 11th grade. But yes, I'll take it in high school. I'll eventually take it in high school. But. Normally I wouldn't watch Fox tonight, but Fox is probably the only one that I want to watch tonight.
Twitter and Facebook flagged him. Good. If you falsify information about a federal election, you should be flagged and censored. I would say the same if it was anybody. What is going on in Nevada? It still only says 78%, but decision desk. You know what? I'm going to go to decision desk. They seem to be the fastest. Where do we? Where is their election results? Results. There we go. Okay. Bang. Yeah. Have to sign up. Fuck that. Hold up. Stop.
I'm getting all of these DMs. What about Biden? Trump. He's leading heavily in Michigan and Wisconsin. Yeah, because the only areas in Wisconsin and Michigan that I've reported are rural areas.
So Biden's up in 95.7% is in Nevada. Yeah, Biden's winning there. It's looking like in Georgia.
Yeah, update us in Georgia.
Oh, it seems like over 99% of the vote is in, and and Georgia is done. But I don't know if that's entirely accurate. How did Georgia change for Biden? Atlanta and the Atlanta suburbs. The answer to that question.
I hate all these people. They're like, why do you think Biden's gonna win tonight? I'm like, I think he has a better chance than Trump tonight because he has, because of what he's performed in the Rust Belt tonight. And they're all saying, well, Trump's leading in all the states in the Rust Belt, and I have to say the same thing every time. It's because urban areas aren't reporting.
What are things looking like in North Carolina? 85% Trump, yeah. I mean, it is tightening up in Georgia, but it's also not because it's just stopped. I'm not a sophomore in high school. Do you think Georgia will be within recount territory? I don't know what the recount law is in Georgia, to be honest. Honestly, I just hope whoever wins the losers can just accept defeat and keep it civil. I want that too. I really want that. But I think, objectively speaking, the chance that Biden concedes the election is a whole lot higher than Trump does, just based off personality and character.
Cam posted on his Snapchat story an hour ago.
Excuse me?
He put on his private story, I'm spot on with all my presidential predictions tonight for the presidential race so far. 1 hour ago by Cameron Barker. I have a bone to pick with him now because he just abandoned us. I was supposed to be coloring in an electoral map tonight, but I totally forgot. I'll do it in the morning. North Carolina might tip. Check North Carolina.
North Carolina. It's been
Super 1, they're waiting for some more early ballots.
Yeah, the only thing we're waiting on in North Carolina is like Wake still only actually no, that's yeah, it looks like most of the vote is really in there. I mean, there's Orange County, only 82%, but I don't really see it. I swear they've been saying that Trump is going to speak soon for like the last hour.
I know.
They said the same thing to Biden.
You think he would rush out to get out there to see all those people cheer him on?
Well, it's all an act. It's the same for Biden and Trump. It's all about timing.
Yeah, he's gonna come out and he's gonna say, I'm very confident in what we have tonight.
I think a lot of like this person, no one cares if you were spot on. Jesus, can you stop talking about that? I think a lot of people care about the fact that I was spot on.
A lot of people in the chat tonight said they regret watching LTE over you and that they're going to switch to you for the next election.
There are a bunch of states who have stopped counting for the night and will keep going at 8. I've seen a lot of conflicting reports regarding that.
I want to see Joe Jorgensen get under 3%, so I can go make fun of all the Joe Jorgensen supporters out there. Because all of them kept telling me that she was going to win a bunch of the popular vote and it was going to be monumental for the country and the libertarians. And the lady from Fox News said they had to put teleprompters out there for Trump because they don't want him to say something wrong that can be used against him if the election goes to court. Don't ramble, don't. Oh gosh, I feel like this is gonna be a disaster speech. I just kind of have that feeling that this is going to be. He's gonna say something that's gonna ruffle some feathers, and then next thing you know, it's gonna be all over Twitter.
Oh, Yvette Harold defeated Xochitl Torres in New Mexico's second. There have been a lot of Republican flips in the House tonight.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to be this big for Republicans in the House. Look at
Biden's
some.
only won in New Mexico by about 10%. I guess that's pretty expected, though. He's up 14.
It was on the edge of safe and. LTE, the only person that predicted Biden would win Georgia. But yeah, but he also predicted Biden would win Florida, North Carolina, every single other state. So just because he predicted Georgia right means he got like 1 out of 5 of the states correctly. Will Sean Parnell win? No. that district is nearly likely to safe for Connor Lamb. I predict Trump with 296 to win. Let's see what Trump would have to get 296. He can't get he physically can't get 296 anymore.
Someone said, when Trump tweeted like the polls with like POLES.
Mm-hmm.
Someone said, this kind of anti-Polish rhetoric I cannot stand for.
Wait, where is it?
It's Gerda Hassan Abi.
Oh, wait, I think Trump's coming out. Oh, Trump family's coming out. Eric Trump, I feel like he was the forgotten son of the Trump family, and Tiffany Trump is the forgotten daughter. Now, I feel like Eric Trump is the one, like, is Trump's least favorite son that he just says, do this and I'll like you. He just seems like that kind of guy. Like, go out on Fox.
This music?
Go out on Fox News and
Like,
come out as LGBTQ plus, and I'll give you like $200,000. Or like Don Jr. I feel like Don Jr. is like Trump's favorite son. I don't know why.
He does not look happy.
Oh, he does not. He does not look happy.
I'm shaking right now.
My arms aren't, but like my chest is. Watch him declare victory.
Oh, no shit. Are you serious?
Is he declaring victory?
The Republican president crying about voter suppression. How can you unironically say that?
Oh my gosh. He's gonna go to court with this. Mike Pence looks.
Oh my god.
Why does he look so weird?
You were all set to celebrate, but then you realized that not all of the votes were counted. Like what?
How does he think that Democrats can
What kind
actually
of- what
forge
kind of
like
logic
30 million
is
votes?
he
Why?
using here?
Why
It's
does
so
he?
ridiculous.
Why does he
How
think
can
that
anyone
Democrats
say
can
that?
literally forge like 5 million votes? Like, why does he think that he can do that? Like,
Like,
just
that
be
just
like,
is not how elections work. Like you can't just celebrate before all the votes are counted. It's just so like how like I'm genuinely asking anybody in this chat, how can you stand for that kind of threat to democracy? It's a genuine question.
Florida, I wasn't expected to win it. Yes, you were. Everyone called you going to Florida. That's why no one was surprised when they called it for you. Everyone expected Ohio. Everyone expected Texas. He claimed victory in Georgia. They can't catch us. It's called Atlanta. Is he trashing Fox for calling Arizona? That's why it's called the projection, because it's fairly unlikely. I don't get this speech. Biden's speech was I'm very confident. Trump's speech is this is all wrong.
With like 70% of the vote in, none of the
He
mail
knows
vote
he's
counted.
definitely desperate for everything.
Just notice the difference in like the words that Trump and Biden use.
Mm-hmm.
Like Biden said, "We believe we are in a position to win this." Trump says, "We believe, or we know, that the Democrats are stealing this election because all of a sudden we aren't losing when the vote is still being counted." Like it's such flawed logic that makes absolutely no sense.
It's not close because no urban areas have been counted. Does he know anything about the election he's in right now? Oh my gosh, he is rambling on. He is hurting himself. I don't even want to watch this anymore. He's like, we don't need many. We don't need many. Well, let's say he claimed victory in Georgia. Say he claims victory in Pennsylvania. He still needs 2 out of the remaining.
He has to
let's
win
say he
Pennsylvania, and he hasn't won Pennsylvania.
He still has to.
I wish I could report Trump for spam.
He would still have to win. If say he wins Georgia, he would still have to win Alaska, which you can win. Maine 2nd Congressional District, which you can win. Pennsylvania, but he also has to win either Wisconsin or Michigan. Meaning he still has to win one of those states. And let's say he does win Wisconsin, he would get 278.
Because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, because let's go to court. Did I predict this? Did I say
They're not going to court. You're the one that's gonna. Oh my gosh. This Trump is the only reason why even a civil war could happen. I mean, not that it's going to, but is the reason why this nation is so divided is mainly because of Donald Trump. Because just listen to what his words are saying. I mean, he's saying like he's going to challenge the results in court. He's winning. He's claiming victory in Arizona, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and the votes aren't even tabulated yet. I mean, I don't know.
so we won there? We lead by, this is 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. We were getting ready to hold us amazing this time. Frankly, we did. This is a flaw on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country.
Good God. Oh my God.
This is a major fraud on our nation. We want, so our goal now is to ensure the integrity. So we'll be going to the U.S. American public. We want all, this is a major fraud on our nation. We don't want them to find any.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. He just said he's bringing this to the Supreme Court. NBC left the speech and they cut off Trump's speech because of false claims.
It's just so concerning and so demoralizing.
Oh my gosh. You know what's so weird is that when the Supreme Court knocks it down, because you got the only justices that I think would really side with Trump are
I'm just gonna kind of say it like that speech was basically rivaling a dictator.
What he's basically saying is he's saying, I know I'm losing the election, and I know that they just projected me to lose the election, but I'm going to call this a fraud, and I'm going to go to the Supreme Court, and we're going to win this election now, even though I'm losing the election.
I'm just gonna say it. We are this close to a dictatorship, and if this succeeds, it's the end of American democracy. It just is.
The only two justices.
Why can't he just if he loses, he loses. If he wins, he wins. But if you're gonna fucking lose,
what in
fucking
the
take it like a
North?
fucking
What
man.
in the absolute North Korea is
God.
Mike Pence saying right now? This is literally the most North Korea thing that I've ever seen. Why don't they just have the North Korea flags instead of the American flags in the background? If that's
No other developed country. Thank you, Jake Tapper. This is not being biased. This is not being pro-Biden.
This is literally just stating the fact.
This is fascism. It's
This
a
is
dictatorship.
by definition
so
of
embarrassing.
fascism. There is no dictatorship. Did you just listen to the speech? Like, honestly, he literally just said, I know I'm losing. I know they just projected me to lose, but we're going to bring it to the Supreme Court so we can win. That is the most dictatorship North Korea, Vladimir Putin thing I've ever heard from an American leader.
And the fact is, like, I would not be mad if Trump won this election legally and lawfully. If at the end of the day he won the election with more votes than Joe Biden, okay, you live another day. Same way that if Joe Biden wins the election with more votes than Donald Trump, okay, you live another day. But you cannot undermine the credibility of the.
There's no way that the Supreme Court would even side, because the only people that I think, the only one that I think would decide with Trump in the Supreme Court case would be Brett Kavanaugh. I mean, can he even file a Supreme Court case? Wouldn't he have to start off small and then go build up to the Supreme Court, or do election claims just go straight to the Supreme Court?
I promise you that
They
if,
would never
if
rule
Trump
it. Even
succeeds, this country will secede into anarchy.
even if Trump does bring this to the Supreme Court with a 6-3 conservative
I'm
majority,
I've genuinely never felt this angry.
Alito, Sotomayor, Kagan, Thomas, Roberts, and Gorsuch would probably side against Trump, to be honest. And then Kavanaugh and Coney Barrett are probably up in the air, although Coney Barrett might side against Trump. Although she might side with him. Gosh. 80% in Arizona, and Trump is there. Biden's still winning.
The thing is, though, is there's not a chance the Supreme Court sides with him.
Not a chance at all.
Unless they want this country to fall into civil anarchy, like war and anarchy.
I mean, literally, there's no way that the Supreme Court would do. You know what's going to happen too is
There's no precedent for this. There's no.
We're finally getting results in 30% in Alaska. Trump's leading 60 to 36.2. Want to call it or?
Thank you, Jake Tepper. If President Trump wins this election, it will be because he received more votes than Joe Biden to win the Electoral College, and that is totally fine. That is legal. That is fair. That is just. That is democratic. If Joe Biden receives more votes, when all of the votes that were cast are counted, he should win the election. That is how democracy works.
Can they even stop counting votes, or is that just not legal? Because they have to certify results by November 23rd. So it's not like they can just stop and wait for a Supreme Court case. They'll have to just keep counting, but they can order recounts, but they just have to. Republicans made 3 gains in the House tonight. And that's in Florida 27.
That feeling when you re-elect a fascist to own the libs. Yeah, it is historic.
Kids are forgetting about gerrymandering. What does gerrymandering have to do with this right now? What does gerrymandering have to do with it? Gerrymandering has to do with the House. Gerrymandering couldn't even happen this year. Gerrymandering would only happen with governorships. Trump has no control over gerrymandering whatsoever, unless he somehow pressured the governors into gerrymandering.
How can Red Eagle support this? I don't understand.
What is he saying?
I don't know.
Trump is not getting more out of Maricopa, I don't think. Navajo is not going to Trump by as much as people think that it really will.
We'll see. I mean, that would be encouraging for Trump, but that's.
I wonder what Biden is thinking about Trump's speech. Like,
Does it even matter who lawfully wins this election anymore? When the
No.
president of the United States is going to accept the results no matter what they are.
He's not going to accept them.
Trump could have, Biden could have won 400 electoral votes and it would have been rigged.
David Carlson, mathematically speaking, it is very improbable that Georgia or North Carolina goes to Biden. PA is a 700,000 vote lead. It would be very hard. Does he know
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't. Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't
I mean-
matter if a fair result of the election won't be upheld by a candidate. It does not matter what happens.
I mean, Pennsylvania, it'll be hard for Biden. I think it would be maybe 40,000, 30,000 votes he'd win by if he could overcome that. I mean, how much of the urban areas are still out in PA?
Is a civil war rebellion likely if Trump takes this to the Supreme Court and sides with him? It is certain. It is certain. There's not a chance that this country does not secede into anarchy if that occurs.
I don't think that NC could go for Biden, but I think that Georgia could.
I think the fact is that the majority of the country, even a large chunk of the Republican Party that has enabled this kind of rhetoric for the last 4 years, I still think a majority of the Republican Party will agree that or at least side with the fair and honest results of this election. At least I hope that,
Mm-hmm. Why I hate people so much. I hate people so much. The fact that a president, what I just think is remarkable to me, is a president with one of the lowest approval ratings in American history. He was impeached by the House of Representatives. He statistically should not even be in it. This race should have been called at 11 o'clock for Biden statistically, but it's crazy to think that if in any other normal circumstance, he would not even be getting the amount of votes he's getting right now. But since he's Donald Trump, he is. Do you think Trump would run again in 2024 if he loses?
Probably.
Do you think he'd even have a chance in 2024? Or do you think the Republican Party would have moved on from him by then?
Hopefully.
North Carolina and Georgia are practically tied with the same amount left. I don't think either will really go to Biden though.
You can't just stop the vote count when you're ahead.
Yeah, he can't.
It's so it's literally so logical. You cannot stop the vote count.
He literally just
because you are ahead. It's like there's. I want anybody to give me an actual reason, a logical reason
if Trump really wanted to
That's
go
why
out,
that
if,
is
if,
okay.
if Trump wanted to save whatever reputation he had left among the American people, he would just accept the results and go out. He would not bring it to the Supreme Court and try and make it so he wins. I mean, because when this eventually does backfire on him, which it will definitely backfire on him. When this does backfire on him, he will go out with such a bad. His reputation will be tarnished. Absolutely.
It's like people can say like you're being biased. That's why you're frustrated. You're not being rational. Like, please, I want someone to explain to me why the president saying what he said is okay. I want someone to give me an actual reason why that is okay, and I'm happy to discuss it with you. Because again, if Trump wins this election fairly and freely, good for him. But it's like,
This is literally the worst outcome anyone could have ever imagined. Philadelphia County.
Who like Trump, I don't like him at all, but we have to understand. No, you don't have to understand dictatorship. You don't have to understand a president deliberately undermining the credibility of a federal election. That is not okay. That is not okay for any president to do. That is not okay for any leader to do in a free country. If you are I don't know. It's like how can you promote freedom and independence and all this and then still support what he said? This has nothing to do with him being his presidency. This has nothing to do with his character. This has nothing to do with his prior actions, but you cannot do that. I don't need Biden to win. I really don't. I need for whoever actually ends up winning this election when all of the votes are counted to be the next president, whether that's Biden or Trump.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe that this is happening. I cannot.
I don't know. Do you think Biden wants to or Trump wants to stop the votes in Minnesota where he's behind? Do you think he wants to stop the vote in Virginia?
No, he wants to
he wants
stop
to
the
stop
vote
in any of these states where he's
Michigan because
behind?
he knows when Detroit's gonna.
If you think
when
otherwise,
Detroit
you're just
reports.
so clouded.
Yeah, he literally said in his speech he wants to keep counting in Arizona because he said Trump Town's gonna come in clutch basically, and then he said,
I love that super chat. If this was a foreign leader overseas that would do this, America would get rid of them, to put it lightly.
How many people do you think are regretting their vote for Trump tonight?
No idea.
I mean, he literally said in that speech, let's keep counting in Arizona, but let's stop counting in Michigan. He literally said, let's stop counting in Wisconsin because he knows. So let's do this.
Literally, he literally did say that too. He literally said, we are behind in Arizona, but I think we can get back in it. And then he said, but we're ahead in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, and votes are still being counted. How ridiculous is that? Donald Trump hates democracy. He hates the idea of losing power.
Do you think he will go to prison for trying to fraud or for trying to?
I think there's a good chance he would go to prison if he. I think part of the reason why he's so afraid to lose like the protection of his presidency is that he will go to federal prison for who knows what.
I mean, if all that came out about his administration in just 4 years, imagine what would come out about him in the 4 years after he's president. I mean, that's a lot.
It's like, yeah, 900,000 votes have not been accounted in Arizona. Millions of votes have not been counted in the Rust Belt. You cannot have it your way and then refuse to be okay with the other way. It does not make any sense.
Someone just sent me a meme, and I don't know, you can't see it, but it says, if it's a Harry Potter scene, and it has the Democratic Party, and it says, "Why is it always when something happens, it's always you three?" And the three people there are Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. I don't know how anyone can endorse what he just did. I don't know.
Even okay, like I encourage people to listen to Rick Santorum, a Republican pundit who consistently defends Donald Trump. Literally just told everybody on CNN they are not stopping counting in these states because it is 2:48 in the morning. This is normal. They aren't trying to steal the election. They're trying to count all the. It's just so.
The White House, and that is where John Roberts is at this early morning hour as we wait for some more results this evening. John, your report on what we saw.
Oh my gosh. Do you think John Roberts Jr. is just fell asleep and is gonna wake up to like seeing Trump say he's gonna bring it to the Supreme Court? Like,
Joe Biden is one Maine, according to Decision Desk.
he's
I don't know. We should have stopped counting in Maine before they called it.
Mhm. Oh my gosh. This is ridiculous. Honestly. This is not normal. For anyone that does think that this is normal, this is not normal. Barack Obama or Mitt Romney never did this. John McCain never did this. Hillary Clinton never did this. No one does this. This is absolutely preposterous. This is absolutely foolish. This is absolutely undemocratic. This is absolutely a dictatorship.
The president saying that he is going to go directly to the Supreme Court to stop votes from being cast. Now, there was a suggestion by the president that potentially some of these absentee ballots could be marked out after Election Day and then handed in. And there's no suggestion in reality that that could potentially happen. There's this idea of ballot harvesting that the president talked about. There's this idea that Democrats will do whatever they can to find votes wherever they may be stashed, and those put in
Classic liberal meltdown. No, this isn't Republican or Democrat. This is not Republican or Democrat. This is dictatorship or democracy. It's one thing when Trump literally can accept it's one thing if Trump won the Electoral College fairly, but it's a different thing when he was losing the Electoral College and then brings it to the Supreme Court to flip it in his favor. To flip it in his favor. This is not normal. To think that anyone can really condone this is ridiculous. No, this is not something that anyone should condone. This is not anything that anyone should condone. A classic liberal meltdown. Ryan, are you seeing this chat?
What are they saying?
This is absolutely butt hurting for you. This is a liberal meltdown. No, this isn't a liberal meltdown. This is a democracy meltdown. This is absolutely not normal.
If being a liberal and being biased means that I'm in favor of free and fair elections that result in the candidate who received the most amount of votes winning the election, then count me in. But that's not what I would call it. win the damn election by receiving more votes. Why can't you just do that? AP just called Arizona for Biden.
Associated Press.
Oh, grr.
Thank you, Jacob B. Imagine thinking all votes should be counted is a liberal meltdown.
I have never been one that is advocating for Biden winning this election at all costs. I've never been one that would riot in the street or get angry if Donald Trump won this election free and fairly. So please take it from me that this is just not okay, and it's just not.
Red Eagle, just so everyone knows, Arizona has officially gone Democratic. Fox News has called it, Associated Press has called it, which means New York Times, CNN, MSNBC will shortly follow thereafter. So let's go off to the classic 538 projection for what will happen if. So let's see what will happen now that we have more on the probability. So Biden has officially won the state of Arizona. He won Colorado. Trump won Florida. Let's say Trump wins Georgia. Let's say Biden won Minnesota. Biden won Nebraska too. Biden won New Hampshire. Biden won Nevada.
It's like all these people like saying like, why are you crying? Stop crying. Do you see any tears? Like,
Exactly.
I'm not crying. I'm really just not.
According to 538, Joe Biden now, since Arizona has gone blue, now officially has a 93% chance of winning.
Like, wait, hold on. Let me.
97% chance. I'm sorry, 97% chance.
This is a good comment. This is also a good comment.
God. Trump is ahead in all remaining states. I don't even want to explain this anymore. I've explained this so many times in the past 3 hours. It's actually hurting my mouth to say it. He's in the lead because urban areas haven't been reporting results as fast as rural areas.
Yes, Jacob B. You also deserve to be pinned. This is a good comment. I'm going to.
You should show it on the live
comments. I really don't think this is a hard thing to process or understand. Like this is not that hard to process. He should accept the results. Every vote should be counted, and trying to undermine the vote through the Supreme Court is undemocratic.
Actually, Ryan,
it's not that. It has nothing to do with partisanship. It has nothing to do with you liking Trump or disliking Trump. It has everything to do with the fact that he wants to stop the votes because he knows he is going to lose. Do you think he would do that? He would say any of that if he didn't think he was going to lose fairly?
Ryan, so 1.6 million Pennsylvania ballots, mail-in ballots, need to be counted, which statistically means that Joe Biden would have to get 50 or a little less than 50%. Wait. Yeah, a little less than 50% of those mail-in ballots. And if we know anything about the mail-in ballots in PA, we know that the mail-in ballots heavily favored the Democrats. So say Biden gets 60-40 mail-in ballots with the 1.6 million ballots left, Joe Biden would win Pennsylvania. Trump wins, people are going to riot. I don't think people are going to riot if Trump fairly wins Michigan or Wisconsin.
I'm really confused about this comment. Your teachers lied to you. We are a constitutional republic, not a democracy. What does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with the fact that the president is trying to undermine the results of an election? I thought this was a free country. I would,
Exactly.
like,
I
honestly,
don't know why people are saying we're being so biased. Why? Oh, you're on CNN. You're so hurt. No, it's literally, this isn't political. This is literally just looking at the
it's like,
facts.
do you ever think that Joe Biden would do that
Do
if
you
he
think John
realized he was
McCain,
losing the
Mitt
election?
Romney did that? Did Mitt
Mitt
Romney do
Romney
this?
would do
Did
that.
John
John
McCain
McCain
do
would
this?
do that. Ronald Reagan wouldn't do that.
No,
No,
Ronald
no
Reagan wouldn't.
president in American history has been this manipulative and dangerous to American society. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, like what Jamie Craig said, don't waste our breath arguing with these people. I mean, they obviously failed people to think that this is normal. To think that history, since history's not even on their side.
This comment is based. I'm going to pin all based comments.
Yeah, you should show them all on the screen.
Let's try I can do that just by like on here, right?
Yeah, you just hover over it and then you hit add, I think. I can't believe people are actually trying to debate me with this on social media.
The fact that people actually try to justify this is ridiculous. He's just so egotistical. It's uncanny. This is a good comment. Based. Based. If you post a based comment, you will be shown on screen.
It's 3 a.m. I'm gonna stay up until.
This is actually correct. They are wrong, and I am right. This is not a debatable issue. This is not a he said she said. This is not a I like cookies, you like crackers. This is a I like fascism and dictatorships. I like freedom and democracy. it's just not up for debate.
PA, we're not gonna get any PA results in for the rest of the night. That's guaranteed.
I guarantee you Joe Biden would not do the same thing. I guarantee you. When have you ever seen a Democratic politician do what Trump has done? I promise you. I promise you.
Yeah, Joe Biden would never do. Did you see the different speech Joe Biden said? We're confident, but we still got a long road ahead. Let's do this. And then all the cars honked, and then Donald Trump goes out there and says, this is the most fraudulent election ever. We're going to keep counting in Arizona, but we're going to stop counting in Michigan. Let's go do this. We're going to turn this election first in the Supreme Court, Trump 2020. Then he walked off stage. It looks like North Carolina Senate's tightening up a little bit, but not much. In Wisconsin's tightening up.
None of the polls leading up to last night showed the president ahead by anywhere near this.
92% in. I think this last 8% is really going to show in for Biden.
We also have Nevada that we're waiting for, and Michigan, which we had talked about tonight as well. But the president has laid down the gauntlet tonight, Brett, and we're going to see the ramifications of it over the next days and potentially longer.
And it was almost, the former vice president comes out, he gives his statement, and he says, hang in there, count every vote. And right after that, the tweet came out that the president was going to make comment. And he did, and said that he frankly thinks he won the election. But he also added this point. For the good of this nation, this is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to take ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning. Add them to the list. Okay?
We've been on this for 7 hours straight.
Which he'd like to continue to see if he closes the gap. We've called Arizona, as we mentioned before, Bob.
Oops. I did not realize my mic was muted. But anyways. I'm all good now. What was the thing I wanted to say about something? Based.
Now, there have been a ton of things that have gone to the Supreme Court in the last few weeks about curbside voting, witness, requirements, all kinds of things, signatures, mail-in ballots. A lot of those, there was an injunction given, or the court said we're not going to get involved with this. Most of them were not decided on the merits. So there may be a number of states, especially Pennsylvania, that the Trump team and the Trump campaign is looking at to say, which ones of these can we now, if we're not already involved, get involved with these and push them up to the high court?
All these people are saying, oh, this person said, so if you don't get your way, he's a dictator. But if you do get it, but if you do, he's a whiny baby. Quite the contrast. And I said, no, I would be fine if he won the election fair and square. But since he said stop counting votes in states he's winning, but to keep counting votes in states he's losing, that if he loses, he's overturning it to the Supreme Court is the definition of a dictatorship.
Someone asked what based means. Based means, I don't know how to describe it. Based means in this situation, in this particular situation, it means a good comment that has logic and is, I don't know, respectable. I'm sure someone has a better description.
I hate people. I know I've said that a lot tonight, but I hate people.
Mood.
My sleep schedule is so messed up now. I don't even want to go to school on Thursday because I'm not going to go to bed till like 1:30.
Yeah, wait. Okay, this is a better and shorter explanation. It's yeah. There you go. So like if I say like a comment is based, it means that. I really would not respect somebody for like, yeah, okay, thinking outside the box is okay sometimes, but not when it's literally taking the leader of the free, like the country that's supposed to be the leader of the free world into depths of fascism.
You hate people because you hate being told you're wrong. No, I hate people because I tell them that they're wrong based on fact, and then they scream at me and scream Trump 2020 and then leave. That's the main reason why I hate people. For the love of God. Hey, Ryan, look at the Senate race in Maine.
What happened? Is it close?
Apparently, someone just told us.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, it's Lisa Savage. The vote for Lisa Savage is going to be factored into Sarah Gideon's. I assume
That's what I thought.
She's left-leaning, which would bring her up to roughly 48-ish%. I mean, it's going to be close. We'll see what happens there. We probably won't know anything there for a while, though.
It's not his map. He can't update. He updated the YPA mess, but this is New York Times.
Yeah, man, it's just been called for Joe Biden, according to 538. I mean, New York Times.
Okay.
Yeah, New York Times is really slow right now.
I'm gonna share with you guys a prediction that I was sent yesterday by someone with 5,000 followers, and they really were extremely confident in their prediction, and I'm going to share it with you, and I'm going to compare it to the real life results right now. Okay. Here was the result. They had Donald Trump winning Arizona, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Wait, no, that wasn't the last. No, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one.
I don't think the Supreme Court will side with him.
They won't. They won't.
If they do, they're contributing to civil war. I think there's no legal precedent for this. There's no legal ground for him to stand on.
So yeah, they have 5,000. Their last prediction had Trump winning in Nevada, Arizona, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, all of Nebraska, Georgia, North Carolina, Texas. So it is now official. I think every single thing has called Arizona for Joe Biden. Yep.
My predictions
Apple
were
News.
not way off. I'm
Apple
actually
News.
49 out of 49 in state calls. If you looked at my video earlier today, you would know that I have called every single race that has been called thus far, even the congressional districts, correctly. So no, my predictions were not way off.
Oh, let's talk elections. Red Eagles was. And Nevada's a little bit tight. Not really. It's about 4 points for Biden. Pretty much expected. You've screwed up when Ben Shapiro calls out the GOP candidate.
It's not a random pause. It is 3 a.m.
They stopped counting at like 9.
This is what happens in every election. It is not a random pause. It is 3 a.m. People need to sleep.
Yeah, so Apple News officially, Joe Biden has won Arizona according to the Associated Press's first victory in a state Donald Trump carried in 2016.
So for this question, polls were not off in most places. Well, we actually don't know because we don't know the final results. A lot could still change. But so far, the only state where polls are actually obviously off is in Florida.
Florida by maybe 4 points. But a lot of the polls in the presidential race were not off by a lot. But the polls in the Senate races were off by a lot. I mean, in North Carolina, you had Cunningham winning by 3. He's going to lose by 2. That's like a 5-point margin of error. In South Carolina, they had the race for Graham at nearly 5 points for Graham. He won by 17. That's a 12-point margin of error. In Iowa, you had Teresa Greenfield winning by nearly 3 points. She lost by 6 points. That's a 9-point margin of error. All of these places in the Senate, mainly. What's going on in Nevada? Biden's leading by around 4 or 5 points.
Did Ben Shapiro call out Trump?
I think he did. Yeah, you know you've done bad when Ben Shapiro calls you out.
For anybody who doesn't know what's going on right now, effectively, this is what is happening. Joe Biden currently holds 244 electoral votes. Donald Trump holds 229. The states of Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Alaska are yet to be called. Those are 5 states where ballots are still being counted. Those are all ballots that were cast legally and on time. The president, a few minutes ago, went live on air and used his platform to spread false information about a federal election. What he did was he told the American people that the vote count was stopped in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania because Democrats were trying to steal the election, when in reality, it is 3 a.m. They went to sleep and told everybody that they would begin counting in the morning, like they have in every election that has ever been conducted in modern American history. But no, the president, while losing in Arizona, stated that he was confident that they would come back in Arizona based off the vote that was still out there. However, the president at the same time encouraged the American people into believing that the Democrats were trying to steal the election in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania because election officials were counting ballots cast by mail on time, legally. It is a blatant and disgusting and awful misuse of power. And it is so incredibly disappointing to see the President of the United States engage in such blatant voter suppression and undermining of the most integral part of our country's institutions, democracy, and the freedom and fairness of elections.
Oh, wait. Someone just said Trump wins if he wins Georgia or North Carolina. That is so inaccurate because he still needs to win like 3 other states to even get close to the presidency. So keep going.
There is no justification for what the president said in that speech. There is none. And even Republican officials have called him out for blatantly undermining the credibility of this election. It is ridiculous. There are still millions of votes out there left to be counted in these battleground states. And just because the president knows that those votes will eventually flip those states, he knows that. And he went out there on national TV, declared victory, and claimed that the Democrats were trying to steal the election with no evidence, with no substantial reasoning for any of it. It is ridiculous, and there is absolutely no justification. It has nothing to do with partisanship. It has nothing to do with whether you like Donald Trump or not. It has nothing to do whether you like Joe Biden or not. It is not okay. It isn't.
Oh my gosh, someone just said Donald Trump wins 302 electoral votes. He physically cannot. He literally cannot win 302 electoral votes. If he wanted to, if he won Wisconsin, Michigan, PA, and say he did win Nevada, which is extremely unlikely since we already called Nevada for Joe Biden, but say he did win Nevada by a long shot, he still wouldn't even get to 302 electoral votes. He would get to 300. But what's more likely to happen is Nevada goes to him, PA goes to Joe Biden from mail-in votes, and then you have 264, 274. Say Joe Biden picks up Wisconsin, you have a Joe Biden victory. I love all these comments because they know that this is wrong, what's happening, and then all their responses, shut up, you're stupid. You know it's bad for your candidate when that's your comeback.
Based. When is it true that Ben Shapiro said that? This is an interesting take that I think hasn't really been talked about enough. The secret Trump voter is kind of an interesting phenomenon because there's no like real objective and substantial evidence to support the idea of the secret Trump supporter, and there's also no evidence to suggest that the secret Biden supporter doesn't exist. Typically, Trump supporters are not the most secret about their support of the president. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not one to usually expand on the notion of the secret Trump supporter.
Ryan, someone said California only took 5 minutes to count presidential results, but took 2 more hours to count 50% of the state's propositions. Explain that California is cheating. No, what happened is because California, how they make projections is they make it based off of exit polls, historical reasoning polls, etc. So if a state's expected to go to Joe Biden by 50 points, they won't waste time on it if the exit polls and everything show that Joe Biden's going to win it. So they'll just call it immediately. But with those referendums, they really don't know what's going to happen.
Kamala Harris is not the presidential nominee. She's the vice presidential nominee. Nobody is voting for her as president. People are voting for her as vice president. No, votes are not almost up, nor is Biden way behind. There are millions of votes still out there left to be counted, and until those votes are counted, no candidate should declare victory. Isn't that hard to understand? Is this on New York Times? Because they've been pretty slow. How can you imply something that hasn't happened already?
How can you get implying something from that? He's like, how can you vote for Harris? And then he's like, he's implying that Biden dies. Like, how am I supposed to imply that from you voted for Harris? I mean, oh my gosh. I don't know. I think I'm just gonna go fall asleep and then wake up and 9 o'clock, and when they start counting again. Ryan, are you gonna go to bed or no?
Nope.
No.
I am awake until we have a winner. If that, I don't know. I've literally slept like 2 hours over the last 3 days. Based. This is a based comment. Throw them up. No, not everyone agrees that if Biden won, the VP would be president. That is not how the institution works. That is not how it has ever worked. So again, can we stop making these illogical arguments that are based on nothing and have no history or future chance of becoming a reality? It's ridiculous.
Someone said a big dump just came in from Wisconsin. 93% of the vote is in, and Trump leads by 108,000 votes.
Really?
Although I don't really think that means anything, because is Milwaukee counted yet, Ryan?
No, it's still at 41%.
Yeah, once Milwaukee gets up there, it'll start getting closer. What's it at now?
Again, there is no evidence to support that Joe Biden actually has dementia. Like, please.
This is like the late night shift.
It is ridiculous.
This is like the late night shift. I don't know. I think I'm gonna get off. I'll get back on in the morning.
Alrighty.
Okay. I'll just turn off my camera and turn off my mic. Actually, no, I'll just leave. Okay. I'll leave and then I'll just join in the morning and then just let me back in.
This is not true. There is 82% of the vote in Wisconsin. Only half of the vote out of Milwaukee, the most populated area and the biggest urban Democratic area, has only reported half of their results. Wisconsin is well within reach for Donald Trump. Same goes for Michigan. Only 71% of the vote is in. Only 43% out of the entire Detroit County is in. 72% out of Ann Arbor. I mean, there's so much vote out there for Biden to carry in Wisconsin and Michigan. Pennsylvania is a whole other story, but Georgia, if we're talking about the Atlanta suburbs and the Atlanta Fulton County in general. There's still a ton of vote, and Biden is actually favored to win based off of New York Times Needle. I mean, this is just a ridiculous comment that is based on absolutely nothing. Okay, we'll do this. Biden's lead is actually extended or Trump's lead is actually extended in Georgia. It says 94% is in Wisconsin, but why is there conflicting? I don't know. A lot of this is weird. That's a good comment. Damn. Well, according to Politico, his lead has actually increased in Georgia, but again, there are just so many conflicting reports. I don't know what to really make of it all. I still kind of prefer New York Times, but that's what I've been going off this entire time. But I mean, what? I don't understand. But there is no evidence to suggest that Donald Trump has won. Like you cannot win an election when millions of votes have still not been counted. That is not how it works. That is not how it has ever worked. Show me evidence that these votes are stealing. How can votes cast legally before the election be considered stealing? It would turn into absolute chaos. I have no doubt that if the Supreme Court decided to side with President Trump, that this country would turn into absolute anarchy. Yes, they announced this prior to the election. They announced this weeks prior to the election. So the fact that Trump and his supporters can't even understand that this is why they paused the count and will continue in the morning is ridiculous. It just doesn't make any sense. Based. This is a very based comment. This is a very good question that sort of just starts with the founding of our country. I understand why the Electoral College was founded at the time, but it just absolutely does not reflect the will of the people now. When 7 of the last 8 presidential elections have resulted in the Democrat winning the popular vote, and 3 of on what could be 3 of those occasions, the Republican won the election and ended up being president, it just does not reflect the will of the people whatsoever. Biden can win Michigan or Wisconsin if he loses Georgia. Yes. That's why his win in Arizona and Nebraska's second specifically was key to this. But what you don't understand is that this is the norm, and this has occurred in every election in recent memory, that you pause and you continue in the morning. It is not probable cause for cheating. It is not a justification. It is not implying or suggesting anything along those lines. It's really hard to say. I think the New York Times needle still has him ahead. It does. It's had him at 64% in Georgia for quite some time now. It's hard to, I don't know, because it's been stuck at, he's up by 2.2 now. If I'm reading that right, yeah. With 80% in Fulton, 80% in DeKalb. It's getting harder to see it. I think there was a good chance of him kind of climbing back into it, but I think it's very 50-50 now. But we'll see what happens. Well, a lot has happened in the last few hours and was in Pennsylvania up until they decided to stop counting results. As of right now, Trump leads by roughly 700,000 votes, which is basically where his lead has remained throughout this entire cycle, or this entire last few hours. 12.7%. That's the advantage, but only or less than half of the vote is in out of Philadelphia. About 30% is still left outstanding in Allegheny, although he's not really overperforming Clinton there. It's hard to see a situation in which he's able to make up 700,000 votes statewide, and that's why wins in a win in Georgia is that much more important. Although considering on an electoral map perspective, if he wins in Nevada, which he should, he's already won in Arizona. Fox News has already called that, so his decision desk. All he needs is Wisconsin and Michigan, or Wisconsin and Georgia. And that's in large part due to him winning in Nebraska's second congressional district, which was big. I don't know the answer to this question specifically because I know that Georgia, there were reports that Georgia stopped counting, but then they actually continued. And that is why we saw Biden start to surge back into it. But North Carolina has held steady at 1.4 points for Donald J. Trump and 95% of the estimated vote in. So I don't really know. No, he has 3 out of 4 right now. The second district is probably going to go to Trump. I think I've actually called it for Trump because he was leading by about 8 to 10 points with like 70% reporting. Yes. And one of the main reasons why I believe this is the case is because Donald Trump would not have gone on national television crying voter fraud and stealing the election if his own internal campaign numbers didn't suggest this. I do not know the answer to this question, and I really wish I did, but we'll see what happens. I think he does. I think he has a really good chance in the runoff, especially because Kelly Loeffler is so criminally unpopular, especially if Democrats really throw all of their support behind him. It would, in this race, like with fundraising and such, considering that she has like the endorsements and the fundraising advantage on a corporate and PAC level. Facts. What's happening in Michigan Senate? I actually haven't looked there. Is Peters ahead or is James still? Yeah, John James is still ahead, but only by 9 points. Are they running even? He's at 53.4%. Where's Trump? 52. Oh, so Peters is actually running ahead of Trump. Interesting. I mean, it was anticipated to an extent, but I think as soon as we start to see the presidential race tighten, and then eventually when Joe Biden catches up and takes the lead, I think we're going to see the same thing occur in the Michigan Senate race. What makes you think this? Who is the president? Donald Trump. It's been a pretty disappointing night for Democrats in the Senate overall. I think there's no other way of putting it. A lot of Democrats performed worse than Biden in states like Montana, Iowa, Maine as one, North Carolina as well. Those are 4 states that the Democrats needed, or they needed at least 3 to flip the Senate, and they didn't get a single one of them. So overall, it was really disappointing if you're a Democrat. I have not attacked Trump. I have attacked his speech and what he is attempting to do. I think, yes, there are indications of Biden not being mentally there like he used to be, but that does not mean that he has dementia, which is what I said, because he has never been diagnosed with dementia. When he does get diagnosed, if he does get diagnosed with dementia, then I will agree with you. But until then, I cannot agree with something that is not true. Well, eventually the Electoral College will occur, and states will certify results and present it to Congress, and Congress, the electors, will cast their votes, and there's not much Trump can do unless he wins in court. He was always likelier to win in Nevada than he was in Arizona. I've already called Nevada a while back for Biden. Based. I hope that came across. That is a based comment right there. Do I think Biden will win? Here, let me show you guys again. Okay, so again, this is where we stand right now. I think Trump will win in Alaska. That's basically a given. But as we look at things, Biden's at 244, Trump is at 232. If somehow you already didn't know, 270 is what you need to win the presidency. Hypothetically, Biden could win in Michigan and Wisconsin, and then lose in Pennsylvania and Georgia, and he would still be president. He could also win in Wisconsin and Georgia and lose Michigan and Pennsylvania. He could also lose Wisconsin, win Michigan, win Georgia, and become president. Trump would have to carry 3 of these states to win the presidency. Biden only has to win 2. And I think that's what people don't seem to understand, that Biden has the electoral advantage as of right now, and thus he is not necessarily favored to win the election, nor has Trump ever been, like, when he said in his speech that his campaign was preparing to celebrate, and then all of a sudden he realized that there were still millions of votes out there left to be counted. It's ridiculous. But whatever. I don't deny that Biden is in decline. In fact, I would agree. Odds are if Biden has won Nevada and Arizona, he has won the election. I would not necessarily say that. I think Georgia is more. Actually, I don't know. It's tough to say, but I mean, Georgia and North Carolina are hypothetically, yes, they are still in play. Although I would give the edge to Trump in both of those states as of right now. Although Biden has already won in Nevada and Arizona. New York Times just hasn't called them yet. If Georgia flips, then that would be that. But I haven't gotten anything wrong yet.